Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
Thanks, Pete.
What's up?
Hey Nathan, long time no see.
Yeah, just got back from vacation and I wasn't on very much prior to that. So, sorry about that. What have you been up to?
Not much. Just on vacation.
Go anywhere?
Nah. I went the last vacation
Ah,
down to NRA.
I went to Florida. My mother called me. I got there on Sunday and then that thing happened and Monday my mom calls me and informs me there's a killer in Florida. I'm like, okay,
Sure there's more than one.
thanks, Mom. You know, there was a killer back in Dallas, too. I'm still on the beach and I still got my guns, so okay. Unless you specifically know that there's a killer coming to find me in Destin, I don't really care. If you said there was a marauding band of post-apocalyptic biker gangs traveling up and down the coast in my area, then I might be concerned. There's a biker gang killing and raping along the beaches of Florida, and they're headed your way. All right. Guess I go get my bigger gun out of the car and put it under my towel. Gotta make some belts for some friends.
How's business?
That's going okay. I'm gonna get with Night Strike and have him start doing more specialized promotions to get my name out there on Google better. Uh, it's complicated, but anyway. I really do need to clean up this damn room, though. This is I really just need to find the tools I actually use and just have them out and put the rest away somewhere to where I have to dig them out if I needed them. Because most of these damn things I don't even really use very often. I can't find anything. And now I've screwed up and mixed my reloading equipment on top of it, so that's awesome.
Oh, gee.
I got gunpowder in the way and crap.
You got 2 kids. You can crack the whip on them. Use them as slave labor.
Well, I mean, I do have a piece of belt that I do use to crack on them, but I don't think that's... We have lots of different things we use. I'm not a one-trick pony when it comes to enforcing things. The 5-inch mark. so there's that. Now I got this. Anyway, there's this kid who helped me make fence posts. His mom used to watch my little one when he was not in school, and he called me up, and turns out he's wearing a normal belt doing all this work, and it like bent while he was carrying something heavy supporting it on him, and he's like, "Do your belts bend?" I went, "No." "Are you sure?" "Trust me." Because they're twice as thick as a normal belt glued and sewn together. That's why they're not going to bend like a normal belt would. Overly sturdy. All right. Let's have fun with glue now. Oh. So one of the things I've discovered that's neat is I got some of these old pieces of board that used to be part of my old flooring. And what I do is I take them and some of these little clamps, and I clamp the leather belt right to the board. Right on the edge. Do it right. And then I drop it and I fix that goo. Anyway, I try to pull it tight, stretch it, and that way when I put the glue on it, the belt doesn't move around and get glue every damn place. Which my old method didn't work so well. I usually got glue on the front of the belt because it'd go down the side and get on something, and then the belt would move. And now he wants mahogany instead of natural. Of course, I knew. And see, this is why I refer people to pictures, because they say they want one thing, and I go, well, you really need to look at my site. See what you like.
So you're gluing now or painting now?
Gluing.
Okay.
I'm putting on barge glue, which is kind of like a mixture of rubber cement and super glue is kind of my best way to describe it. Unlike rubber cement, well, okay, you know how rubber cement never really gets super hard?
Right.
This stuff gets hard, but between two pieces of leather, it's still flexible. So it never gets, if it's just exposed to air and you grab a chunk of it, it might be really hard and brittle. But between two pieces of leather, it soaks.
Still pliable.
And it's still pliable. So it's incredibly strong, soaks into the flesh, and is still pliable. So it's like the perfect balance. But yeah, this is basically how they glue shoes together. I don't know why they call it barge cement, though. I don't think it was ever used on barges. Maybe it was. Yeah, it's funny. I went down to my local leather shop after, I've been buying stuff from them and other places, and I said,
Right.
yeah, I'm out of the old barge cement. They sell it in tubes, right? And they sell it in cans, and then they sell it in gallon-size things. And I've been spending hundreds of dollars at this place on a monthly basis, And so I go in there and I tell the guy, oh, yeah, I need barge cement, blah blah blah. Let me get one of the gallons. He goes, oh man, I'm not allowed to sell that, but to businesses. I'm like, what do you think I am? And he's like, yeah, but, you know, like, do you have an EIN number? And I'm like, no, I'm a sole proprietorship using my social security number, but if you need me to bring down the document I registered with the county, I can. You know, I mean, it's like, I don't know.
Should have whipped out your website.
I've shown them that before. They know. I mean, they know I'm not making this stuff for myself. And I'm like, dude, I've already bought a gallon of this from the guys online at Springfield Leather in Missouri, and that kind of changed his tune when he knew he had competition. He was like, oh, okay, yeah, I can do it for you. Like, I come into your shop and spend $300 a month, dude, buying leather, like raw materials, not pre-made stuff, just buying raw leather to turn into things. It's not like I'm making myself crazy things, you know, I'm making stuff for people. All right. Kid's got a 30-inch waist. My next customer's a 52. A little bit of variation. Oh. Thursday nights, is that usually, Matt does Wednesdays. Who's Thursdays? Or is Thursday the friggin' hodgepodge where everyone's doing a chat? Where it's like G-Webs and then it's Tack Daddy and then it's, you know, like it's just all these people are doing stuff.
G-Webs and Yankee split every other Thursday.
Okay. Oh, crap. Hold on, I'll be right back here. Grab some. Oh.
Okay, I'm back. What'd I miss?
I don't know that you missed anything.
Okay. I heard you say Yankee, that's what I was...
Oh, he was asking what went on as far as chats tonight.
We've got Tack Daddy. He should be starting about right now. We'll run Gun News Weekly channel, and then yeah, Yankees next week. I'm trying to think of who goes on after.
I think G-Webs does the AK-47 thing this week.
Yeah, but I doubt he'll be doing that. He's out looking for his pup.
Lost that dog run away?
Yep.
Oh, that sucks.
Crash and Burn is on in 15 minutes, and then Tack Daddy's on. Should be starting right now.
What's Crash and Burn?
What's Crash and Burn?
Yes.
Just another gun-oriented channel.
Huh.
I'm never home to see it, so I never get to watch it.
Hey, well, we're ready for vacation. But you're probably not going to watch it, are you?
Nah. Right now I'm doing a Democratic sit-in with Little Caesars Pizza.
Nice.
Doing a lobby sit-in.
I'm greatly disturbed by what's going on in our current world. I mean, just
Fed up.
just in
Fed up.
general.
Fed up with both sides.
Yeah, just a bunch of ass clowns. But on top of that, um, yeah, it's just kind of scary. Like, just what's going on? Just complete and utter lack of competence anywhere. I mean, it's kind of like, how did people feel when? Sorry. How did people feel when Rome started to really go under? Where they sit around and say, it's this new Caesar's fault, blah blah blah. And the Christians are getting more popular. I mean, what was it like back then? Because I feel like we're going through that. Like, we're like going to be. I mean, America is a great idea, but you got to realize there's places in England that have cobblestones 20 times older than this country. I mean,
Yep.
yeah, I mean, we haven't been around a whole long time to be this happy with ourselves. And by the way, we weren't even thinking we were that cool until we had been around, probably not till the early 1900s did we start to get an attitude. Before then, we were kind of humble and we're like, yeah, we're America, we're another country. And then all of a sudden, like, everyone's like, oh, yeah, we're awesome. But we didn't think that the entire time. We didn't like kick the British out and like start being like, yeah, we're awesome. I mean, it really was kind of a. I would really almost say that it really didn't become prevalent until after World War II.
I was going to say that myself.
Just these ridiculous people that we've let get this high up running for president. A crook, a crazy orange-head guy. Bernie's kind of out. He was hoping the crook would get indicted, but turns out that our current administration doesn't have the balls. Well, and even if they did, hold on. Yeah, anyway, so even if they did have the courage, if they did kick her out, they'd be almost guaranteeing a Trump win. And it's like, Hillary's better than Trump from Obama's point of view. If somebody actually, I don't know who on the Republican side, Obama would say, okay, he's good enough, indict Hillary. He's better than that option. I don't know. What do y'all think the over-under is in the next 4 years this country will implode?
I don't think it's going to take 4 years. Looks like Z just posted a story about Hawaii too.
Oh, what's going on in that fun
First state nation authorized enrollment firearm owners centralized. Ooh, registration.
Welcome to the Soviet Republic of Hawaii. You think? Okay, wait. Did you say this is just a bill that's been suggested, or one that was passed and is going to be put into law?
No, it's already passed. They've already got registration, but see, this authorizes county police departments in Hawaii to enroll firearms applicants and individuals registering their firearms in a criminal record monitoring system. Remember the RAP back system that we were talking about a few
No,
months back?
no, but I don't know. That doesn't still what they're doing in Hawaii doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's not good.
Us gun owners in Illinois have been registered since the 60s.
Guess there was a public outcry. I guess there was a public outcry, and they re-released.
That stupid ass Floyd system.
There's also now, they
I'm going to mute you, Tony, because it's coming through your speakers.
Hang on, I'm gonna mute the
there's
thing.
these out back then.
That'll kill it. Yeah, we have the Floyd system here, so every legal gun owner in the state is registered already. So that's why we don't register guns. I don't see that as being out of the realm of possibility in the future here.
Oh yeah, they're going to do it in a few states, and then they're going to say, well, it's a slippery slope because they're like, yeah, we do it in these states, it's perfectly legal. Now you need to do it in your state, and it's going to be something that they're going to push on a federal level at some point. Register all gun owners.
That's what that fucking Bloomberg's doing with the background check thing for private sales. Hey, G's dog came home. I don't own an so-called assault rifle of any form. They're not my thing, but I oppose any gun control, so I have no problem with other people owning the damn things. And I can't count how many times I've contacted my legislators in the past 2 weeks.
Well, let's think about this. So, when the assault weapon ban went through, I had to buy an SKS that got around the laws. I had to go take a screwdriver and take it to where I could put the magazines in it. So that's a great law. I was able to circumvent it at 18 years old with a screwdriver. Yeah, so that's effective. And I like the thumb hole stock on it. I've always been a fan of those kind of. So I didn't change that on it. But anyway, it you know, they're sitting there now. They're pointing out, oh yeah. People use these. Why people don't need these? They're used. They're weapons of war. Blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, well, you know what? I never read in the Constitution where it stated that I had to justify that my gun was good for hunting. In fact, I believe my Second Amendment right is the right that I should be able to possess a weapon of war. I believe they specifically wanted me to own a weapon of war. In fact, they mentioned militia, which is a military group where I can go and be part of a militia at the drop of a hat for national security, which was their intent. Every able-bodied man of age was considered automatically to be part of the militia, unless you had some reason not to be in it. I believe my government even has signed me up to where I could have been drafted if they had reopened the draft during a period of time when I was young enough.
You and me both.
So my question is this. If the intent of the Second Amendment is to keep my government in check and to protect my country, why wouldn't almost everyone want to have an AR-15? Because that's what an AR-15 is for. Self-defense, protect against attacks, things like that. In fact, I believe everyone in Switzerland has one and has to report once a year to make sure that it's not AR-15, it's like the 308 version, the NATO crap thing. I just got an idea for a video. But anyway, yeah, but I had somebody the other day, they said, I don't see why anyone should have one of those. And I guess my retort simply is, the Founding Fathers wanted us to have them. The Founding Fathers would have been all for us having the standard military-issued rifle of the day and having access to that if we wanted to. Now, barring, did civilians back in the day own cannons? Not really. Those were town things and under the group thing, but everyone had their own rifle and bullets. You know what I mean?
Right, and their argument against the AR is just, or AK or whatever you want to call it, is so fucking stupid because I'm sitting here holding a 1956 Remington 740 30-06 semi-automatic.
Uh-huh.
Now, granted, I can't get 30-round mags for it, but I can get 10 rounds.
Yeah.
And the 30-06 will flat bitch slap the 223. When they start talking about how powerful those weapons are, they pretty much come out with just how little they know about a gun.
Claiming he shot, well, that's basically about it. He shot 100. Half survived. The other half passed away. They were shot and didn't receive medical attention for over 3 hours. Okay? You can be bitten by a rattlesnake and not get medical attention for 3 hours and probably die. You know what I'm saying? The rattlesnakes aren't known to kill people. You know why? Because people get medical attention. So my point is how good is an AR-15 if only it has a 50% casualty rate with no medical attention for 3 hours? You know what I'm trying to get out there?
Yeah.
As deadly as they're suggesting. I mean, without proper use and training and all that. I mean, thank God the guy's a terrible shot and didn't aim.
I don't know. Sometimes I get so.
Okay, let me put it this way. Let's say he shot 100 people with a 30-06. What do you think the death count would be out of the 100 people? And there was a 3-hour break before medical attention arrived. probably have been a lot higher.
Oh, I would say, yeah.
But again, it's neither here nor there. The AR, when in the proper hands, is a very lethal weapon if with good shot and good shot placement and proper sights. I think one of the biggest problems these individuals have is I don't think they get the proper optic for going into low light situations. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what made you come to that conclusion?
Well, what I'm saying is I've looked at whenever these things go to trial and they hold up the weapon used, it never has anything that's a good optic for going into a place that is not well lit, which is a good thing. It's a good thing they're idiots. But yeah, another thing that I've mentioned before is when people do these long-term premeditated suicidal plans, they have a lot of options of what they can use. And to be honest with you, making stuff that burns or explodes is a lot deadlier. So, I mean, there's plenty of people that don't shoot people and kill hundreds.
Well, yeah. That's a hard argument to make, but it's a sound argument. I mean,
it's disgusting.
When you think about it, yeah, when you think about it, you'd rather be shot than burned alive. You'd rather be shot than maimed in an explosion and survive that.
Yankee did a video where he said that very thing.
Oh, well, it's just a fact of life. I mean, join civilization and buy a gun. Quit fucking hatcheting people and blowing people up. Be civilized about your killing.
Yeah, and it's kind of one of those things because you listen to people and they don't demonize the actor, they don't demonize the religion, they don't demonize all this stuff. They're like too politically correct about it. The one thing they demonize is the tool used. And the truth is, if they're successful, they're going to go on to use other tools and possibly worse tools. Uh,
Somebody's freezing up. Hell, maybe
Okay.
it's me.
So Great White. What?
I said somebody was freezing up, and then nothing happened. I thought, hell, maybe it's me.
Maybe I lost connection there.
No, it was Nathan. And I was muted. I was talking, but I was muted.
one thing that's really nice about these guys is they want to martyr themselves. So at least they're not smart enough to do this multiple times, coordinate it, not have it where it's traced back and can do it again and again. So one-shot wonders at least.
Well, Hawaii just put everybody on a list, all the gun owners. Much like other criminal listings you can access on the internet.
Yeah, Illinois has had gun owners on the list for 50 years almost.
Okay, so let's talk about the logic of that. So let's say I live in Illinois, and I own a gun illegally, and I'm on a list. At what point would this list do any freaking good to help them? Would they say, well, somebody was shot in his neighborhood. Let's go down and talk to Mr. Nathan's Armory. You know, I doubt they even do that. So my question is, what on earth is the point of the list? I mean, it doesn't link you to, I mean, if the list had you where you had to go down and have your gun fired and a ballistic trace put on it, thus eliminating your legally purchased gun from being able to be used secretly in a homicide without being traced back to you, I guess that would be effective, but that's not what the list is about.
No, this is Illinois, man. That list is about $10 per gun owner.
Yeah, my point is, what can the list possibly be used to do any good or any bad or anything at all? I mean, besides someday be used to confiscate the guns. Besides that, what is the point of the list, or what could the list be used for? What is the justification?
To be honest with you,
We need Z in here to tell us, teach us, enlighten us, educate us. Because I don't know. I can't answer your question.
And I mean, the list would be useful if there were no possible other way to get a gun besides getting one through legal purchasing, which puts you on the list, or legally purchasing or getting it from someone on the list. But since people can't get guns without getting them from people on the list or buying them legally, i.e. illegal guns, then the list can't be used to trace crime.
No, that's not really what it's about, though. It's more of a, you have to jump through these hoops to be able to have a gun in Illinois. You can't possess a gun without the card. Whether you get it as a gift, you buy it legally.
Well, I mean, I, in Texas, have a concealed carry license, so they're aware that I own probably at least one handgun. But the fact is I don't really even know how many guns I own at this point. I haven't counted lately.
Well, they don't keep track of the guns that we buy.
They just keep track of the people who are gun owners.
You just have to have the card to be able to buy a gun or ammunition in Illinois.
Well, see, that's even more useless because let's say you've gone and bought 20 guns. And since they're not keeping track of it, you could have sold them to other people. Your guns could be all over the freaking place in Illinois. If they don't have an inventory on the guns you purchase, the list is useless. All they know is they can show up to your house and ask you for one gun. We know you have a license, so we know you have one gun here. That's right, officer. I have it right here.
They could go back at least 20 years. They could go back at least 20 years and find out what he's bought through a 4473.
If they had the capability of getting all the 4473s in the area, looking them over, finding him on them, going through the paper, because again, these are almost all on paper or microfiche. So without having the ability to sort or look, it's trying to find a needle in a haystack. The way that the ATF does it is they take a gun used in a crime and they say, okay, this gun was sold at the Academy down on Terrence Street. And they're going to go down there and they know that that gun was sent to that Academy in November of 1998. So they start from that point and move forward through all their paperwork until they find that gun serial number on the paperwork, hoping it was sold within a short period of a couple months.
That's my local gun shop guy, and I don't know if he was joking or not. He said, but if they ever did try to ban all guns, the first thing he was going to have happen there was a mysterious fire in his office room where they stored the 44 forms at.
Oh, there's a lot of gun shop owners that are patriots that would basically start a fire, put it out, and be like, yeah, I was smoking in there, caught the 4473s on fire, prove intent. Yeah, there's a lot of them that like that. They're like, screw you, I'm not going to hose job all my customers.
But the Illinois FOID system doesn't affect me. You know, it's just always been, as long as I've been a gun owner, it's been that way. So to me, all it is $10 every 10 years to the state. And now that I got my CCL, I don't even have to carry the FOID anymore. The CCL supersedes it. Except they won't let me walk out with the gun the same day like they do in some other states. Hey, Night Shark, how's it going, man?
Oh no. It's Tony. Run for it.
The fuck did I do?
I was just waiting for your response. Oh. And it's going. I got my lowers today. I've got my lower parts kits. I got my buffer tube kits. So I'm ready to build the lowered receivers. Woo!
You got your new lower today? You're a woman finally?
Nathan, don't make me tell the teddy bear joke.
Now
remember that ends conversations.
That would be a public disservice. We're live on air.
But you did it live on air.
That was years ago when I was drinking.
So you're not drinking now?
Not alcohol.
No, he did it in the side chat.
Yeah, that was not really intended to be said out loud.
All right, fine.
But then they waited till I got drunk enough and convinced me it was a good idea to say it out loud. Anyway.
I'm glad I quit drinking.
Well, anyway, I'm on the wagon for now. Yay.
You quitter, Tony.
I had to. I turned out to be a diabetic.
Ah, that sucks.
Diabetics.
And my son's type 1, so I feel your pain, buddy. Of course, I don't think anyone probably is running around waking Tony up in the middle of the night, stealing his blood like a vampire, and then having to slap him until he gets awake and say, "Here, eat some Smarties, kid."
No, I've only had one crash, and I was able to avoid it because I do drink Pepsi during the day a little bit.
You drink Diet Pepsi?
No, regular Pepsi.
Regular Pepsi. Oh, you go for the good stuff.
I was drinking before I was diagnosed with diabetes. I was drinking 2 liters of it a day.
That won't hurt you.
That'll do it.
Now I'm down to a 16-ounce bottle a day or a day and a half.
My father, before he got type 2, drank a 2 liter of Coca-Cola a day.
Only a 2 liter?
I don't know. We weren't keeping up, but it was about a 2 liter. All the man drank was Coke. And now he drinks Diet Coke nonstop. I still drink Diet Dr. Pepper, but I ain't going to drink sugary sodas.
Well, sugar is not bad. The soda he was drinking, the soda you're drinking, is corn syrup soda, which isn't as good for you.
Well, the stuff I'm drinking is diet, which means it's just going to give me I really feel good about the way they're taking tumors out of brains right now.
Well, they don't really take them out.
I'm going to roll the dice on that.
Well, they don't take them out. They zap them with a laser of radiation.
I figure I'll still be happy once they zap me in the head. But I won't have to worry about what I eat, like my dad does.
My doc told me that I was fine with drinking 1 or 2 cans of soda a day after the 2 liter habit ended.
Well, if you're monitoring your blood sugar, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you wake up in the morning and chug the entire thing at once and then eat a sugary cereal, you can knock yourself up to 500 on your blood sugar count, and that's not good for you.
Yeah, my blood sugar, since I found out I was diagnosed, I've never had blood sugar over 300 since.
Oh, cool.
See, my kid, he only weighs like 60 pounds. So, like, he'll have a Slurpee and then something else, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, crap, you're at 400. But as he gets bigger, that'll be more controllable. It's interesting, the larger you get, the more it helps you kind of balance that crap out.
So on a side note, these receivers I got consecutive serial numbers again.
Nice.
Man. Let's see. Do-do-do-do. I don't think I'm going to build them tonight, though. I don't nearly have that much time. Maybe when I get home tomorrow morning. Yeah.
Don't mind me. I'm just kind of flipping through the news, keep an eye on what's going on.
Yeah. I'm just chilling until I have to go in for work, so, meh.
Yeah, I'm even not drinking while my wife is down at her mother's, so.
That's blasphemy.
Usually I'm bad whenever she's out. It's like, she's not here. Cat's away, mice will play. But she is coming home tonight, and she only went down for the day, so it's like, I'm not gonna fall off the wagon for a night and then have her come home and bitch at me.
Yeah, that's the thing about Asian women. They'll bitch at you for anything. Just the smallest thing.
She's got good reason. All right, give me 1 minute. I gotta go sand on this. Be right back.
Good luck.
So you're building them up into 5.56?
There's no other caliber.
Well, there's calibers that actually do good.
Oh, you shut up. You shut your dirty mouth. All the ammunition I have is 5.56, so if I don't build them up, I won't have anything to use with them. And yes, 5.56, because I've got AR-15 lowers, 5.56 lowers, not, 308 lowers. If I had 308 lowers, then yes, I would build it up for 308.
Well, I don't know shit about AR-15.
And then I would go and, shoot 7.62 by 51 out of them. And yes, that's 7.62 by 51 NATO.
Well, that's 30 caliber. I'm aware of what they are.
Yeah, it was back when you were in the military.
I wasn't in the military, but no.
No?
They would have been 5.56 too.
How old again are you, Tony?
55.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been in Vietnam.
No, I was like somewhere between 4 and 15 when Vietnam was going on, or 13, I should say.
You missed it by 5 years.
As I've said numerous times, I'm a huge fan of the 7.62 by 63.
Okay.
Pre-NATO 30-06. Or M2, if you rather. I'm not as much of a fan as I was last week after I've been pricing this shit. God damn.
Probably cheaper to buy the PPU. They make it in 3.06.
Yeah.
I mean, how much are you looking at getting?
I don't know.
All right. I'm going to give you a link in the side chat. If you need to buy ammunition online, go there first. They will index all the websites that sell ammunition and show you the lowest price.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. If I can find Krag ammunition through this website, you can find 3.06. Not that I would buy Krag ammunition.
I was waiting for it for a whole month. I've been doing stuff while I'm doing it, walking.
Yeah, if you don't mind the steel case stuff, they've got Wolf.
No, I don't want steel. I want stuff like Blue Road.
Yeah. How about Golden Bear?
Golden Bear. Jesus Christ, that is pretty cheap. That's about 10 cents around cheaper than I've seen it anywhere else.
That's what I'm telling you. This website has, it indexes all the ammunition. This is the one I use when I need to buy 5.56 or, if I need to buy more 45. Sometimes I go to Walmart for 45 these days, but not so much anymore.
Let me look at that and see if that's Garand stuff or not.
No, Golden Bear is Russian, I think.
Yeah, but they'll load either for a regular rifle or for Garand.
No, you can tell by the grain. It's 168.
That's steel too. It's just brass plated.
Yeah. Well, still, that won't be as nearly as bad as just shooting straight out steel.
I don't care about the shooting it. I want to reload it.
You have to be difficult.
Military surplus. There we go.
Nah, it's out of stock.
200 rounds for $150 ain't bad.
It's Burdam primed though.
What is that? The 2 holes?
Yeah. That means you'd have to, if you were going to use a regular primer, you'd have to drill the holes out. It's out of stock. I'll flag that.
Damn it.
Here, I got something for you. Right there.
Hang on a second. I'm not.
That's the best I can find it for.
That is not bad. I don't think.
It's 69 cents a round.
Yeah, I think the cheapest I've seen it's been like $149 for 200.
Yeah. Well, this is a 500 round case, so. I mean, if you just want the 20 round boxes, here. Just want the 20 round boxes. And the 20 round boxes, they're using a 165 grain bullet. So.
That part doesn't bother me much. I don't care what bullets are in them because I'm gonna. redress them to what I want after I just waste what ammo I buy. Unless they turn out to shoot extremely accurate in my guns, I mean. But in the end, I want to make loads tailored for the guns, so that's why I want brass cases. Thanks, man.
Sorry I couldn't get you a better price, but that's just literally what I could find myself.
I added both those two to bookmarks, and I looked back in on them this weekend when I see how much money I have left after I pay off a gun or two.
Yeah, but if you need older ammunition, pre-partisan, they make a lot of older ammunition, and it's all brass cased, so normally they're pretty good.
I'll have to roll through there sometime and see if they got any armor piercing.
I don't know if they do armor piercing. I think all they do is just full metal jacket. They might do soft point and hollow points, though. I think I've seen that.
I found some surplus full metal armor piercing, but god damn, it's about $2 a round.
Well, armor piercing is kind of expensive. It's not like 5.56, where the armor piercing is sometimes cheaper than the full metal jacket.
I might want to stop a raging truck or something. I got 20 rounds of it on hand. I like
Then just build one of those Gatling guns using SKSs.
You know, I don't really care that much for semi-auto or full auto weapons because I don't like buying ammo that much.
Well, you know, a Gatling gun is, a hand crank. You still have to put forth some effort. It's not technically a machine gun.
It's the same idea, ammo expense-wise.
Yeah, true.
And it's a heavy sumbitch to carry around.
I wouldn't want to carry that. I'll put wheels on it. There we go. I'll just roll it.
Oh, shit. My whole gun life, I should say, I've always had a love for the 30-06. Just because of the wide range of shit you can do with it.
I just wish I could find a handgun in 30-06.
Have you ever shot a 30-06 rifle?
Once or twice.
I sure as hell wouldn't want to try a handgun in that.
No, it'd be great.
I would say that there is one out there. It would be a bolt-action single shot, and I can't remember what brand it was that made those damn things. I don't know if they did 30-06, but they probably did 308. I'll have to.
So, are you using what kind of rifle are you using the 30-06 in?
Oh, I have several. I have a bolt-action Remington and a semi-auto Remington.
Hmm.
The Remington 740 is semi-auto, which is my version of the AR. I just don't need to shoot so many bullets because this one shoots bigger ones and a hell of a lot harder. I just got to get about 7 of the bad guys to line up in a straight line. I'm good.
Good luck. Straight lines are the hardest parts.
From what I've seen online, accuracy of the semi-auto is all over the board from people. I don't know. I don't know why it would be that much difference than any other. Freaking Remington barrel is a Remington barrel.
Oh no, it's Foos. No, we cannot hear you, and it is bliss.
What are we not hearing?
You know, I'm just fucking with you. But no, we can't hear you seriously. There's unmute your mic, plug it back in, do whatever the fuck you have to do. Try turning it off and on again. Foos, say something.
Hello?
There you go.
Now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Are you sure? You want to? Or you want to say something else nice, Strike?
You want us to hear you? You know, I can just go and put you on mute and not hear you, you know.
No, I just got this my computer rebuilt, and I'm just making sure everything's working
What kind of specs?
Well, I just got a new case, basically everything except new hard drive, CPU, and memory, and that's going to be coming in the next couple months. So
Nice.
I'm finally replacing the computer that I had built back in 2009. So.
Good Lord, man, why did you wait so long?
Because I didn't need it. And then Hearts of Iron 4 came out, and I needed it.
Good man. I haven't tried that yet. How is it?
I fucking love it. Let's just say right now it's 1947. I am Soviet Union because I always like to play this game as Soviet Union. I am into India. I'm all the way down up to and including Portugal. I have all of course, Germany and Italy and...
You bastard.
Yeah. But now I'm kind of getting stuck where there's no infrastructure, i.e., you know, the eastern half of India and China and all that good shit. And I'm getting...
yeah, maybe this time the nationalists will win in China.
The best part about playing that game as a Russian, you get to be killed and come back to life 26 million times.
Pretty much.
Any other group.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, for a while now, I was at war with the Axis, and the Axis, of course, was at war with me. The Allies were at war with the Axis, and I was at war with the Allies. And last I looked, I think I lost close to 5.5 million men.
Nice.
But they, like Germany, I killed I think I was 3 million of them. So.
Okay, so you're playing a game like Risk. I thought you were playing a first-person shooter. So
no,
it's like Risk.
It's actually funny.
It's more like Risk, but a lot different.
It's more like Risk, but the joke still applies.
Pretty much.
But because each soldier in that game probably represents, 1 battalion.
No, I'm Stalin.
Oh, 2 battalions.
Yeah.
But
so, hey, what are you waiting for? Why are you stalling?
Oh, jeez. No.
Thank you, hero.
Actually, right now I am priming 22-250 brass.
Yeah.
I told my buddy I'll load a bunch of them up for him, and it took us only about 2 years to work up a load for him because of scheduling conflicts. So we finally have a load set up, and I'm going to bust out several hundred for him.
You said bust out a load on your friend.
I said bust out several hundred. Jeez.
Oh, I didn't want to sell you short. Sorry, buddy.
Wow, that's just wrong. Funny, but wrong.
That's all right.
Did I mention that I'm actually sober?
You can't tell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much of a difference.
There isn't.
There shouldn't be.
It's just easier to coax you into something if you're drunk.
Fair enough.
Because drunk people like to have fun.
I like to have fun.
I love that Cyndi Lauper song, Drunks Just Want to Have Fun.
Are you sure?
Could have been slightly different.
It could have.
I am actually one of the worst at song lyrics. Many a times I've been singing along to a song when I was younger, and my brothers are like, "What the F are you saying?" And
You're not the only one.
I'll repeat it, and then they'll be like, "Oh my God, this is what they're saying."
I still do that. So
actually, I'm pretty good at knowing the lyrics now. My wife is the one who now has taken my place, and so she'll be singing along to some song, and I'll just look at her and be like, "What?"
If I think a word could be multiple different words, I always look at the lyrics. Now I'm like, screw it.
Well, she's really bad also about, she's not here, that's why I'm talking about her. Anyway.
Good man.
Run into the room and, like, swing at me into the camera right now. Ha ha. Anyway.
Well, she's not here, so.
Yeah. So she's,
But I'll text her to make sure she shows up.
Yeah. No, she's on her way home, so I don't think you talk smack that long. But anyway, she'll like totally get like the whole like you'll be singing, we'll be singing, and she'll like skip a whole verse. It's like, what the F? This is a classic song. I can't believe you went and skipped a verse. You know. Anyway, drives me nuts.
Well, she's your wife. She's supposed to drive you nuts.
Yeah.
She's a school teacher, horrible at math. Teaches math, horrible at it.
Well, you know.
That's just funny.
When you can't do, teach.
Yeah.
And I could say my brother's a math teacher. Actually, the only reason he's teaching is so he could coach high school football.
He's one of those, eh?
That happens actually to a lot of guys.
Yeah. He coaches high school football and umpires baseball over the summer. He's actually going to be doing a few low-level college games this summer. So that's cool.
Hey, college. So, Foos, guess what?
Chicken butt.
No. I bought into the panic bomb.
What'd you get?
I got some AR lowers.
Okay. That's not too bad.
No, it's
What price?
$44 a piece.
That's not bad. Is that shipped in FFL and everything?
That shipped. I did have to pay my FFL.
Now, did you have to pay per lower, or did he like go, oh, you're ordering 5, so just give me like $40?
Per lower. So it's a little costly.
That sucks ass.
I'm over it.
How the hell did this happen? I have 100 pieces. Oh, never mind. I had 100 pieces of brass in front of me, and I'm like, I had 2 more primers and only 1 more piece of brass in front of me, and I moved the piece of brass off to the side that I forgot about. because the head stamp is a little bit too big on this one.
You'll have to tell us how that works.
I hate it when the head's just a little too big.
That's what she said.
Well, shit, same here. Kind of hurts going in.
Wow. Two websites.
And the back.
Here's another piece.
There it goes. I forced it in. It's all good.
As long as it was consensual.
Oops.
Oops. Yeah.
But she was drunk and... Shit, sorry.
Oh, that's a borderline Nathan joke right there.
That's kind of why I said it.
There's the trigger.
So, next track, I'm going to be trading about 2,000 pieces of brass that I picked up off the range for about 60 pounds of lead.
Well, if you don't need the lead, that's a good deal.
No, I'm going to be...
You don't need the brass.
Yeah, I don't have a 40. Yeah, I don't have a 40. I was picking up... A friend of mine has 40, but she also has her brass. So, and she doesn't shoot that one very much.
I don't shoot my 40 very much either.
Wait, Foos, you have friends?
Imaginary ones.
Well, yeah, I figured that.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's why she doesn't shoot it very much.
Hey, look, I have a lot more respect for Foos than most of these stalker guys. He's following around a girl who shoots a 40. If she figures it out, he's dead. I have a lot more
No
respect.
shit. It's a 226 40.
Yeah.
She got from her dad, who was in the Arkansas State Police. Oh, you guys know her. You talked to her. She was the one that Tara that was on here every now and again.
I think every stalker should have to stalk a woman who likes to shoot. I think that would just be a...
Hell, I reload for her, so if she starts getting mad at me, I'll just not put any powder in, or very little powder in her ammo. Give her squibs.
You'll underload it.
Give her squibs.
No, don't give her squibs.
No, I would never do that. I don't fire.
How would she know? That carry ammo you don't make for her, stupid.
No, I don't make it. Yeah, she doesn't carry. She doesn't want to carry. But it looks like G-Web's got his dog back.
What happened to his dog?
Ran away, or he either ran away or got lost or something like that earlier today.
It realized it was living in Arizona and tried to get to another state. That's my theory.
But
G-Web's left the TV on and it saw how nice California was.
Wow.
Jeez.
Look at that. There's trees to pee on. It's not all sand.
Are you sure you're not drunk?
I'm sure. That's probably why my comments come so quickly. There's not a delay where I'm like, this is funny.
Nice. Oh, shit. It's fucking hot out. You know that?
Yeah.
Says the guy who lives in Missouri.
It proves global warming, too, that statement.
Yeah, of course. And I don't live in Missouri.
No.
No.
Where you live at?
I'm about a half an hour south of Missouri.
Oh, you don't live there. You're just near there.
Yeah.
Well,
I grew up. I the first was it 24 years of my life I was in Missouri.
I'm sorry.
I know. I got the fuck out.
What state are you in now?
Arkansas. Well, what's below Missouri?
I don't know. I don't keep up with those.
With how often the states change?
Wait,
No,
the states change?
there are just certain states that I don't care about, so I don't remember anything about them, like where they
Nathan, when did you turn into Flippy?
The only reason I know which Dakota's on top of the other is because one's north and one's south, and I could be wrong about that.
Nice.
And I don't know which Virginia is on top of the other Virginia, except one's wester than more western than the other one.
Actually, no. West Virginia is all on top of Virginia.
Why the hell didn't they call it North Virginia then, those freaking retards?
Because Virginia also kind of goes. It's not only horizontal, but it's also vertical. And West Virginia is west of the vertical part. It's stupid. I know.
Stupid. Well, it could have been worse. They could have renamed themselves like Edge, Virginia, or something retarded like that. Oh, hey, Edge.
That's perfect.
Talking about my mama.
No. We were talking about how stupid states' names were, like West Virginia and Virginia.
And Arkansas.
No, it's Arkansas, remember?
Ho, Kansas. Wait, huh?
Okay, so I've always had a question. If a man and a woman in Arkansas get a divorce, are they still brother and sister?
Yes. Well, sometimes they're cousins too.
Yeah, well, or cousins. Yeah.
Well, they're both.
Must make it awkward at Christmas. Hey, but at least they don't have to fight over where the kids go with only one set of in-laws.
Exactly.
So I tried to get my wife to, as we drove to Florida, to play the state game where you mention one thing the state is known for and one thing that's terrible about the state. Like, how do you know you're in Florida? It smells like oranges and meth.
Latin night.
So you take one thing the state is known for, Florida's known for oranges, and a terrible thing the state's known for, it's known for meth. Oranges and meth. Like Yankee says, how do you know when you're in Georgia? Anybody know this one?
No.
It smells like peaches and incest. That's a Yankee one.
How do you make a kid cry twice?
No. That is not the state game, Edge. We're playing the state game. Edge, did I ever send you an item?
Yeah, you did. I was going to ask you about that.
I totally forgot I sent you something. Well, thanks for mailing the mags.
Yeah, you did. But I was going to ask, it works great. The only thing is the cut for get a grip on it. I cannot get a grip on it, without having to dig it out because the cut. If I send it back to you, could you cut it to get more of a grip on it, like where I can get a purchase on it better?
What did I make for you?
M&P full size 9mm that you had laying around.
Inside the waistband?
Outside.
Outside. Okay, so it's going too far down.
Yeah, like when I put it on, I mean, it fits well, but but when you go to grip on it, I can't get my fingers, my lower three fingers on the grip well. I have to kind of scoop it out to grip it because the cut's a little off.
Oh, well, yeah, it wasn't even designed for that gun, so yeah. All
Thanks
right.
for telling me now.
Whatever you want to do, I can try to figure out how to modify it some way for you.
Yeah, if you can. I don't know if you could cut it.
Once they're done, they're kind of hard to manipulate.
Uh,
I mean, because the stitching. The only other option is trying to figure out a way to make it ride higher in the holster so that make it go up a little bit in the holster. Maybe I can figure something out. I don't know.
Yeah, because the 1911 one, the one you sent me the first one, that one, the angle's awesome. The purchase, the grip access, combo, you got combat grip, whatever you want to call it, is right on.
Imagine that. Holster made for the gun I've made it for works. Sorry.
You didn't tell me it wasn't for that. You said it. Oh, you did say it. Loose terms, you said it fit. That's right.
Yeah, I don't remember. I was pretty drunk when I made that one. I'm sorry. I may just make you a new one rather than jack with all that.
Yeah, I contacted Professor X and had him track down QF's dog and told him to go home.
Don't let it happen again.
Yeah, that's what I told you. I'm sorry. I can only use my celebrity status only so I can't throwing it out there like that. One-time deal. You know, it's like talking to a bald man in a wheelchair. You can read your mind.
No, tell us.
It's an interesting conversation with very little words and obscenities.
How did you stand it?
I built my own helmet, so in the process, and put it on. Yeah, there you go.
Good. Evidently, the German police killed that guy who attacked the cinema.
Were there any casualties of the civilians?
I think I heard like 20 something.
Crap.
Let me look.
Do we know what was up that guy's bum?
According to what I read, there were no casualties. There were 25 people hit with tear gas.
Okay. Yeah, it said 25 people injured. It doesn't say anything in the first couple paragraphs, so I'm assuming no one was killed because they would have been saying that all over the damn place.
He spilled sauerkraut all over the gun, and you couldn't get a good grip. Standing good grip.
Hey, Foos, check out the side chat there. We'll post that in the external. see if anybody knows where I can get a mag like that.
1911 drum mag?
Yeah.
I know they make them.
Well, they made a carbine, not a carbine, but a full auto version of the 1911 with a little, shoulder stock. I've seen it. There's an old video, long-term YouTube. I don't think it's there anymore. Where the guy has full auto.
Check the interior. Check the chat. It's plastic, but it's a 45 ACP drum mag.
You guys hear about that one store? Well, I guess it's a big dealer.
Yeah, it's out of stock too.
Out somewhere out north, sold for 30,000 ARs in 1 week.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I went to my local store and I bought that mine. I bought another lower. And man, he said we usually sell maybe 10 a month. We're selling like 20 a fucking day, or 20 or 30 a day now. Whatever they got in stock.
Good for them. They're doing business.
Yeah, well, I was shopping for uppers, and I got that Freedom upper. I really didn't like it because I love the first upper I bought from Palmetto State, which was that the premium upper with the F and barrel. And then it popped up today, and I was like, shit, that's what I want. It's $80 more, but I was like, fuck it. You know, I just canceled my first order, ordered that. That's a solid upper. Can't go better than F and barrel.
All right, check that one out. That one looks like it's in stock. $70 for a 28-round magazine.
Speaking of AR-15s, I'm building a lower right now. I decided to go ahead and build one.
I have a stripped upper that I've just put the upper parts kit on it. I don't know what gun. I still don't know what I want to build it into. And then I have a lower upstairs, and I don't want to do anything with it because I don't know if I want to go pistol or rifle or what.
Well, that lower I bought from Aero Precision, that special edition with the text cutout, after I put it all together, it won't drop polymer mags well. P-mags and the other shitty mag I have that work on all my other ARs, it won't drop them, and it kind of gets a little stuck putting them in there. You kind of have to finesse them into the mag well. I checked everything, did a lot of research, and so check if see if it'll drop a GI mag, and I have a little 10 rounder, and it does. It drops that fine. I took it back to where I bought it. They're like, yeah, there might be something out of spec, dude. And I'm like, I'm not gonna take a file to something I just bought.
I wouldn't take a file to it. I'd take a sandpaper.
Yeah, sandpaper or whatever. That's what he was. But I was like, $120, you know, in contact Arrow, and you know, have them fix it. I'm sorry. If I would have bought it for $50, $60, fine. You know, maybe I'd do some work on it, but none. You know, I'm gonna send it out to them. They're gonna fucking fix it.
I was at my local shop today, and they had a Wasser 10 for sale. I was looking at it.
They're gonna go up, man. Everybody's gonna go to fuck up.
Well, the thing is, the Wasser 10, they want like it's a Sentry and it's an underfolder. They want $600 for it.
That's not awesome, but it's not.
It's
I mean, if you wait a month or two, that's gonna be an $800 or $900 rifle.
Yeah, well. I don't have $600 on me right now. That's the problem.
Go sell your sperm.
I'm not like you, Edge. I can't get that much for it.
Go ahead and drop my name.
Okay, so I got something about AR-15s. I've been reading a lot and seeing a lot. People are coming out and saying that AR-15s are designed for illegally killing people, and there's no hunting use or self-defense reason to own one. And my retort is, if you look at the Second Amendment, the whole reason that we have those weapons, or the Second Amendment's in place, is so that we have weapons designed for war. They didn't. The people who wrote the Second Amendment didn't say weapons for hunting, weapons for putting food on the table, weapons for protecting your home from being invaded. They want us to have weapons that if a foreign army came in, we could use them to fight. That's the whole intent of the Second Amendment, or that's a big intent of it, is militia stuff kept in every home.
Right on. I mean, that was the whole design of it. That's why it's not the Eighth Amendment, the Ninth Amendment. It's right behind the First. It's if you can't have the First Amendment without having the Second Amendment. It's like, you know, it's just stupid the way people are. Oh, well, it's not that important. This and that. And I go, how the fuck did you know? I go, I mean, there's people that skydive, and I'd love to do it one of these days, maybe, but I still think it's kind of crazy. And just because I think it's fucking, you know, insane that you're jumping out a perfectly good plane and you're gonna land and you're gonna have a fucking blast doing it. And, you know, there are fatalities all the fucking time, but you don't see anybody banning skydiving or, you know, all this other shit that's dangerous for you. I mean, where does it stop? Doesn't it telling us what you can and can't do? Because I'm sorry, there's too many idiots out there that this isn't the military where, you know, they just fucking write another code or another, for their bylaws, their laws that they have, some military justice, and that just helps, you know, take that other idiot factor out. No, this is people that have freedoms. And you're going to take all that away from us because we're just too stupid, or there's a certain amount of people that are too stupid to be able to have responsibility, personal responsibility, and you know, and good sense. You know, it's retarded.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can say, oh, you have a weapon that you know the only real purpose would be to shoot and kill people, I'd be like, yeah, I do, and I hope to God I never have to do that. But the fact is in order to help maintain freedom, there has to be the potential that I'm not and you're not totally disarmed or so underarmed that we stand no chance. And then people are like, oh, you can't fight the military, they got tanks and stuff and blah, blah, blah. Why do you think the politicians want my semi-automatic so bad? Want to start taking these guns away from me? Because even though they know they have tanks and helicopters, they know that these weapons are on equal footing in good defense. You know, and that's what the founding fathers intended us to have.
Yeah, I was talking to, or not talking, going back and forth on Facebook to, you know, commenting, you know, okay, we need to stop this shit. I'm down with guns, but those rifles are just, they only have one purpose, is to kill, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, a couple people chiming in that were pro-gun on her little statement there. And I told her, you know, I had a situation once where I had this little fucking wannabe thug down the road that almost put two in him. So he had the common sense, the God sense, or fear of God to sit there and realize what was about to happen. And it didn't happen, you know. And I'm not trigger happy to shoot anybody, but it almost did happen. It was like one movement away from that shit going down, and he's walking away. You got guns, motherfucker? I'm gonna come back. Fucking shoot both of you. I'm gonna shoot both of you motherfuckers. Me and my neighbor. Shoot both of you. Me and my buddies and come back and kill all you motherfuckers. You go, really? You know, that's just stupid talking to somebody. I'm not some expert marksman, but somebody who goes and shoots all the time. Plus, you know, the whole chihuahua factor that, you know, you're saying, and if you would just left and walked away, it would have been a whole other factor as far as me accepting it. But nevertheless, I had to take the threat seriously. So what the hell do you think I had next to me in the garage where I'm sitting right now, by my side, ready to take on 5 or 6 shooters? My AR. And guess what? That's the perfect rifle to do it. Now, I don't want to advertise like people. Well, see, you prove my point exactly. No, in a defense mechanism, not in an assassination or murder. These are people that are coming to kill me. I mean, that rifle's perfectly good enough to take, you know, multiple targets on.
Well, and again, it's one of those things that if you know, as concealed carriers, we carry sidearms to protect ourselves in case of a surprise altercation. We're attacked, we're pinned in a position while other people are being attacked. We have an option then. But if there ever comes a point, and there are things that have happened throughout the years where you know a fight is coming, you don't grab your pistol. You grab your best rifle for the fight. You know what I mean? And have the pistol on, but you grab your rifle for the fight. And people go, oh, you know, we live in a civilized country, blah, blah, blah. There's lots of instances where there have been, you know, where rule of law has been suspended and bad things can happen. And knowing that you have the capability to defend your home against multiple people and or mobs is a good thing. In fact, a lot of times just carrying that rifle and looking a certain way, like Oath Keepers have done and other things, have kept what I would call criminal elements from acting.
Well, yes, we live in a polite society, but society does not dictate what human beings are capable of. So, yes, we live in a polite society, but there's a few people that don't give a fuck what society is, and will do what they want to do, how they want to do it, and attack anyone that stands in the way of getting what they want. And that's what ARs and any gun is for.
I'll give you one example I know specifically of, and I know this not only from footage, but from a Marine friend of mine who was down there in L.A. whenever the riots happened back in the day, and he talked about before they were deployed, the police and the National Guard couldn't stop the rioting, and all the places were being looted and robbed. The only places not being looted and robbed were the ones where the little Asian store owners got on the roof with their rifles and semi-automatic rifles and would fire warning shots at the looters. They wouldn't go near those stores. But again, people will say, oh, that could never happen. Do you really think with the way that our current political system is going that we can't have some type of crazy... We have riots all the time in this country now. We're so lit as a country, it's only increasing.
Yeah, we are more polarized and racial hating and hate. There's so much racial hatred going on in this country right now. It's the worst that it's been since the 60s and 70s.
Oh yeah, and again, it's, how do I say? It's interesting because the racial bigotry in the 60s and 70s was about the status quo and keeping down the other people, that trying to keep it the way it always was. Now we're experiencing the opposite, where the oppressed feel, the past oppressed feel that they have the right to come out and do things that they shouldn't do. And they have justifications. They're not going to listen to what the police say because they're mistreated, or they're not going to do this because they're mistreated. And it's racism on another end, but they're going to say, well, we've always been the victims. Well, no, that doesn't give you a free pass to be awful to people. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can't say just because the police are mean to us in our neighborhood that you have the right to burn it down to the ground. And
you know what's funny is that people keep talking, you know, for long, for the first day or two, these automatic weapons. There's only one group of folks that had automatic weapons, the SWAT team, when they went in there. And there's been conversations, I think they shut the people that are talking about it on the law enforcement side, that once all the autopsies are done, there's a good chance you're going to have several deaths that are attributed to friendly fire.
It's not that the autopsies are done. All the autopsies are done. It's once the ballistics are run on the rounds in each person, when they start looking at the rounds and figuring it out. Wait a second, we have some rounds that are in some dead people that were not from the shooter's weapon. But they're not going to do anything. It's not going to come out. But I'm sure with that many people in there, if they shot at the guy with 223s, that there's always the possibility they're going to hit people behind them.
Well, I mean,
and that's okay.
It's going to be funny whenever something happens. Well, not funny, but it's going to be crazy when something happens and they're using, the bad guys are using like 25 and 32 and 38 ACP, stuff like that. You start seeing a whole bunch of 9mm and good guys and 223s and people. I mean, it's.
Hold on. I want to say this. Those police officers who engaged that person at the beginning and at the end of that standoff, if they hit civilians, that's okay, because they were shooting at the shooter. They were trying to hit the shooter.
But if you and I do it, we'll go up for murder.
No, but I'm not talking. If you have an active shooter killing people and you engage them and you hit innocents, if you can engage him and take him out, it will come out better for everyone in the long run than not shooting at him and letting him sit there and just walk around and pump round after round into people. That's what I'm saying. People say, oh yeah, don't shoot at him if there's someone behind him. You know what? If it's an active shooter who's intent on killing all these people and emptying magazine after magazine, shoot at him. If he hits someone, that's one casualty versus the 30 that there will be if you do nothing.
Well, I mean, I talked to a guy that was a former Marine sniper as well, and a guy I know personally, and he was telling me, and it was a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek, but at the same time he's telling me, you know what, that dude did a shitty job. He's like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, I thought about it, because he was probably wearing like a, you know, some kind of chest rig where he had multiple mags. Just say he had 4 mags. 30 rounds mag, maybe, and a double mag on a flip mag on his initial in the rifle. So maybe 6 mags total. It's like 240 rounds roughly, something like that. And he said he only killed 49 people. And yeah, that sounds horrible. I'm not saying it's a good thing. He's saying, man, anybody with some serious skill set would have killed a lot more.
I was mentioning the fact that the majority of these individuals who do these things are not that well trained, and almost every single one of them does not get the proper optic for going into low light situations. I said that earlier. It's really scary, but if these guys had rolled in with EOTechs into the nightclub or into a movie theater, they would have been far more effective if they knew how to use them. I mean, I know that's ridiculous and scary, but going into black standard sights or an overpowered standard scope that comes on it for close range work or for in the dark work with that.
Did he have a red dot or did he have
and that's a good thing.
I just knew that he had a SIG MCX. I didn't know if he had a red dot or not.
Well, and again, not all red dots are created equal.
Well, that and this terrorist went and once the first couple minutes happened where everyone was scared and fearing for their life, and after they could have rushed him, he was just going through and putting people down, putting the gun to their freaking head or whatever, and pulling trigger. You don't need sights for that. It was the intimidation at first, and then he was going through and executing people.
Well, the media, the way the media is painting it is he walked in, and one starts sweep. He just cleared the room like a full auto, like he just swept the whole room. That's the way they're painting it up. All these people don't know better. They just sit there and maul them down like a chainsaw. You guys hear about that one reporter who tried to do that thing all the reporters were trying to do, where they go and buy an AR and show how easy it is, and he got his application rejected because he had a domestic violence claim against him.
Yeah. And then there was that one, and then there was another one where he had a whole bunch of DWIs or something like that, and also got denied. I think 2 of them tried to do that.
See, like the meme I saw on Facebook where it says, "Okay, your background check came back clear, sir, but before I give you this, be able to finalize this purchase, I need to see you eat some bacon."
Yeah, that'd be great. It's like, before I can sell you this gun, I need you to eat some bacon bits. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. I mean, why just go bacon bits? I'd be like, okay, here's a couple pieces. Well, of course, that'd be. If I was at the gun store, I wouldn't have any bacon left.
Problem with that is Muslims is not the only ones who don't eat pork.
Jewish as well.
Yes.
And vegetarians. Okay, put a sheep out there, and if they start going after it, not to sell them something. Wow, I thought they'd get a response from someone.
Well, there's that one meme I saw that says, why Muslims wear, or not Muslims, but ISIS wears all that garb they wear. These pants that are with straw tie or with a straw tie pants.
Whatever it's called, yeah.
Yeah, because sheep can hear the zippers.
Yep. I've seen that. I've seen that meme. Yeah, there's a bunch of memes out there. Most of them are funny.
Well, that shit the Democrats are doing at sit-in, so fucking stupid. I'm like, okay, they're not gonna cave. At one point they're gonna finally say, okay, we got it. We want you off the floor. We're gonna go ahead and pass your stupid bill or put it to vote, whatever. No.
No, it's stupid because the Senate already voted. The House could not do a damn thing without the Senate. So it doesn't matter if the House was 100% Democrat and was, and everyone voted for it. It wouldn't matter because the Senate voted them down. So it was completely stupid. And I like that one representative that came up and says either guns didn't kill these people, Muslim extremists did.
Yeah.
Terrorists did. That was awesome.
And do you know that if they didn't have the guns to blame on this, or to focus on, and we actually had to focus on this actual situation, how most Americans would be calling to kick Muslims out of this country and not let them in and to investigate all of them and do all that?
No, if it was not a gun, but let's say...
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if they didn't have a way to have the media focus this on firearms, and Americans actually stopped and thought about this Muslim extremist problem, like
it wouldn't be on the news.
Think back to World War II when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and we took every Japanese person there was and put them in. Not that it was right, but that was the normal reaction of people was, round them all up.
No.
And nobody's calling for that because they're blaming the guns. It's a distractionary tactic.
No, if it wouldn't even be it wouldn't even be newsworthy after 2 days. They'd say something. They'd say, 49 people were killed, and then a day later you wouldn't be able to hear anything. They wouldn't be talking about it because it doesn't fit their damn agenda.
What's that old saying? Not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are Muslims.
No.
There are plenty of other homegrown terrorists.
Yeah, I know, but it's just a general inclination.
I mean, I would rather live in a dangerous society and be free than live in a 100% secure society and have no freedom.
Okay, so right now, let me put it this way. Right now, I was watching a show last night, and anything that is done, let's say Twitter, you send a picture from your phone to your spouse's phone, if it gets bounced off a non-American server, let's just say that for whatever reason Google bounces your picture you send to your spouse off a London server, and then it comes back and arrives on our phone, it left the United States and is automatically taken up by the NSA in their database and stored.
Yep.
So, and I found this out because it was John Oliver talking to, he interviewed Snowden, and Snowden's like, oh yeah, we had all these, dick pics and boobs, and we email them back and forth, and people were showing it. I was like really concerned that people were doing this, but everyone did it at the NSA, all the computer people, and nobody cares about it. And John Oliver went out on people in New York, and he was asking about all this stuff, and nobody cared. And then he went out again, and he said, were you aware the NSA has a program called Operation Dick Pic, and they get pictures of your dick and look at them that you send on your phone to your girlfriend? And everyone was so pissed off about that. And it's actually real. They pull these pictures up. Like, they get them. They have them. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Because, and that is one thing that we can actually, once Americans understand what the NSA is doing, how intrusive their data gathering techniques are, they'd be like, what the F? You mean there's pictures of me on NSA databases because I sent it to someone I knew, it bounced off a London server, and they picked it up?
Yep. And the thing is, once it's out of your phone and on the internet, you have no control where the hell it's going.
And see, people think they do, but the thing is they think that, okay, because I sent it from my phone to this person's phone, the NSA can't get that. But
it's never a direct. Oh my God, yeah.
They're snatching everything in transit.
Well, not only that, but
it's encrypted.
but AT&T, like I have AT&T phone. AT&T has every single solitary text I sent, every call I sent. It's all stored. A company is not going to offer a service and not store the information used by that service. Period. I'm in the IT field. I can guarantee you that.
Well, no, I mean, you're right. What I meant to say is all these big companies are cooperating with the NSA and sending them our information.
Absolutely.
They're doing it voluntarily. Like NSA doesn't reach out and intercept this stuff in transit. Google
it's fed to them.
Bounce it off a London server, sends it to the damn NSA.
Oh, no, I bet you. These companies don't even wait till it's out of the country. I guarantee they have programs and sniff.
Just a program pipeline that feeds it directly to the NSA, because they're not doing it one at a time, not with billions of pieces of data. They're just sending all their data in there. That's why the NSA needs that giant facility with all the massive.
Yeah, and not only that, but I guarantee there's sniffing programs they'll go through and hit keywords and automatically send, like, a conversation of everything from your phone, every data transmission, not only texts, not only cell phones, but any internet searches, and any games or whatever, all that data. I guarantee they'll send the past 2, 3, 4 days, maybe even up to a week or something like that, to the NSA. I guarantee it.
You guys just need to stop taking pictures of your dicks.
That's why anytime I send a dick pic, my face isn't in it.
I have a copyright tattoo on mine.
That's all right. If you
I got the C with the circle around it, and then I got the TM on the other.
Oh wait. This is really sad. Right when you said that, Edge put a really long link in the internal, so I really don't want to click it.
Look, that link has to be a picture of my crank, because that's how long it has to be.
That's why you married an Asian woman.
Oh, wait. That is actual size.
Well, I mean, everything looks larger with an Asian woman.
Remember that movie? Was it the Corruptor with Mark Wahlberg and that guy's telling, I bet you had that Asian girl, you thought, her little hands, her dong would look fucking huge, and that, let me tell you, not every Asian man, was a Chinaman or whatever, is hung like a rice noodle. Let me show you.
Dude, and
back to the NSA. So
got a picture of the NSA building here in San Antonio. It's called a Looking Glass, if I understand.
Well, what I was going to say about the NSA is not that what they're doing is legal, because it's not legal. It's against the Constitution. But if they're going to break the Constitution, instead of them sucking up every single piece of information on the internet and trying to sift through all that information, if they're going to be breaking the Constitution, I would rather them go all the way and just really, really surveillance every person who moved here from a Middle Eastern country within their lifetime, even if they're an American citizen or not. If you're going to break the Constitution, you might as well focus in on a group and try to do some good. Because right now, you can't find anything in that massive pile of hay you got.
Right.
Well, America's a melting pot. I have no problem with that. We're a country founded of immigrants, but one thing, everybody comes to America is, hey, you're going to be American. You're not leaving you're leaving the woes of the country you left, hopefully to start a better life. And yeah, there's they have like Chinatown and Little Italy and some other places, and the Vietnam and so on, so where they make a community,
But they've assimilated as well. Yeah, Christians will end up living together, and Baptists will end up living in the same damn areas. It's just you move next to like-minded people.
Exactly, but my point is that you don't hear the outcry of Muslims supporting Christians moving to do work for whatever reason, humanitarian needs or missions or whatever. When they go to Iraq or Iran and they're over there doing stuff for Pakistan, and they're not complaining about the fact that they have to sit there and wear all these clothes to fit in with the locals because they don't want to upset the mullahs or the local guys that are in charge of the mosque and whatnot, and upset their religion, which is very easy to ruffle their feathers. There's no outcry for why can't they get any support? Why can't we work with these countries to them to feel at home and not have to they can put up a Christmas tree without pissing on people and this and that. And there's no outcry. It's a one-way street. When they come here and it's fine. Come here and and have your own ceremonies and do whatever it is. Have your own culture. But the fact is that you live in America now, and America's not going to turn into Iraq or Iran or Pakistan or Yemen.
You cannot like a group of people. That's perfectly fine, but you have to be tolerant of them.
Okay, so hold on. I want to speak a little bit to this in the idea that there's in America there's Christianity. There's also Jewish people. Christians and Jews get along. We've never really had a massive conflict. There's Buddhists. We've never had a massive conflict with Buddhists. There's Hindus. Another thing is very, very peaceful religions. They come here and they do their religion and they live here. Now the problem that arises is Christo-Judean ideas and concepts and Muslim faith and concepts, in Islam, are contradictory in essence, because if you analyze both and see what they say, they're coming from very highly different perspectives, and they're by their nature not able to coexist and mesh so well together, as opposed to other religions which kind of live and let live. And I think that's a big problem. That's why when Christians go to other Muslim countries, they're afraid for their lives. They're afraid that their opinions will get them killed.
And they're right. And they're right.
And they're right, because they do get killed.
But there's no outcry or support. It's just like, okay,
my point is that when you have two lifestyle forces like that are so incredibly hostile to each other, you're going to run into problems like we're having.
Well, if you think about it, way back in the day, if you were a Christian and you came across people that weren't Christian, they weren't going to become Christian, you were supposed to kill them back in the Middle Ages and crap like that. So Christianity evolved into being nice. It wasn't always nice.
And I have to say, Christianity started off nice, had a dark period in the Dark Ages, and now has gone back to being relatively nice. But that just because in the Dark Ages and the Crusades they took it to extremes, like currently there are a lot of extremist groups in the Muslim area.
There's extremists in any area.
There are extremists anywhere, but there were high extremists during the Crusades. There were extreme Christian extremists during the what was it called when they used to torture everyone? Crap.
Inquisition.
Yeah, the Inquisitions. Yeah, the Inquisitions, which was to their own people. So there will be religious fanatics and stuff like that go on periodically throughout the ages, but if you kind of look at, so where the Christian and Muslims have never meshed ever anywhere. See what I'm saying? For 2,000 years, these two religions have been at odds continuously. We've never been allowed in their countries to preach our word and to convert them. We do allow them into America and other countries that are first world countries because we have rules against not persecuting against religion. But that's not a two-way street.
Quick question. So, if I get this right, if you're not Muslim, you deserve to die, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Basically, in the Muslim faith, if you're not Muslim, you deserve to die. Basically, right?
Well,
What? I mean, I know that Muslims and Christians have been at each other's throat for hundreds and thousands of years. What about Muslims and Buddhists, or Muslims and whatever? You never hear fighting. I mean, I'm wondering if they clash like Christians and Muslims.
Well, there's places like India where there's Hindu, Muslims, and Buddhists, and there's so many people and everything. There are conflicts there too. In fact, there are Muslim attacks and stuff like that. But in India, that is like the only country I can think of that has high population where they've mixed 3 religions, and they pretty much all get along. It's just a kind of a third world country and a mass of humanity there, which again, but if you know, Hindus tried to go to Iraq or Iran or any of the other completely Muslim countries, they would not be allowed to spread their religion there. They would be run off, converted, or whatnot. And here's another interesting fact. To my knowledge, if I wanted to go and become a Muslim, like go to a country and like try to become a Muslim and didn't marry into it, I don't think they allow me to. I mean, I could be wrong on that, but I don't think I could convert willingly to that religion outside of America.
You don't got the beard.
You know, I would not be accepted. They are not into. They're into forcing the people who are born into it to be born into it, but they are not accepting new recruits.
They had that kid.
Like taking people and saying you're a Muslim and you don't have a choice.
They had that kid Azim from California that went over there and was one of their superstars for a little while until he got killed.
He was a joke. They all said he was, you know, like a wannabe, and they just kept him around for publicity and stuff. They never seriously accepted that kid, from what I've heard. He always wanted to be a wannabe.
They kept him around for cannon fodder.
Yeah. But I mean, there's a guy Walker that got picked up in that, and when they finally were done fighting that one battle, and at the end, you know, when they captured him, they realized he was a white guy. Something Lynn Walker.
So let's kind of just look at their daily life. They pray a lot. They're very devout, which no problem there. They cover their women so that to remove temptation. A lot of these places, if a woman goes and has an affair, she most likely will be killed or imprisoned. Women are traded or contractual, typically in marriage, you know, which again, a lot of places for centuries and thousands of years have treated women like property for marriage. We don't do that here in our country anymore, but that happens all over the world and has forever. And
it does happen in our country with some religions.
When you get divorced, you lose half your property, so there's property involved.
Yeah, it's we have a kind of a weird form of marriage here, which it's kind of like the prince princess like fairy tale marriage is what we're buying into now. But anyway, so
yeah, we buy
on a daily basis.
We pay them to go away.
Most countries that are totally or pretty much completely Islam. Women are property. Women don't have rights. Women have to be covered. You know, and they have all these rules about them. And it's through their religion that they oppress them and make laws. It's through the religion. It's from their religious leaders saying it's okay to oppress these women and do this. So you're starting with a.
The wife's home. She started yelling.
Sorry, I think my wife. But anyway,
yeah, we heard her yelling.
With the religion where they oppress 50% of the people automatically, and the oppression goes into more than that than just oppressing women. There's oppression built into the whole society and whole religion is oppression, basically.
Yeah, Ninja moved like that, man. He just moved. You didn't see
Yeah, I
him moving.
mean, you heard his wife in the background.
Talk about when he disappeared from that chair. It was like one screen later, and he's
Well, I
gone.
mean, it's like, you come home and your pet is somewhere in the house. As soon as you open that door, boom, it's gone because he knows it's getting food. So same thing with Nathan. I just feel like being an ass tonight for some weird reason.
There you go.
Well, I put a new leash on, or new collar on the baby girl, but I think I'm going to take it back off.
Aw.
These things are a little too pointed. I'm going to have to file them down a little bit.
Oh, gotcha. So did you get your FN sent off?
Not yet. I still haven't contacted FN yet to find out the exact. If all I have to do is throw it in a box and everything. Yeah. See how
Oh wow, yeah, that was pointy.
ground down that one is.
CDNN was having those FN 40s with the lessons for like $2.99 or $3.99.
Yeah. Yeah,
And I
they
was
got
like,
them pretty cheap.
well, I was like, because I was wondering, if you buy one like that, can you, I don't really care for 40 with the lesson. Can you swap it out to 9, barrel conversion?
You probably could. You just got to buy a barrel.
Yeah, an OEM barrel, maybe some parts, maybe extractor, pusher.
Yeah, a lot of times it's more than just a barrel. Has PE been on much lately?
Not much.
What about Stone Guys? Did he get really indicted?
What?
Stone Guys, did he get indicted or something?
Maybe.
For about a year now.
Let's just say that's one hell of a doghouse.
What? You still talking about some guy?
Yeah.
Maybe his wife started listening and got pissed.
She probably got pissed because he's in the chats all the time. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate, but sometimes real life takes precedence.
Absolutely.
So I went back to the store. It's actually the same place I picked up the collars, but they finally had the Arms Corps 40 Smith and Wesson back in stock. So I picked up another 300 rounds of it.
Right on. You still liking that gun?
Oh hell yeah! I'm half tempted to get the base plate extensions and extended springs and do all 5 magazines.
Still haven't shot in competition, have you?
Nope. There's one coming up July the 2nd.
Do it. I gotta shoot on the 2nd as well.
Matter of fact, let me double check. I wanted to look because they also do IDPA. That's why I was asking about the rules on it. Make sure that's not this weekend. Come on.
Yeah, if I want to, I'd go to 2 matches this weekend. But we had some new hires and interns at the office, and I'm taking a couple of them shooting on Saturday. And I didn't even realize that a new range was opening up, and it's their first match on Saturday, and kind of kicking myself in the ass for not going to it. I had these other plans, or else I'd be going both, having a match both days.
All right. Sorry about that. I guess my main point is, especially where they're having all these people come in as refugees into Europe, they're finding out really hard that these people who are running away from when somebody works really hard to come to your country and spends money and works really hard to get out of their country and come to your country, that's usually pretty cool because they will assimilate. But when they're running away from their home country because things are so awful, they have no interest in assimilating. They're running away, and when they arrive in your country, they're going to band together and try to live their life the way they've always lived it. They didn't have to work for it, and that's a big problem they're having in Europe right now, is they're finding all these people who come in have no interest in being European. And, and when you're coming from the standpoint of you're running a religion where you oppress all the women and cover them up, and you, if you were to speak out against religion, say, I don't, what do you think happens in Iraq or Iran if you come out and say, I don't agree with what the clerics are saying? Well, you're right.
Well, I mean, when you move to a country freely, you will most likely assimilate. But if you're pushed here, you're not going to. You're going to try to make it back, make it the other way. And that includes, coming over the southern border. I think they're pushed here because of their economic and what's happening down in Mexico.
Well, okay, so I don't have a problem with the people from Mexico coming here.
If they come here legally, I don't.
Well, okay, well, what I'm saying is Mexico and Texas, because I'm a Texan, have had a porous border since before we took Texas away from Santa Ana and Mexico. We've always had people come back and forth across. And to be honest with you, a person who illegally comes here from Mexico can come here, go to the Mexican consulate, get a consular card, can then turn around with their consular card and their federal electoral card from Mexico, go down and walk into the Department of Public Safety and get a Texas state ID with a state trooper standing 5 feet away from them. So you're telling me they're an illegal alien and we're giving them state IDs 2 weeks after they get here? It's ridiculous. We want them here to put our roofs on and to cook our food and to do all that stuff. To say that we need a wall to keep them out, it's a supply and demand issue. That's ridiculous. They're welcome. They've always been welcome. It's just political pandering.
I just wish they'd come here legally. Like, everyone says, yeah, we're a nation of immigrants. If you don't think that we should allow immigrants in, your grandparents or whatever shouldn't be here. My viewpoint back to that is saying my grandparents and great-grandparents came here legally with whatever laws there were. Granted, there wasn't much. You came here and you worked and you had kids and they were citizens. But that was the law back then. You should come here legally. Just like if I want to, let's say I want to go over to Germany and work or live or whatever, I would have to do that legally. I just couldn't go there, rent an apartment, and start living there.
Oh, you most definitely could if you were retired and had income coming in and just were not working there.
Yeah.
They like that. All countries will accept you. All civilized countries will accept you if you want to go live there and bring your money and just spend money there and live off your retirement. But
Right.
as far as coming over on boats, up until I think 1918, you just came to America. Anyone who wanted to came to America on a boat, and they let you in, and they had no problem with it. But then they started taxing us and redistributing money. And when the government started taking our money and redistributing it, that's when they created an immigration policy. Because as soon as they started taking money away from people and then giving it to the people they wanted to, they realized, well, we're going to get flooded with people who want freebies. And that's why they created an immigration policy. So anyway, but the Mexico-U.S. border has always been porous, always has. I don't see that it'll ever change. And that's just one of the things you have to accept when you border another country. I mean, you can't lock out the Canadians. In fact, we don't mind the Canadians coming over. Why do you think that is?
Because they don't come here and try to make us Canada.
They come here and they come here and they have jobs here, and we value them and let them take their money back to Canada. And we got people who cross the border. and work
But
in
do they come here legally?
Yeah, and here's the thing. They come across the border with their border crossing cards, and we have plenty of people from Mexico come across and with their border crossing cards and work and go
And
back.
that's perfectly fine if they're legal.
Yeah.
I have no problem with anyone coming here if they come here legally. That's
Well-
the thing. If you want to work and live in this country and you don't obey the laws to get to this country, I have a big issue with that.
We have the ability to legally bring in for citizenship. We've allocated, I think, 150 to 200 thousand a year people from Mexico. There are currently 29 million people from Mexico living here. Okay, so that kind of tells you that we have a demand in our economy for this labor, but we don't have an immigration policy to accept this. And that's where the breakdown is. You're trying to fight supply and demand. There are jobs here that they can come and get that need to be filled, and those monies can be sent back to their family and they can create a better life here. There's opportunity and there's demand. If you really want to stop illegal immigration, you have to go after the people who employ the illegal immigrants. That is the only solution. Building a wall will not keep people out. They will dig under it. They will climb over it. As long as they have jobs and a chance to better their lives, they will come to America.
Yeah, and we have a up here. We have chicken farm. Okay, fuck it. We have chicken farms up here where I live.
Yep.
And
the legal Mexicans work on them.
illegal Mexicans work on it. And the government
Because if
comes
those
in.
Mexicans were American citizens, they would demand twice the pay.
Yeah. So illegals work on them. I'm not going to say just illegal Mexicans because it's all. I mean, there's other nationalities working there as well. So, but illegals and the government comes in 2-3 times a year, says, hey, ships them out, and I've seen people getting on U.S. marked buses and getting shipped out, and a few weeks later they're back. The company gets fined, but it's cheaper for the company to pay the fine 2, 3, 4 times a year than it is to have an American worker there that would pay that they would have to pay more in benefits and all that stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, like where I live, we have hail damage on our roofs, and most roofs, like my roof's not that big, it costs about $6,000 to replace that roof. You know, and you're looking at materials, labor, blah blah blah, and then houses are being built around here. If they didn't have this source of cheap labor and had to pay well enough to hire American citizens, it would double, if not triple, the price of roofs and houses and such in this country. Nobody wants that. The builders don't want it, the consumers don't want it, and the politicians can pander all they want, but the truth is, they don't want that to happen. If Trump successfully built the wall and put up machine gun nests and didn't let any of them in and kicked the rest of them out, it would ruin our economy. It would be catastrophic to economics the way it is. Everything would increase so much in price, and we would go into a Great Depression as we adjusted back to a new norm. But I mean, it's a moot point. It's like the whole bathroom issue thing. Okay, or do we have people standing in bathrooms saying, "Okay, drop your pants. I want to see what you got. Show me your license." It's unenforceable. It's ridiculous they're even making laws about it. It's stupid.
Agreed.
It's idiotic.
Fully agree.
And another idiotic thing is gun control. Okay, how do you control guns? Cannot be controlled. There's a supply and demand issue. If you stop producing or allowing the sale of firearms in the United States, they will be illegally imported and brought into people who a criminal element, because there's a supply and demand issue. You can't get an AK-47 in Paris legally, but you can buy an AK-47 in Paris. You know what I'm saying? Supply and demand will not follow laws, you know, and that's what people can't understand. They think that these new laws, if they get enacted, will do something. They won't do anything at all. They'll have no beneficial effects. They'll just kind of change the way things work and function. So, I mean, it's ridiculous. We have government who wants to put laws in that they know won't do anything.
Yep, Congress wants to put more laws in that to validate their
jobs.
Their jobs, thank you. And they know that their laws aren't going to do shit, but they put them in there anyway just to validate.
And the vast majority of laws that get passed and go into effect are backed by people who have some type of profitability margin some way. So,
of course,
if you look at our prison system and all these marijuana laws, it's because you can house a pothead and make the best profit off a pothead.
Absolutely.
A psychotic killer is very low profit margin because he takes so much more to jail him. He's much more costly.
And he's violent and everything, so he will then go ahead and...
Bigger bars, better facilities for maximum security. Minimum security potheads, you get almost the same money for them out of the prison system, and you have to pay 1/3 the cost to house them, or if not less.
Yeah.
So, again,
it costs more to house a violent criminal, so they kick him out on the street to have us deal with them, and they'll keep the potheads because they're chill. I mean, they're not going to do anything.
Well, okay, so here's something. President Obama was a community organizer in Chicago. Chicago right now is having a horrible problem with murders and stuff. You have a problem where the police aren't willing to go down into certain neighborhoods anymore, so the thugs are going rampant. and the cops aren't chasing people down and catching them because they're afraid they're going to be the next cop on YouTube who used too much force or shot some kid, that they were chasing that they thought had been and didn't, and then
or be dead themselves.
Yeah, and then on top of that, if you're a drug dealer in a gang and get caught with a gun by the police, you go to a year, maybe a year and a half at Cooks County. Okay, if Obama simply went to the the Attorney General and said, "I want Chicago cleaned up. I want any drug dealer caught with a gun to suffer felony federal gun charges." So what do you get then? Okay, so instead of going to Cooks for a year and a half, they get brought in, they get busted for the gun charge, for illegally possessing a gun, they get tacked on a new minimum add-on to their sentence for being a known gang member, and then for having drugs on their person, they get another additional thing. So they're in federal prison for 10 plus years. He could clean up Chicago in 2 years just by bringing in federal prosecutors and prosecuting these guys that are already being busted by the local police. He could take the gang members off the streets if he chose to. But instead, he told his prosecutors not to focus on violent gun crimes, to go after people like us, legal purchasers of guns or non-criminal elements trying to catch us doing something illegal with guns. The focus is on us, not on the bad people. And so now Chicago's the Wild West.
Literally.
Yeah. Some boroughs you wouldn't even go down into because you wouldn't survive.
Yep.
But again,
You see that in the side, Foos?
No. What is Action Pistol? I'm not sure.
I know what Safe Action Pistol is. That is Glock.
The Action Pistol is the matches this weekend.
I would like y'all to know that I'm going to be coming out with a new pistol that is a Safe Action pistol.
It's an NRA sponsored one.
My pistol will be Safe Action. It will also be fair and balanced. And
Check this out, Pink.
I'm trying to think of all the other stupid double entendres that.
Oh, that was Bianchi cut. Never mind. Sorry.
Just because I love it how Glock calls them Safe Action pistols, because they're so not. It's just a marketing ploy, like fair and balanced.
Yeah. Hey, Pink, just go there and roll up there and say, "Hey, I want to shoot. I don't know the rules," and just go. They'll teach you.
All right, guys. I got to work tomorrow. I'll catch y'all later.
Later.
All right. You have a good
See
night.
you, man.
Ed, you doing a chat tomorrow?
He's gone.
Damn it. Probably got hungry.
He usually does it.
Yeah. Okay. Catch y'all later.
Later.
See you, man.
Yeah, just go there, roll up, and shoot.
Well, from what I'm reading, Action Pistol. Let's see. It's either 38. Was it? Where did I read that? 38 Super or 9mm.
That's it?
See, most common caliber used in NRA Action Pistol is 9mm. This is closely followed by 38 Super as well as 38 Special. There's a power factor in NRA Action Pistol. The power factor is 120,000.
Okay.
Most, if not all, factory ammunition has no problem making power factor.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
I tell you what, though, that Rock Island shooting at 40, it's a smoother shooter than that long slide.
Heavier. Is that a bushing gun or is it a bull barrel?
Yeah,
Bushing?
bull barrel. Bull barrel.
Oh, bull. Okay. Well, yeah, that's a lot of weight. Is it a full dust cover or half?
Yep. Full dust cover.
Yeah, it's a lot of weight up there. And I got out and shot. I got new sights. Okay, so I went out and I got wider front sights for my CZs, and I ordered some, and I ordered like 1.175 inch sights. I'm like, okay, I have adjustable, so I can put it on there. And I did it, and I was shooting a little high, and I was worried that my hammer would hit my rear sight because I was adjusted down so much. So I went and got taller sights, and I was going to send the ones back. Getting them off, I had to basically break the freaking Dawson sight to get it off. So that was a waste of
crap.
That was a waste of almost $80. But I got it dialed in now. Got them both dialed in. So. So I went out and shot about 150 rounds.
Yeah, let me send you.
How's it going, Wayne?
This is a PDF that I had found.
Okay, courses of fire. Oh, so there's only 17. Okay. There's only 17 different stages.
They actually mentioned FNs in the for like the production out of the box pistols.
Well, you could also use
Glock, F&H, Smith & Wesson.
Well, you could also use your Rock Island in the metallic division.
Yep.
Basically, that's limited. It looks like. Ammunition. Of course, production, is going to be 9mm.
Yep.
So they don't have. Okay, so looks like there's only one power factor.
If I use production division, I would have to get a new holster.
Why is that?
Because production, you have to just read that. You must use a for production.
You kind of broke up there. What was that?
I said for production division, it says you must use the standard top draw.
Okay. What kind of holster do you have for that? Your FN?
Shoot. I don't have. Crap! I don't have one for the FN. I didn't buy one because I bought the one for the Rock Island.
Okay. Well, you can use that Rock Island the way you have it set up.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because I haven't modified anything, just the magazines.
I would just shoot that Rock Island, so screw it. If you have ammo, of course.
I bought 900 rounds this past week. I should have enough.
I don't know. Whenever I get to shooting, 900 rounds will last a week, if that. So it looks like you're just shooting for points. Yeah. Okay. You either have a tombstone or an all black target.
And it said both paper and metal.
Steel,
Is that what it
probably.
said? Yeah, steel.
I'll have to follow the score.
The paper targets are different. They're the ones with the numbers on it.
Right. Yeah, so it's kind of like a bullseye thing. That'd be difficult for me because I'm so used to aiming up about right about the eight range.
Right.
That's where I basically I shoot for the heart. Speed plate made. Oh, so the speed plate, that's probably like a plate rack.
Okay.
Something like that. Or like a steel challenge. Says 4 of the 5 targets must be knocked down. Score, and 5th is a stop plate. Must stop the clock. So yeah, that's a lot like your steel challenge. Yeah. I got rid of my cable box, and now I'm like constantly looking to see what time it is on a non-existent cable box. Got rid of it yesterday. I'm always looking up there like, crap. I need to put a clock up on that wall again.
That might be something to check out.
That's funny. Do you follow Uncle Sam's Misguided Children on Facebook?
I don't follow them. I usually see whatever you guys share, though.
All right, well, I'm going to show you. There you go. It's a good one. I think I'm going to get off here, too. I've been staying up late past a few minutes, and I'm going to try to get some decent sleep tonight.
Okay, man.
Catch you later.
Okay, man. Have a good
It's so fucking hot. It's somewhere between 85 and 88 right now.
Was it human?
What was that? Humidity is 61%. Yeah, it says it's 84, but it feels like it's 88. Let me tell you, I'm inside and it motherfucking feels like it's hotter than 88. Granted, it's summer, so what the fuck? That's the way it's gonna be. Ain't no reason fucking crying over spilt milk, I guess. Shit is what it is. But it's fucking hot. That's all I was trying to relate.
Let's see, it's 71 degrees
Oh, that would feel pretty
right
nice.
now.
Yeah, but it's
I don't
also.
know, can you guess the humidity?
I was gonna say, but what? It's like 10:30, 11:30. Okay.
11:30.
Okay, so 11:30, 71 degrees. You're in some part of Ohio. I'm gonna
Can
go.
you guess the humidity?
So I'm working on it, man. I'm doing some of that Midwest math. The abstract fucking word problem here. Now I'm gonna guess that it's high, and if it's 71, I'm gonna go with you got 80%
Yeah.
humidity.
A little bit higher.
No shit. 85%.
Yeah, it's not 96.
Fuck. It might as well fucking rain then. I mean,
I
you
know.
know what I'm saying? If it's gonna be like that, please just fucking rain. Ugh. Fuck. Yeah, whatever, right? Crying about the weather, they didn't fucking do nobody no good.
Yeah, I know.
No, that does make me
Let's
want
see what it's supposed
to
to be
have
tomorrow.
some different air conditioning solutions, though. I will tell you that much. Let's see. Tomorrow it is supposed to be. Oh, it'll be humid like it is, and should be basically the same. Fucking hot. Not crazy though. Says it'll be 85, but if it's 84 and feels like 88, so that'll feel like 90 tomorrow, I bet. With about maybe a little higher humidity. And plus, I'm in a relatively dry spot on the island, but when the island gets actually humid, it's pretty much humid fucking island wide. Because I mean, that's just the way that rolls.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 83 tomorrow. 50% humidity. Well, 57. I'm sorry. Damn, it's where it goes in the night, the higher the humidity is.
Yeah, because you got like semi-overcast or something, partly cloudy.
Probably.
Yeah, so that fucking cloud cover's gonna act like a goddamn blanket. Excuse me for swearing. Sorry.
Yeah, not gonna hurt me.
Well, I don't need to exactly spontaneously combust either. I mean, I may feel like it, but I don't need to. Well, 3 of those things got fucking signed today in Hawaii.
Ooh.
So I'm seriously contemplating trying to find a new job. It's a lot to think about, though, man.
On the mainland?
Yeah. I mean, is it worth moving just over that? Now, I say just over that. This crowd, I'm going to hear hell yeah and all that, and I understand. But, you know, you got to weigh the things here. It's like, other than the cost of living, this is a great fucking place to live. I'm not going to lie. I ain't going to sugarcoat it. It's fucking gorgeous. You know, for the most part, people are pretty fucking
Great scenery.
cool. Yeah, people are pretty fucking cool. Some of the attitudes are a little relaxed around here. But man, it's been happening for the past few years, and I've been looking at this potential move for a few years now. Ever since basically my wage has been getting left in the dust for what the cost of living is here. Like it used to be, I used to be ahead, and then I got to hanging in there above water, right? And now it's pretty much past it. Like I'm making it, but that's only because I got hustle, you know.
Yep.
Fucking making shit happen. And now with this other stuff, I'm just kind of contemplating, well, is this the little spur that I need to check out other places? I've been in contact with a few friends already today since then. Talked to somebody in Vegas and talked to somebody in Texas already today. A few people in Texas. And
I was going to say, you got a lot of contacts in Texas.
I got a couple, but let's be real, man. I got a few, as in a couple, that I can count on. And like everybody else is like acquaintances, you know? But I definitely got a couple that I know that I definitely got a few I can count on.
Well, your grandchild, or godchild, is in Texas, isn't she?
Correct. Yeah, but she's already like, I mean, I need to be there, don't get me wrong, especially now more than ever, because she's like getting to be like 13, so she almost already don't even need me around, but that don't mean shit. If I need to put the fear of God in somebody, I need to actually be there to do so. Reasonably so. Reasonably so. And I know somebody was talking about Michigan too the other day, and I'm like, man, I just don't think I can go back. I don't think. I mean, okay, that's a stupid way to put it. I'm a fucking grown ass man. Of course I could fucking go back. Let's be fucking real. If you fucking have the will to do something, you pretty much can accomplish it within reason. Or you need to figure out what the tools are necessary to accomplish a set job, right? No, I'm not saying I can full time.
I mean, after living without the snow for that long, I don't know if I can go back.
Man, it's been 22 plus years, bro.
Yeah, your blood's so thinned out right now that once it hit 50, you'd be.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Shivering.
I like those temperatures though. Like fucking pants, shoes and socks, like long sleeve, maybe even a jacket. Because like right now, I don't even have my fucking flip-flops on. I'm literally sitting in here in a pair of cargo shorts. Going, man, this is almost too much clothes.
And see, if it was 50 here, we'd be sitting in shorts and a t-shirt going, man.
That's what I'm saying. I might have shoes and socks on, you know, but maybe a long sleeve shirt. Like, I can dig it, dude. I've worn shorts in 50-degree weather before, but like you just said, though, man, it has been an amount of time, so it would definitely be tougher.
Yeah, I just don't think I can leave that collar on her.
What you talking about?
I get the kids new collars.
I saw you had a spiked one earlier.
Yeah, I went. They've been wearing the single spike collars that I had for the Rottweilers when they were puppies.
Right. Oh, just a single line basically on the collar itself.
Yeah, and they're dull spikes. And when I went and picked up ammo today, the place sells, you know, all kinds of farm equipment and all kinds of stuff, and They actually had the dual row spike leather.
No, are
collars
they
for the
sharp
dogs.
and pokey or
Oh
just?
my God, they are sharp.
Well, man, I don't
I'd
really
have to
know that
file
that's
them
good.
down.
Yeah, or just sand them down, maybe. I guess a little. I don't know. I mean, it's not like it's an actual war dog, right?
Right. It's more or less just bling for them. All 4 of the Rottweilers had dual row spikes.
Well,
Of course,
let me
those were all
just.
dull, but
I was gonna say, but that promotes a certain picture in one's mind too. Seeing several dogs with those collars, let alone them being Rottweilers, that's gonna provide a certain level of emotion and excitement in whoever is going to be witnessing that, especially if they happen to be coming at them.
yep.
Because what Cujo wasn't a Roddy, but they did do one of those types of movies with the Roddy being the bad guy.
Yeah, he's a genetically modified
Right.
Rottweiler.
But what was the name of that? Any idea? I'm gonna look
I can't
for it.
remember.
I'm gonna look for it right now.
Because he had genes of all different wildlife in him.
And like I can remember, it's gonna take you back, the VHS cover, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I can remember him chasing that cat up in a tree. Cat was sitting there laughing at him. Next thing you know, his claws get longer, and he climbs up the tree and pretty much goes snake on the cat and swallows it whole.
Now, we're not actually talking about the movie Rottweiler from 2004. We are talking about something else, right? Like from the 80s or 90s, right? I swear. Yeah, so the first 10 of them are Dogs of Hell. No, that's Pack of Rottweilers. That's from 83.
Man's Best Friend.
There you go. Good job.
Yeah, I knew what it was when I saw the title pop up.
I've definitely had a few friends over the years that have had Roddies, man. And I guess I've been fortunate or whatever that I was either good friends with the owner or what have you, but I've always gotten along with them like fantastically. Like they were my little buddies too, you know. And I say little buddies, but fucking 120-pound dog, man. Like at least 90, you know, and that was when they were young.
See, I think my lightest was 110 pounds. When 110, 120, 100, anywhere from 140 to 150, then the oldest was 179.
That's a big motherfucker.
And he was probably the most gentle.
Well, he probably lived long enough and knew that, hey, man, I could fuck some shit up if I ain't paying attention. I mean, that's kind of how I go through life half the time. I could fucking fall on somebody and break them. I got to be careful.
Sitting here and looking at the PC people who are like this also like these movies, and I'm looking at all these different movies from that time period.
Oh, wait a minute. You got a link?
Yeah.
Thanks. Let's see. If you like this, you liked what? Alligator? Give me a break. Bad Moon. Bad Moon was okay. It was a bad movie, don't get me wrong, but it was okay. Ghost and Machine, is that? That's not even the anime. Sugar Hill. Yeah, that wasn't New Jack City, but it was pretty good. Man, Day of the Animals, I think.
I don't even remember that one.
Man, I swear I should, but chemically imbalanced forest. Yeah, that'd be pretty fucked up. The Dentist. Might have seen that just because I watched a lot of crap back then. We are talking like the 80s and 90s. Let's see. Leprechaun, you know I seen that.
Yeah.
Maniac Cop, I definitely seen that. Fear.
House.
I probably saw that once. House of what?
My list has House on Haunted Hill.
Definitely saw the shit out of that a few times.
And it also has The Guardian.
Yeah, The Guardian, that's 90, what is that?
1990.
Have a baby boy named Jake to hire a babysitter. Look after Jake. Takes a liking. Oh, yeah. Never mind. What was it? Oh, and Dr. Giggles, that was like the dude from LA Law. But it was like a dumbass fucking movie, if I may say. At least Maniac Cop was a dude with a super huge jaw. Bad Moon, I swear. I've seen that one a few times.
I 100% thought you were going to say dick instead of jaw.
What? Not me, bro.
You're like, it has that dude from Maniac Cop who has a super big jaw.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I mean, did you ever see Maniac Cop?
No.
Like, that dude literally has a super big fucking jaw. Like, I mean, kind of like something's wrong with the poor guy. Like, his jaw makes his skull, like, too large. Like, there's literally, like, I ain't saying it's a defect or something like that, but it's kind of a defect.
Also, what the fuck is, what's his face talking about? DB.
I don't know.
Who
I
left?
didn't know. Who left? Who
He
what?
said
What?
someone left the union or whatever.
Oh, fucking Great Britain may have.
Yeah. Spot Gold is going crazy. Kitco just took down their website for maintenance because I think they're getting blasted.
They're getting pounded. Yes, I believe he's saying that Great Britain left the European Union, I think. Or at least they voted to, I guess.
Yep. Well, so this.
But you know what I say?
What do you say?
Fuck them. Right in their gun-hating pussies.
Well, not all the people hate guns, just the politicians.
Well, who's in charge over there?
The politicians?
Today it looks like the people are in charge for the first time.
Well,
so congratulations for that.
I don't ever remember them overthrowing the monarchy at any point in time. That was France, if I remember right.
I
never trust them froggy bitches, let me tell you.
This was a vote of people that just were sick of their politicians.
The French really don't like fucking powdered wigs.
Well, that's the thing. Motherfucking Frenchie will cut you. Motherfucking Frenchie.
Makeup, powdered
cut
wig,
you.
shaving. Nah, they're not about any of those things.
Shaving with a motherfucking guillotine, straight razor, shit like that.
Oh.
Okay. FT Ideas says gold is 1356. All right, and
I
silver
don't know.
is 1822.
It's beyond my scope at this exact moment.
Yeah. Let's see.
I can barely pick up ammo.
Why's that?
Oh, I'm just saying. It's one of those things. I ain't got 1356 to pick up 1 ounce of gold, let alone fucking box of goddamn ammo right now.
1357 for gold, 1832 for silver.
Flippy, I moved to Texas. You gonna give me a goddamn job?
No.
Okay.
What am I? The fucking government? Go find your own goddamn job.
Well, I'm just seeing if you're hiring, motherfucker.
Nah. But you should come anyways. Fuck jobs.
No, I ain't leaving without no fucking job. I'll have a job before I get there. Before I get wherever I'm going.
I'm fucking excited.
And that's if I'm going.
Oh, hey, I think Florida Carey is typing in the lobby.
Because
Sean's here.
HBS, you did see that Ige signed 3 of those motherfuckers today, right?
He did.
Yep. He
Wait,
signed.
What happened?
He signed the Rat Back, which is to me one of the worst.
I am not paying $75
Hey, man,
to be
I'm
put
just
on
telling
an
you, okay?
illegal federal list. If
Okay,
they want to put
man.
me on the list, let them pay for it, and they're broke.
Then they also did the one about anybody, your ex being vindictive little fucking cunt. Apparently, that will now
How about
prohibit you from owning.
How about
Whether-
neighbors?
It's kind of the same thing. If you are put on for,
all my guns are going into a storage locker or something, so that they won't
and
be
then
here.
the third one was the
Except for
hospitalized or
well, I was
thought to be
hospitalized.
or well, you know what I'm talking about. The third one was the House bill or whatever that was.
Yeah, if you ever have to go to an emergency room for any reason,
Well, no, it wasn't
your
for
house.
any. It was not for any reason.
Yeah, it said if you undergo emergency hospitalization, period, they can come into your house. It said that. I read the whole bill. I mean, the first part talked about mental health, but at the very end, it said, just if you or if you have to undergo emergency hospitalization. It didn't say what for at the end. It was just anybody who had to undergo emergency hospitalization. So I think all my guns are going into storage except for like a subcompact, my Ruger LC9S Pro. I'll keep that one handy. I think the rest of them, if the police want to come and search my place, I'll give them one subcompact.
Well, they already know what you got, bro.
Well,
yeah, but I don't need to keep it where they know I live, though. So.
I mean, a storage thing is easy to track. You just
only
look
if
at
I
your
pay
finances.
for it with a credit card. Only if I pay for it with a credit card.
You have to give them a name.
And a deposit usually.
And
Yeah.
you tend to have to show them their ID. So they can have a copy of your ID with all this stuff where people cook meth in their fucking storage lockers now.
That's
well,
the thing.
I haven't got my jungle compound set up yet, but I haven't done anything lately to piss off anybody.
Well, that's good.
Everybody's being nice to me.
But I tell you what, I've definitely been reconsidering all sorts of what options that I do have.
Moving to Arizona?
Shit, it could be Washington, it could be Oregon, it could be Nevada, it could be Arizona, it could be Texas. Who the fuck knows? I certainly don't yet.
Why is it that all the states that are hot are the ones that are chill with guns?
Well, I mean, how about Montana? That's cold.
And
Holy
very chill
shit.
with guns. Very chill.
Didn't they pass some kind of bullshit about 30 rounders or something?
No, Montana is the one that passed it. Fuck you and your federal anti-gun laws, you sons of bitches. In our borders, we don't cotton to that shit. That's what Montana said. Montana's also the one that says, you want to make NFA fucking items? Fuck it. As long as it stays in the state and you don't sell it, fuck it. Come on over.
I am so fucking about that. I'm on my way, Montana. No,
Yeah,
I can't. I like Texas too much.
Montana is pretty fucking gnarly, dude, in the winter, man. And that's what I'm trying to stay away from is fucking snow.
I like Texas too much. I can't fucking leave Texas, despite how awesome that sounds.
What's so good about Texas besides the firearms laws?
Everything. The food, the culture, the history, all of it's great.
The food. The food's all
Oh.
Mexican. Why don't you move to Mexico?
No. The food
No,
is not all
the
Mexican,
food is
dude.
fucking Tex-Mex, motherfucker.
Well, there's-
Tex-Mex. Oh, that's different.
Here's the thing,
somehow?
dude. Here, wait.
Yeah,
Now
Tex-Mex
hold
is
on.
different than straight up fucking Mexican.
Hold
yeah.
on, man. Deep breath.
Nah,
Like in Texas.
he's insulting Texas, dude.
Hey, I'm about to fucking lay it out,
I'm only
bro.
insulting in Texas because my gold chart won't load, and I have nothing better to do.
All right, man. So check it out. Texas doesn't just have Mexican or Tex-Mex, right? It's got fucking barbecue, quality fucking barbecue meat. It's got fucking. If you go over to the southeast, you got seafood from the Gulf. You got Cajun food. You got fucking. We already said Mexican. Let alone anything else, man. There's so much good shit to eat in fucking Texas, dude. It's retarded.
Can you say all that again? The internet just, I don't know, just I lost what you said about Tex-Mex.
You got fresh seafood from the Gulf.
Right.
You got Creole and Cajun food right across the border that comes flooding in, which is awesome.
That sounds good.
You got fucking, like you're saying about, you have authentic Mexican and you have Tex-Mex. And then you also have, whether you want to call it barbecue or you want to call it grilling or,
Okay, I need to get a job at Top Brass Military, or at least they need to let me camp out in the parking lot.
Yeah, because and I was trying to explain that to somebody before. It's like, well, what do you do when you go to Texas? It must be so boring. I'm like, no. Usually, dude, it's going to sound terrible, but I've eaten my way across Texas before. It's fucking fantastic, bro.
Who were you eating?
Well, that does nobody's concern
Are you
but
familiar
mine.
with that movie,
Okay.
Debbie Does Dallas? There's a hint.
Well, I was just funning around. I didn't mean anything. I'm just really trying to find. Okay, 1342.
I will say though that today my wife surprised me by saying like basically thank you for not leaving me for like her
What?
being in the hospital and all this shit. Yeah, wife's weird. So she
Why
made
would
her.
you? You're not that
Alright.
guy, are you?
I don't know. Either way.
Okay. Fair enough.
Either way, my wife made my anti-gun mother-in-law, because my wife can't drive. She's still not allowed to drive. She's not going to be allowed to drive for like 2 months.
Damn.
So she made my anti-gun mother-in-law go to my favorite gun shop to buy me a few waffle mags as like a thank you thing.
I love your wife. She's
Dude,
fucking awesome.
I'm not gonna lie, I was on fucking cloud nine. Like my fucking suppressor case came in today from Silencer Co. I got my fucking whatever the fuck it's called, my Noveski lower finally.
2 days, what? All it took was 2 days, bro.
2 goddamn days.
2 days, bro.
Dude, oh, it gets worse. I showed up earlier to like the shop that was basically receiving it for me, and they're like, "Oh yeah, mail hasn't come yet. Come back later." And I was like, "They're gonna make me come back tomorrow." The motherfucking like United States Postal Service. But they didn't. They got it like they got it 10 minutes before the shop closed. And the dude's like, he called me up. And he's like, "Look, we're closing in like 10 minutes. Your lower came in. I know you came in earlier today asking about it. It's in now. If you can get over here in like the next 5, we'll run your like paperwork shit." And I'm like, done.
Nice. Hey, HVS, I don't know if that'll help, but that's a link for what I'm seeing right now.
MSN.
It's up 96.6 points for today already, and it's at 1359.50 and going up. Oh, then it just went down to 40, but whatever. Yeah, I think that is the current time for it.
Look at that chart.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
Poof. It's like poof. Well, it's really the question is going to be: are the shorts gonna, or the big banks gonna like just really stack on a lot of short money and try and drive it back down, or is it just gonna, or is everybody gonna cover their ass and cover their shorts, and then it'll really blow through the roof? But I mean, you know, that's like a I don't know. Well, that's the kind of chart that makes you want to be long gold.
I hear you on that. And does anybody want the pound? 'Cause the pound was the previous chart that I had, and it was
Was the pound still double the U.S. dollar?
no.
Oh.
The pound is fuck. Where'd it go?
Quadruple?
No. It's less than $1 right now.
Wow.
Pounded.
Here you go, coming at you, bro.
That's insane. Maybe
Yeah,
the
but
end really is coming.
Yeah.
Maybe fucking Volcano is like actually right.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
So
I mean,
here's the
either
pound.
way.
The pound is under. It's under even, which hasn't happened in I don't even fucking know when.
That's fucking crazy. So wait, what's actually going on over there though? Is it like, are they really leaving like the European Union?
They voted to, man, and so if anything, it's one of those things that.
So what does that entail? Like they become what?
The free.
And actually, that's a euro. It looks like that's not the fucking.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
the
that
euro.
was the
That's
pound.
not the pound. That's a euro.
Oh.
You can just click on it and get the euro. Where's the thing?
Fucking
The
pound.
pound. If you scroll down, the pounds in the list below it.
Okay.
Starting with what letter?
So 1 point.
Scroll down.
1.3565.
What's it? What's its label? Is it Great Britain?
GBP. Yeah, GBP. GBP.
Gambia, Georgia, Guinea, Guatemala, Guinea. I don't see G.
Oh yeah, and I'm on a pull-down menu. That's why I'm fucked.
And I'm on a
So,
pull-down too.
1 pound is $1. Converts to $1.33.
That's fucking crazy.
What label is it on the pull-down menu, Z?
I don't think it is on the pull-down menu. I think that's what.
Well, there's a menu below that conversion. The major currencies.
Euro, Japan, USD, Canadian dollar.
Oh yeah, British pound. Yeah, 1.3605. Yeah, like literally just scroll down the page, bro. You don't even have to get a pull-down or nothing.
But if you go to the conversion table, just hit GBP on the first box and then hit USD on the second box, and it shows you the conversion.
Yep. True words. True freaking words.
Okay, GBP.
Dun 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 dun.
One British pound is worth $1.
$1.33.
34. All right. Well, so it's still worth more than $1. All right. Well, I'm just wondering how much my gold and silver bars are worth. That's all.
Oh. Well, shit.
Well, I got a 100-ounce silver bar, so I got a rooting interest.
Hey, how many waffles did the mother-in-law pick up, Flippy?
Oh, only 2.
Whatever. You say only 2. That's like $80-$90, man.
So, those are special waffle mags because they were bought by a dirty fucking anti-gun liberal.
Right? And then
I feel like I shouldn't even put those in.
It crushed her fucking will to go buy those, dude. I mean, come on.
Oh, I'm absolutely sure of that. I don't even feel like I should put those in my gun. I feel like they should be framed and put over my
on
mantle.
the wall in a shadow box saying, I won this fucking day. On this motherfucking day. This
on this
crack-ass
day,
won.
June 23rd,
2016.
Fucking Flippy won.
Yep. Won the world for at least that minute.
Until, like, you know, something else fucking happens, because, like, that just seems to be, like, the tone of this week.
Well, you know, shit gets heavy duty, man, and every once in a while, Waders ain't exactly cutting it because it gets a little too deep sometimes, man. Ain't gonna lie.
Oh, I also called up Noveski, and they told me that they do not make parts kits, and they told me to go buy a BCM.
Right, they told you to get fucked. And
No, actually, Noveski is like super fucking friendly. They're like, well, we'd love to help you. We just don't make them. Buy BCM. That's pretty much what we put in ours.
That's what we suggest you do. Oh, right on. That's
so
cool.
I'm like, all right, that's cool. I'm like, yeah, I want a Noveski. I just can't afford to buy a full fucking rifle right now. The dude's like, right on. Fucking build your rifle, dude. That's super fucking cool. I'm like, yeah, I am super fucking cool.
Right on.
Now send me some goddamn pivot pins with a wizard on the box.
You and the wizard. Don't have to be a dragon riding wizard, but it's got to be a motherfucking wizard.
How else are you going to tell what companies are fucking chill and what are not?
Yeah, well, you're kind of right on about that, because if they are willing to put that shit on, then either A, they have too much free time, or
B, they fucking give like
cool.
massive shits about the customer and the customer experience.
Yep. I would be inclined to agree with that if you end up getting a fucking wizard on any of your boxes.
I mean, Botach has already sent me a wizard box, so like Botach is like DTF.
Man, see, and that's the thing. Botach has like done me right a bunch of times, and then they screwed me one time pretty bad. So like, you know, all the attaboys kind of get erased when you fucked up, but they did do me a solid literally every other time but one time.
They stopped shipping stuff to Hawaii or something at some point?
They stopped. They had already several times shipped me 30-round magazines here.
Yeah, me too.
And then when I thought I was going to be getting some more of those foliage or OD green Lancers, I kind of got a little giddy and happy. And whether it's because I typed in the fucking price and I should have just paid the price, got the shit shipped, nobody would have looked at nothing. But I think since I, you know, you name your price or whatever, since I named my price and they responded back with no, and then I said fine, I'll pay the regular price, and then everything went through, and then I got an email saying no, we can't, we canceled your order, we can't ship there. We won't, no, excuse me, we won't. So then I emailed back and I said I don't understand. Can I talk to somebody? And I actually had a chance to talk to somebody at one point. I'm like, look, man, you guys have either 3 or 4 times already, this particular deal even, have already shipped me these magazines, right? So what has changed? Oh, I'm sorry, sir, we weren't supposed to send you those in the first place. I'm like, oh, really?
Shit is about to get real is what I'm understanding from this conversation.
Oh, no, I didn't lose my shit. I just said, well, you know, so there's no recourse here. No, unfortunately, we cannot ship them. So here's the deal. I bet you that shit flagged on my fucking account with them. Now, they will send me the fucking every Glock mag I ever wanted. Well, because
Really?
I only ever want the 10-rounders.
Aw.
They probably put you on a no-fly list now.
Hey, you hush with that, sir. That's funny, but that shit ain't funny.
Yeah.
Like, that shit is no longer funny.
Yeah, I know.
Especially since you can't get off the island without flying, so.
I mean,
Well,
you
I
take a
could
boat.
technically take a boat, but
Technically.
that's not as easy as everybody thinks.
You
It's
could
not like-
Robinson Crusoe that shit.
Well, I mean, I guess technically
buy
I
a
could
canoe.
take my kayak, but
Yeah,
it ain't
buy
like I could carry a lot of shit.
Well, did you have
Technically-
like one of those big kayaks with the big net in front?
Technically, I couldn't even pack enough water, fresh water, on that kayak, even whether I packed any food or not, to actually make it. It's physically impossible. To
Well, you
put
could
enough
try and
water.
make it to the big island, but that channel is pretty gnarly.
Oh no, if I'm leaving here, because I'm on.
Right there's a website that you can check to see if you're actually on it or not.
Oh, I ain't asking them none of those questions, man. I don't want to get any ideas, bro. I ain't even clicking that link.
I started to fill
Well,
that
but-
out the other day when someone linked it to me, and then I stopped myself. I'm like, wait the fucking moment.
Like,
What am
I
I
ain't
doing?
on the
What if this
list.
goes south?
I
Yep.
think I'll put Yankee Marshall on there and see if he's on.
No, that's not very nice, and that's fraudulent. That could actually be a
Alright.
crime.
What? Just for checking?
Yeah, because you're only supposed to, like a Knicks check. It's illegal
Oh.
for anybody other than the fucking.
All right. I was just trying to be funny. Never mind. I
You're
won't do it.
funny, all right. Yeah, I don't think that that's a trap, Pink, but I'm just gonna assume for right now. I'm gonna just assume that
Better
I'm
safe
not on
than
that list.
sorry.
Well, I'll tell you
You
what.
get it
How
like a
about when,
big-ass
right before
punji
I
stick.
book my ticket? Right before I book my ticket, I'll look
Well,
just to make sure I ain't wasting no money.
Well, I know I took a plane from Honolulu to Kona, so they let me fly.
Well, you weren't on the list then, but are you on the list now? See, that's what I'm afraid of. Well, not afraid of, but you know what
It
I'm
was
saying.
only like a couple weeks ago, so I guess they can put you on the list real fast.
Shit. Technically, it could happen in a fucking stroke of a keyboard, man, couldn't it?
Yeah, they could take everybody from the NRA or Gun Owners of America and say, okay, you're all on the list now.
Cut and
It's
paste.
a secret list.
Copy and paste.
It's a secret list is the problem, but I don't want to start ranting about the list. I just want to see how much my gold is worth. My 100-ounce silver bar.
And I will say that my bacon wrap pizza that I was eating for my lobby sit-in was pretty damn good.
I will admit, you know, that the BLT that I made did actually make me feel a little bit better about shit.
I can't eat bacon, you motherfuckers.
Well, I don't have a
Wow, what's the point of
goddamn
living at
100-ounce
that point?
gold bar, motherfucker.
Oh,
Eat
wait,
it,
you're
so.
You don't eat bacon anymore.
So you're gonna
I
dangle
would-
your bacon in front of me? Because
Hey
just
man,
because I have
let's put it like this. I would rather have the 100-ounce gold bar, bro.
He's gonna rub bacon grease all over your gold bar.
I wouldn't do that to anybody, man. That shit ain't right. Hey,
I
'cause you
would.
know what, Pink? No, check it out. Who the fuck ain't getting shot over fucking with somebody else's gold bar? Let's be real.
Whoa, what the fuck is this?
You're at least getting stabbed over that shit or beaten with a baseball bat.
You're gonna have to ask yourself a question before you try and stab me.
No, I'm saying
The
if
question
somebody.
is, do you feel lucky?
Well, that's what I'm saying, Smoke Dog. It's basically if somebody tried to touch your goddamn 100-ounce gold bar.
I don't
they're
have a
either getting-
100-ounce gold bar.
Oh, well, whatever.
I said I had a 100-ounce silver bar.
Oh, okay. Well, my point is, that's how somebody gets stabbed, shot, or beaten over the head with a fucking baseball bat by somebody trying to rub fucking bacon grease all over your shit. Would you not agree?
Well, yeah, but I think that in Hawaii it's illegal to shoot somebody for rubbing bacon grease on your stuff.
I don't know. Depends on where it's all going down. I was in fear for my life because I don't know what my life would happen after.
Depends on what religion you are, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you make.
Because wait a minute, HVS, motherfucker, that would be a hate crime to you.
Yeah, it would.
You know? See?
Yeah, I'm Jewish, but then there would be a hate crime to Muslims, but too. So.
Yep.
Yeah, but who really cares at that point?
Yeah, well, I'm a peaceful person, and I hope for peaceful outcomes, and I hope never to have to use firearms to defend my silver or my canned food or freeze-dried food. But
Oh, I got an email today. Marco
What's
Polo
that?
Season 2. Coming
Is?
July 1st.
Right on.
I'm so fucking excited.
That's pretty cool.
Also, apparently, if I give this dude $1,000, my ammo is going to be 50% off for life.
50% off for
And
life.
does he live in a prison in Africa? And if you just give
No,
him
it's that
prints?
it's that ammo subscription place. They're trying to
Oh,
redo
yeah,
their
yeah, yeah.
website stuff. So they're like, look, if you donate $1,000, your fucking subscription fees will be cut in half for your entire life.
I think that if you do your due diligence, you could better find a way to spend that $1,000 and still save money compared to what the subscription fee
If you want to
price
half
would
off
be.
on your ammo,
But
just
that's my opinion.
follow what the ammo mafia does. They like steal ammo practically. They know all the discount codes, all the price matches. I mean, I think one guy went shopping for green tips and P mags, and I think he bought like 40 round P mags and wound up paying like $2.48 each after all the discounts. But
Oh, also, my lower did not come with a Noveski hull, which was kind of a shame, but whatever. I guess we'll just have to buy that other lower too.
Did you see that posted today?
I'll see what.
So did all the gun nuts in Hawaii, the gun control nuts, do some kind of victory dance when Ige signed that or something?
Man, I don't know. It came up on Maui Watch or Maui Now or whatever, and I read it and I was like, motherfucker. And then to answer your question, Pink, no. So that's Jack Reacher 2?
Yep.
I might be inclined to want to watch that.
Preview looked fucking awesome. I know that.
So if I go on West Hawaii today and type the governor is a traitorous son of a bitch, no, they won't let me post that. And they wouldn't.
Well,
even...
HBS, you also know that they wouldn't even agree with your observation of that either, since the shit got voted in.
Yeah. Town hall with Governor Ige Friday in Kona. Man, I would like to show up there and after what I tell them, what I think of them, they'd probably haul me away for speaking my mind. Hawaii Community College.
Oh, no, haul you away? No, sir. Obviously, then you have a mental instability, and now all of your ammunition and firearms that the law just passed, we need to confiscate all of them from you, sir.
Yeah.
So that's another way they can keep you from speaking your mind. Fear of confiscation.
Yeah, well, when the Second Amendment goes, the First Amendment goes right after it.
Well, think about it. Whether they actually threaten you with that or not, if you were...
They don't have to threaten me with it.
You go to the town hall or whatever and you raise fucking hell, if they had a wild enough hair up their ass, this law right here, they could fucking use against you that they just fucking passed.
Yeah.
So, it's a fucking really big deal, man. And, the fucking rap back thing is big too.
I'll just piss in his general direction. That's about all I can do. See, he's having a meeting Friday.
Well, and technically,
tomorrow, 6 to 8 p.m. at Hawaii Community College, Palamanui, Kailua Kona. Yep. Oh, the DLNR person. Did you hear about the DLNR? I mean, my God. They took out the top guy because the top law enforcement officer of the DLNR because he realized that all of his officers were crooked and they were stealing the guns that they seized, confiscated.
Well, you did see that, what was it, 20... Was it 20 guns ended up missing from the DLNR? Actual DLNR guns?
Well,
That just happened the other day.
But, and of course we got the one guy, who's, accused of rape, 5 counts of rape, who's, still wearing a uniform, although, they took away his police powers with a letter.
Well, the guy that was the top DLNR guy was actually just a land developer guy, in all honesty.
Yeah, but he realized that everybody was crooked in the DLNR, and he was calling them out on it and investigating them, which is why everybody complained. All the employees complained because they didn't want to be charged with stealing the guns that they stole. Wait, you're investigating me for actually stealing those guns? I mean, you know, the whole, it's a crooked organization run by a crook, and I mean, the governors and his, you know, you can't use. Have you read the new hunting regs? If you take a full metal
No.
jacket out onto state lands, if they, you know, you have one full metal jacket round, they can seize your guns. You know, I mean,
What state is this?
Hawaii. I mean, you know.
Wait, there's hunting in Hawaii?
Oh yeah. Pig
Thought
hunting.
you people just sat in trees, dropping out of them with spears and killing hogs.
Yes, pineapple trees. We sit in pineapple trees.
Well, I chuck coconuts too.
No, somebody was making fun on a chat, maybe Matt's chat, about pineapples growing in trees. They don't grow in trees, you idiot. And they were just kept, you know, making a joke about it. Pineapples growing in trees, but.
Do they grow in bushes?
Kind of.
Is it like a potato?
I'll be right back.
Well, you know, what was really funny was when I was going to Queens Hospital by one of the parks there, somebody had actually hung a bunch of pineapples from a tree with rope, you know, with string, you know. So we drive by in the bus to Queens, the medical bus, and yeah, I'm like, what the hell are those pineapples hanging from a tree?
They just look at you and be like, that's where pineapples come from. Are you really that bad off? You get that hospital quickly.
Yeah, it's like, you know, give me some LSD or something, because the magic mushrooms. But I mean, you know, like the DLNR person basically had to send out a memo after, you know, the DLNR agent was charged with arresting with 5 counts of rape of a minor. You know, she had to send out a memo saying, please don't hire rapists. You know? And the Honolulu Police Department told the DLNR, don't hire this person. And they went ahead and hired him anyway.
Dude, that's fucking crazy. They're like 1 pineapple per bush.
George Bush?
It's like a spiky bush thing. Like everything about
It'll fucking stab you, by the way.
Like everything about that fucking plant looks like you just don't eat it because it looks like it wants to fuck with you.
Well, now think about it. In a land of fucking animals that eat shit on the ground, right? And it's a nice sweet fruit. You've had pineapple, clearly. You know how good it tastes, right?
I mean, I'm not a fan of pineapple, honestly.
You have had it in your life?
Yeah,
Imagine
I had a Hawaiian
Imagine you're a hungry animal.
Right. So it over time has evolved all these fucking protections in that it's got a spiky top, it's got spiky fibrous leaves underneath it. It has a fucking externals that is tough and will fucking cut you too. Now
I think we need to arm our pineapples with guns.
Oh, our pineapples are already armed if you think about it. And like the pineapple, here's the thing. It takes a long time. It doesn't fruit the first season or anything like that. And then it's only good for so many. Each pineapple plant is only good for so many pineapples, so to speak. It will grow a different size pineapple each successive time. So if you think about it, one of them is going to be the whole pineapple. One of them is the size that they use for ring pineapple. One of them is the size that they're going to use, like smaller, and they're going to use that for basically either crushed or chopped pineapple. And that's about all you're going to get out of most pineapple plants is like literally 3. And that's going to be each year, basically, is 1, 1, and 1. Maybe a little less than a year, but you're only going to get like 3 or 4 pineapples out of each plant over its productive lifetime.
You know, there is also white pineapples too. I know a friend of mine has some pineapples growing on his property, but they're all the white pineapples. which I've never actually eaten one of them, but I guess they're good.
I've had white pineapple before. It's almost a little more tart, but it's good. And I've only I've only had it once.
I don't understand it. It's literally just like, it's just one. It just grows one. There's only one on this fucking bush.
Sometimes you can get a double, but if you think about it, like that's a special thing. Like that doesn't happen.
Well, I just go to Walmart or the Safeway and buy a pineapple. I don't.
Oh, I got pineapple growing in the yard, man. Right next to the fucking bananas and the mangoes and fucking papayas and shit like that.
Oh, I'm jealous. I live in a condo and we don't have all that yet.
Oh, dude, I live in a fucking hole, so don't be jealous where the fuck I live.
Well, I posted a video of of a gecko crawling up my surfboard today.
Nice.
But it's just, I told him not to. You better not leave a gecko dropping on my surfboard.
Oh, whatever. Gecko shit on everything.
I know. I told him
What you don't want is you don't want them fucking laying eggs. That's what you don't want.
Well, they're gonna lay eggs. I think they're like, automatically reproducing.
But the problem is when they lay the eggs in an area that you didn't see where they are, and then when the eggs fucking go bad, that fucking smell is terrible. It is dead animal smell.
Well, they all seem to hatch around here.
Wait, aren't geckos like little tiny fucking lizards?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he tell you how you could save 15% on your car insurance there?
Switching to gecko.
No, I was just telling him not to leave a gecko dropping on my surfboard.
Like, you better not shit on my board, motherfucker.
That's pretty much what it is. My video's like a 30-second video.
Oh, yeah, and that Jack Reacher movie, Pink? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it looks fucking awesome. I know that.
The governor's meeting, it says, all members of the community are invited to attend and encouraged to bring talking points on issues that matter to them. Oh, my God. If I asked him the questions I would like to ask him, he would have me shot before I leave the room.
I mean, I feel like that's not a good idea for you to do with your heart and all that.
Yeah.
He might not have to shoot you before you leave the room.
Yeah, just looking at him would piss me off.
Well, that's cool. They're making a Dynasty Warriors Berserk game.
Oh, that could be terrible, or it could be good. Well, I'm going to lean towards the first one, usually.
I don't know, it's Berserk, though. I don't know of anything that is related to Berserk that wasn't fucking awesome. Other than those 3 fucking terrible movies that they made.
Well, at least I can get some kind of satisfaction because at least nationally they can bitch slap the Democrats around in Washington, in the legislature in Washington, even if we're getting bitch slapped around by the legislature in Hawaii. So.
Okay, so what's going on in Washington? Why was there a pizza sit-in? Also, why are they throwing a pizza party?
Now wait a minute, bro. You weren't here at all yesterday or the day before?
No.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes.
We really gotta do all this?
I really haven't been here the last couple of days. I'll look at the chat occasionally, but
I know you got a lot of shit you're going through, and I understand, so that's cool. But basically, you know how the Senate earlier this week voted on shit, right?
Yeah, to my knowledge, nothing passed.
Correct. Like, won by as little as 3 motherfucking votes, though, so don't get it twisted like we fucking won some great victory, right? So what happened is the House Democrats staged a sit-in where they disrupted the House of Representatives by allowing no business to proceed. The Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, declared a recess, so basically they're blaming him for shutting off the cameras, but C-SPAN doesn't fucking show Congress when they're in recess, so
yeah, they were streaming on Facebook. They were streaming it on Facebook.
Well, they're not supposed to be doing that. But so they were trying to blame him for turning the cameras off, but
He's
It's
in
not his
charge.
policy.
You're the
It's not
house.
It's not his policy what C-SPAN does, bro.
No, but the House controls the cameras.
No. C-SPAN dictates that they don't cover recess. That's C-SPAN.
But they were covering Facebook.
Well, that's Facebook, bro. What the fuck can you do about Facebook?
Well, C-SPAN put on Facebook, which was covering the House recess. So, they're just
No, that was the Democrats filming
Right.
what
I
was
was
going
trying to
on.
figure out how could people on Gun Channel disrupt the Facebook stream somehow.
But yeah, see, you're not allowed to take video or pictures in the chambers. Period.
They were doing it. Well, they were violating a lot of rules. So
Yes, they were. So basically, they sat on their little hands and on their asses like a bunch of little whiny bitches, right? Okay. You still with me, Flippy?
Yeah,
Okay.
Democrats being Democrats, got it.
So they disrupted business for the whole day and into the evening, and then into part of the day, and then that was it. Now they got a bunch of support. People told them that they were brave. Fucking, we're not gonna do anything unless we do some fucking gun control shit. Blah 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 blah
They were
blah
raising
blah.
money. They were raising money off of the dead people. The people who died in Florida, they were using it to raise money for their campaigns.
Now they're doing it for publicity, because this way
They're doing it for money. Money.
No, but they're also doing it, like he said, for the not the awareness even, just basically
Political
trying
gain.
to exactly.
It's election year. They're doing it for publicity, and they're
money.
not. I mean, even if the Republicans in the House would have said, "Okay, we'll vote on all this, anti-gun stuff," and it was 100% for anti-gun, they passed every one of them. It still wouldn't have passed because the Senate already shot it all down.
So they would have literally have had to had their own different version of a bill that they would have then started, passed through the House, and then it would have had to go, that new version of whatever fucking bill, after it passed the House, would then get sent to the Senate, and we kind of see how that already worked.
I see the Kitco website, spot gold and spot silver charts are back up. It looks like the shorts are piling back on, driving the price down. All right.
Yeah, Flippy. Everybody's doing memes on all the
on whiny little bitches.
Yeah,
Well, I mean-
that's where I got that picture on the
They
Gun
truly
Channel's
are.
main page.
They truly are the heroes of the people, sitting there getting paid to do nothing. That's what our people strive to do one day.
And the one guy that was leading the charge fought for civil
Lewis.
rights
Lewis.
back in what? I'm trying to think of when it was.
Who is on the no-fly list, by the way. He's
Yeah.
been trying to get off of it for 5 years, and he still hasn't been able to get his ass off it.
That years and years ago he fought for civil rights for the blacks, and now he's pushing the fight to take away those civil rights from American people. With this
How
no-fly list.
ironic.
Yep, and there's no other right in the American Constitution where they can cancel out your right by putting you on a secret list, and then you have to go ask them for your right back.
But that's not even just that. Like, you can't necessarily, there's not even necessarily a way to get off the list, so to speak.
And there's no way to find out if you're on the list. They don't notify you when they put you on the list.
Oh, you can find out if you're on the list. Just fill out that thing I just posted there.
Well, or go try and fly, and then they don't let you, and you're on the list.
Which is the most common way of finding out you're on the fucking list.
Yeah, and so, but there's no other right. Like, they don't cancel out your Sixth Amendment right to a lawyer, or the Eighth Amendment. What if the government could cancel your Eighth Amendment rights, and they could inflict cruel and unusual punishment upon you because you're on some secret list, and then you have to go ask them to get off the list, so they can, and until you get off the list, that they can keep inflicting cruel and unusual punishment upon you because
Or your First Amendment right of free speech. They just shut off your phones and everything.
Yeah, they won't let you open a Google account. They won't let you talk. It's, you know, which is, it's just, you know,
Silliness.
there's no other right that they do that to except the Second Amendment, and so it's, that's why people who, understand that are just not willing to compromise. Gun Owners of America is not willing to compromise. So I joined them because, also because Harry Reid said the NRA is bad, really bad, but Gun Owners of America is worse than bad. So.
Oh, that's because Gun Owners of America guy was on CNN this morning, I think, and man, he bitch slapped that motherfucker with facts on live TV, and then he went on Facebook and live streamed about it after the fact. It was so big pimping, dude. It was great.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I
what
watched
happened?
all of them. I watched
Are
the
you
CNN one, the MSNBC or MSNBC, whatever, interview and everything.
Yeah.
MSLSD.
Flippy, are you on Facebook at all?
No.
Oh shit, that'd be the easiest way to see it. But go to the I take that back. Go to the Gun Owners of America, like .com or .org, whatever it is. Like Google that shit, right? You go to the fucking page. You can actually see the video of it, man. It's fucking big pimping, dude. It's great. And then on Facebook later that day, I did actually catch him fucking live streaming about it.
Yeah, well, if you have a YouTube account, you should be subscribed to Gun Owners of America channel, for sure.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that video is one of them, though.
What?
I'm not, and I won't be.
Okay, whatever.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, but if you want to see it, go to either the YouTube page or their actual .com or .org, whatever it is. And it's pretty good. The guy is like, well, I guess I'll have to check your facts. And that was after he said, well, actually, the president commissioned the fucking CDC to check all this shit out, you dumb puke. And basically, he's like, what? Well, like, those don't represent my facts. I'm gonna have to check your facts. Like, literally, it was the fucking report done by
the facts were given to him by some, producer.
Well, he didn't even admit to that. He was basically telling Pratt that he's like, well, I don't know if your CDC report is factual enough. I'm gonna have to look into that because I have journalistic and fucking integrity. And
Is it with Erica Pratt?
Let's see.
Or Eric Pratt, whatever the fuck this bitch's name is.
Oh, it's the dude.
Yeah, Eric Pratt's the dude.
Oh, who the fuck is this girl then? Who is this git?
She
CNN.
is correspondent, blah, 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 blah. About to get a lesson. CNN correspondent about to get a lesson.
About to be
Carol
taken to
Costello.
school. Got it.
Yep.
Yeah, the
Just
BBC
because you're a dumb bitch doesn't mean that fucking everybody else in the country is. Okay, maybe that was not a direct quote.
Yeah, so it looks like the Leave vote is
Also-
ahead by over 1 million votes over the Remain votes. So
I'm kind of confused as to why the fuck they keep bringing up this suicide thing in their argument. Like, it's not a good argument. What are they going to do? Outlaw rope?
Oh, well, that's shit.
Like,
guys, yeah.
If
They
a
should
person
only
wants to
sell it to
fucking off
Democrats.
himself, like, if a
Well, it's
person wants
just-
to off himself, they're going to find a way to off himself.
It's mostly just so they can add that number to make it a bigger number. That's really all it is.
But, like, no one ever fucking challenges them on the suicide thing, or why they even fucking bring it up. Ever. They just, like, whatever.
No, they get challenged on it, but they don't ever respond. Like, again, they don't
They
fucking
basically
believe your
look-
facts.
they look at the camera and they make a face like they're shitting out.
Incensed.
They make a face like they're shitting out a really hard piece of stool, and then they expect you to agree with them because of that.
Yep, and the answer to that is
It's that
Yeah, actually,
liberal, it's that
Flippy,
liberal look.
Flippy, it's been a couple of fucking days of some interesting shit, I guess, now that I think about it.
Well,
Well, you know,
more
life.
like terrifying shit. Whenever they try
Oh,
and take away your rights, I find it terrifying.
where do I buy one of those flag holding box triangle things?
What?
Oh,
You
like
get
you're
them
not
from
gonna.
the VA, I believe.
There you
Veterans
go.
Administration.
Okay.
They'll give you like a nylon sleeve triangle thing for a flag, but I think you actually have to buy the wood box.
I think you are correct, sir.
Okay. Because I need to buy my mom one of those wood box things.
Is that the one for her dad or her grandpa?
My grandpa, her dad.
Yep.
Yeah. Which apparently I found out that the VA or the government or whoever the fuck it is will not pay for his funeral.
Oh no.
Now that is fucked up, man.
Like, my uncle talked to him. I didn't because I was busy with other things, so I don't know what the extent of it is. But the way he was explaining it to me was basically they were like, yeah, we're not paying for it. We'll send the people out to do the whole veteran funeral thing to, like, the whole kit and caboodle to go along with that, but you're paying for it, all of it.
Oh yeah, that's the way it's always been. Social Security will give you $250 to bury him, but
woo,
with
I don't think you could hire somebody to
funerals,
dig a hole for that.
Yeah, with funerals costing over $10,000 nowadays.
To be fair, that number is kind of skewed.
Yeah, whatever. It's a lot more than $250, though, correct?
No.
Oh no,
You can-
$250
you can
from
do
Social
it.
Security.
You can do it for a good price.
I'm saying whatever the fucking funeral costs is a lot more than the $250 they're fucking giving you, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
A cremation is like $400.
Depends
Yeah.
on where you're at, because that's not exactly true, Flip.
I worked at a funeral home in Houston, Texas.
I fucking cremated my ma, so.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about that, but we
Again,
charged
I
a bit
say
more
it-
than that, but the actual cost was like $400.
I'm just saying it depends on where you at, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's regions, you know. It also depends on a lot other factors.
And I
like-
should have said it different. I didn't actually cremate my mom. I had her cremated. There's a total difference there.
Okay, so you're telling me you didn't build one of those Game of Thrones styled pyres?
No.
Okay.
However,
Now
that was what she would have been deserving of for sure.
I've never even watched Game of Thrones yet, although I know everybody was raving about last week's episode. So.
Oh, last
that-
week's
oh, that's
episode
because
was so
it's the
fucking good.
shit.
Dude, I still have a fucking boner, and that was like fucking this weekend. I watched it.
So your grandpa was a veteran, Flippy?
My grandpa was in the Navy.
Okay. The VA will give you a brass, I believe, plaque. I took a picture of my dad's on the Instagram, but they furnish a plaque with your grandpa's name on it and rank and everything. As
But really, it's just the fucking middle finger is what they're giving you.
right.
But at least they did that.
But at least they give you a brass marker, and it is. I mean, at least the one here is actually in a real nice cement protective, surrounding.
Yeah, that's just that's shitty, Flippy. I mean, let's be real. That's some shitty shit right there, bro.
Oh, what, the VA thing or the grandpa
Yeah.
being dead thing?
Well, let's go with both.
Well, I mean, the grandpa being dead thing isn't really all that shitty.
Well, it's disrespectful the way that he's being treated, I guess.
Well, no, that's absolutely correct. But I mean, like, him dying isn't terrible. Because basically,
everybody fucking dies.
well, everyone dies, but my grandma died like a year and a half ago, and he's just kind of been like for lack of a better word, just waiting, I guess.
Yeah, that's the way that kind of goes.
Although there is a good chance my aunt, whatever the fuck he is, killed him. My New York.
That is some crazy shit, but
No.
entirely possible. But entirely possible.
Not out of like malicious intent, but just because he's stupid. My family from New York are all idiots. Every one of them. Either way, my grandpa had a breathing condition, a heart condition, and
It's all linked up. He's breathing in your heart.
yeah, like basically he was not in the best of health. So my aunt, whatever the fuck he is, I don't know if it was her husband or boyfriend or whatever the fuck he is, decided to give him sleeping pills.
Oh, well, that's pretty fucked up.
Like a good chunk of them to like.
Oh, that's
'cause he
really
was-
fucked up. He could be found negligent, dude.
He's not going to because the Watertown Police Department's actually mentally handicapped. But gave him a good chunk of them because my grandpa was complaining like his legs hurt or something and he couldn't sleep. So he gave him a bunch of sleeping pills to help him sleep.
Depends what kind. I mean, if you just take one.
It was.
kill you.
It
I
was
mean,
If they were prescription pills, that's a federal crime.
oh, he wasn't a doctor?
No.
Oh, well. Yeah. If
No,
a
he
doctor-
just gave him his sleeping. Like he had sleeping pills, and he's like, "Oh, take these. These will help you sleep."
Technically, that is in the commission of a crime right there, but whatever.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, unless he's literally talking over-the-counter shit. If he's talking OTC,
No, it
then...
wasn't. It wasn't over the counter stuff. It was actual prescription stuff.
Oh, well then...
My
I mean, my
man.
doctor prescribed me sleeping pills, but they are non-narcotic, non-addictive, and
You cannot give, take, possess, own anybody else's prescription medication. It is a federal law.
Well, it's got my name on the bottle, so
Well, then that's yours. You don't have to worry
Yep.
about you.
I'm not worried about it.
You just do you, boo.
But sleeping pills don't automatically kill you if you have a heart condition.
Well, no, I
Depends on
wasn't
how many
saying
you
that.
take.
And I wasn't trying to say that at all. I'm just saying the results of the action being an illegal one to begin with puts that
It's-
dude in a position, potentially.
Yeah,
And-
reckless endangerment.
And I'm sure it does nothing but piss you off, Flippy. So I feel your
I mean,
pain.
it's not, again, I'm not mad about it. It's hard to explain. It's basically
It's really easy to explain. Just
These
find a
people-
personal injury lawyer. Just find a personal injury lawyer and sue the ever-living fuck out of them.
no. They have no money. They're fucking in Watertown. They literally live off the government.
Well,
Again, like these people are idiots.
Maybe.
It's like if a child does something really stupid and like kills an animal. It's like, well, I can't be mad at the child because it doesn't know any better.
The boys will be boys. Or that's just her prerogative.
well, if they're judgment-proof because they're indigent, then and have no money, then there's no point in suing them.
It just makes things like frustrating.
Oh, absolutely, bro.
But either way, I'm whinging on too much. Let's talk about titties.
I like titties. You know what? I usually find that a pair of titties is always better than a single titty, but I notice that I never complain about just a single titty.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Z, did you ever watch this video?
What man? What video? This one you're
The
clicking?
one I just linked.
Now, Flippy,
I
you
take
know
this is
that
a
I-
video of tits.
I've been burned by your links before, man.
I will say that this is like my favorite video I have ever seen.
You are into some kooky shit, bro.
I will
You're
watch
not
it.
convincing
3
me.
times a day. My wife, like fucking, I showed it to her. She then went off to watch it by herself like 15 times.
Oh,
You're gonna
it's
get
so good.
subscribed to so many porn channels if you click that link.
Dude, the video is like the best video I've ever seen on the internet. Like nothing compares.
Is it a music video or is it anime?
It's both. Basically, the dude who did Evangelion
I'm just gonna listen
made
to Rush Big Money
made
one more
this
time.
video to go along with Teddy Lloyd, and I'm never going to pronounce the other fellow's name correctly. Like basically, it was like an anime project between the three of them, and it's so fucking good.
Anyway, I put the internal of my 9-foot 1-inch surfboard, so it's a long board.
And Topper is asking about something, so I'll throw that into the side chat so he can see it if you want to.
I'm kind of, to me, it's kind of meh, but.
You just started watching it. You'll see.
I'm gonna pass on Flippy's.
It's just one of those things, man. The music. And you gotta understand, I saw Pink Floyd The Wall when it came out, so you ain't gonna trip me out with your animated fucking nakedness, nudity. Whether she got 4 eyes or not. That is thoroughly disgusting, and I am now turning it off because that is not cool. Not cool. Not cool.
Sorry, I had my Rush video up playing. Did you say something wasn't cool?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that I ever need to see that again.
Oh,
I didn't even make it through the whole 6 minutes.
What part did you get up to?
Right where she puked in that dude's mouth, and that was pretty much it for me.
Oh, that's when shit gets fucking real.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
that
Flippy,
ain't-
you need to go, smoke a couple joints or something and then calm down.
Dude, I would be so okay with some weird anime girl popping out of my screen and
Yeah.
pouring fucking
Like I said,
LSD into me.
Smoke 2 joints and call me in the morning.
Yeah, nah. No.
So you didn't get to any of the cannibalism parts.
No, and I'm probably happy about that.
I mean, I don't know why you would be.
I'm not into eating people.
I
Unless
mean,
it's pussy, and that's totally different.
I mean, it's been known to happen a few times.
Yeah, no. So, let's talk about guns or something.
Or the part with the rave and the tit machine guns.
Yeah, didn't make it to that.
Alright. I have no idea.
So, you did get the lower today?
Yeah, I got the lower today. Then when I got home, ordered the BCM parts kit after I had called Noveski, and Noveski told me that that's what I should do, and then I bought the Noveski pivot pins from them. I tried to buy the butt plate, but I was told that they were completely out of them, and they're having some new company make them, so it'll be like a week.
Alright. See? That's thoroughly firearms related, man.
Yeah. I also found out that if you buy a Noveski barrel and a Noveski, what is it, the bolt carrier group, they offer this thing on the website where if you buy a Noveske barrel, they'll fucking do something special to the bolt itself to match it with the barrel to like some crazy degree or whatever. If you just buy the barrel and the bolt carrier group together, they don't charge you the extra $65 for the specialty bolt. They'll just put it in for free.
Nice. The specialty boat, huh?
Yeah.
Did it ride a short bus to get to you?
I guess. Something about it makes it special. Not like, I'm assuming not like Timmy down the street, but like Special K.
Oh, I think it's special because it represents the type of person that's going to overpay like 200 to 300% what the value of the part is for it.
I mean, not really, because the bolt carrier group itself is like $200, a little under 200. I think it's like 180, which isn't bad considering the fact that a fucking BCM one is like fucking $30 less.
Yep.
So whatever. Plus, they make like the best barrels you can get. Also, since I own a Noveske lower, I'm like, I'm going to buy a Noveske shirt. And then I was quickly informed that I'm not going to do that.
Why? Because you're not allowed?
No, because they're fucking sold out. Like, literally all their shirts but like one that I just didn't give a fuck about were all sold out.
Well, it's like the same... Now, you're going to find this funny. That's the same person that they can't have a Lexus or a Mercedes, so they name their kid that. Or they have the hat, or like you said, the T-shirt, or fucking whatever. The keychain, that was my favorite. Motherfucker, you drive a BMW? No, but I got got the keychain.
Yeah, I always found that fucking weird. Like, I have a pair of Mercedes Pumas. Because I own a Mercedes, I bought the shoes. I'm like, alright, I can have these now.
Right, now it's legal for you to own those.
Like, the idea of, like, owning a, like, branded item that you don't, like a clothing item or whatever that's branded.
Today's the 140th anniversary of Mercedes or something like that.
I had no fucking idea.
It's Mercedes was named after the owner,
like,
the inventor
the idea of,
of
like,
the car.
owning a, like,
It was
branded
his daughter's
item,
name. It was his
like a clothing item or whatever
Shut
that's
up
branded.
for a second. It was named after his daughter's name. The guy who built the car, or his daughter's name was Mercedes.
Yeah,
Right.
he named it after his daughter. And then following that, a bunch of fucking strippers, or future strippers, were named that.
Yeah.
Fact.
Killed it with facts. Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. I'm going to watch it again now.
Are you talking about some firearm video? Or
Nope, that video I
that
linked
crappy
earlier
porn?
that
Yeah.
fucking...
I was
Tyler
watching a
dropped out
Rush.
of.
I was watching the Rush Big Money video while you guys were playing that video. So I'm happy watching a Rush video.
Yeah, I'd rather watch a Rush video than anything Flippy would tell me to watch. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Bob. It's a good-looking dog you got there.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Did G-Webs find his dog?
Yes.
Thank
You
God.
mean the one that Bob stole?
No, not the one that Bob stole. G-Webs actually found his dog. Or, excuse me. His dog is home and safe. Let me just put it like
Okay.
that.
He misplaced his dog and then found it again. Got it.
I think
I never heard he'd lost his dog.
dog got out earlier today. I'm trying to remember when, and was gone for an amount of time. And through the use of social media, he was able to recover said Doberman.
I thought he went out looking for it.
Well, that too, but it was due to social media was what found him.
Oh, what? Was the dog...
And got him returned to him was social media.
So what was going on? Was the dog fucking selfieing in front of public landmarks? And
Oh,
like, I know where that fucking is.
I think I'm going to let G tell the story because I may have it wrong, and I would hate to put anything out there that's not representative with
Well, I'm just
fact.
glad it seems to have a happy ending for him.
Yes, as far as I know, the dog is back and healthy and happy. The owner's happy. the people that had or found or whatever you want to call it were happy. So like everybody's fucking happy.
Oh, poor Oro. Like, I know that dog. He's old. I always
Well,
feel
then-
for old.
Well, I can understand that, Bob. You can
Yeah.
relate to it.
Too true.
Well, and think about it. In dog years, he's even older than you, Bob, but not by much.
No, not by much, but he's pretty fucking old. He's getting to that feeble stage. I ain't there yet.
Uh-huh.
Not quite.
You're just
Still run half a mile.
you could still kick somebody in the knee too, Bob. I know. You're down for whatever.
I can still kick, probably 4 feet high, but that's about it now.
Now, what do you do when somebody catches that kick and has a hold of you by the leg at about 4 foot down?
Then I kick them in the face with my other foot because I can pivot off the one they're holding. You
Here's
never
my
done
dad.
that?
Here's
Bob?
my dad's dog when he was a little puppy.
Now, I'm not saying that this is the way things go, Bob, but see, if you try that to the wrong person when they have a hold of you, they throw you to the ground head first, usually.
No, they'd never be fast enough because, I'm Canadian, right?
Oh,
We're like-
I forgot that. I forgot that. I forgot.
You forgot, right? We're like quick. We deal with bears all the time, and bears.
Yep.
When he wakes up on the ground, he asks what happens.
Sorry for the
Tell him,
noise. I'm not a
well, you're Canadian.
That's all right.
There's a link in the side for you there, Bob.
Oh, yeah. Good job, Pink.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh. Who's Christy Cole? She's cute.
Those were G's words. I think he's going to take Oro back over there and let him get loose in her yard again. So
that's G's dog there in the picture?
Yep.
Yeah, he looks happy.
See, that's what I was saying. Like, everybody's fucking happy.
Owner in tears. Oh, man.
Oh, you didn't have to say that out loud, man. Come on.
Oh, come on. And you know what? I don't blame him a bit. I would have been in tears, too, because Oro is a great dog.
Oh, dude, if it would have been my dog, I would have been losing my shit all damn day.
Well, especially in Tucson, right? That'd be like me losing Charlie in the middle of a minus 30-degree blizzard.
Right,
I'd
just
be
the opposite end of the scale. Yeah, it's fucking hot today.
Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, that'd be just terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one time when
There's
all
no big-
four of the Rottweiler, huh?
There's no big deal.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool. I'm glad.
Yeah, there was one time when all four of the Rottweilers got out, and you talk about shitting, man. I was chasing them all over town.
Yeah, well, one time when I was a kid, I don't think we ever fixed our white beagle, and his name was Barney, and he would always jump the fence, and we were out of town, and we left the neighbors to watch him, and they had a choke collar on him, and he jumped the fence and got trying to get laid basically. So they just found him one morning hanging over the fence by his choke collar. So he basically was trying to get out to get laid. So
Yeah. I'd be a little PO'd at my neighbors for tying them up on a choke collar.
well, it was our choke collar. We gave it to them. I know, but that was before like dog
This
the dog
was
whisperer
not
and-
for
I was a fool to ever leave your side. Me minus you is such a lonely ride. The clothes that we had has made me lonesome inside.
He looks like a nice dog.
All right, that's enough of that shit. It was supposed to be reunited by Peaches and Herb, but it just took way too long to get the fucking chorus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I love the sentiment. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, I didn't even think about when I got a dog. I didn't realize what responsibility I was taking on. Because I wasn't really thinking, I don't think about a lot of shit, right? But I went and got this stupid dog. And I was gotta get a little dog that's dead. And I got him. And holy crap, he eats like a horse. He craps like a horse. You know, I gotta walk him all the time.
Well, he gets to walk you, though, too. He's probably good for you to walk all the time.
Oh, yeah, no, it is. It is. Right now, I can't do a lot of walking because the wood ticks were so bad. But, yeah, I think they're starting to mellow out a bit, so should be able to get back out with them. Because it's great. The only thing is the horses like to pick on him. So they like to follow us around and then try to grab his tail in their mouth. Well, at least one of them does. But, yeah, so it kind of sucks for him. But
Yeah, stupid horses.
yeah,
Keep
it's
clear
just,
of the horses.
yeah. Well, it's kind of hard. If you want to go walking out in the fields here, there's horses.
Also, why is he just like standing in that corner, like perfectly still?
Because he likes to sit there. That way he can keep an eye on the whole camper. All right, he's covering the bedroom. He knows nobody's in the bedroom because nobody can get in there. And, yeah, he can see everything in the camper. So it's just like
That's
his
the
way
spot.
of staying and watch.
Spot.
Oh.
See, now you need to move, Flippy.
Was there good? He needs to move. Was there any more shit on that one dude who was like fucking talking mad shit to CNN or whatever?
What?
Oh, he's talking about the GOA guy.
Oh, okay. Well,
I
let's
had
talk
posted
about-
a link. I had posted a link to all their videos there, Blippy.
Yeah. Flippy, why don't we talk about Wittenberg Group? Because they just had their big meeting in Munich, I think it was, and like reporters were getting accosted and threatened. Did you watch that?
I have
Sure.
absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
You've never heard of the Wittenberg Group?
Nope.
Oh, yeah, I would have thought your family would have been members. Anyway, they're the elite of the world that kind of controls everything, and they have a meeting once a year. And it's secret. Nobody can watch it, but people found out about it, so they're going to, all these internet reporters go to where this hotel room is, where all these rich, famous people meet. Or not a hotel room, but a whole hotel. And yeah, they do whatever they do in secret and won't tell anybody. You never heard of that?
Nope, not at all.
Hey, Sean, tell us about how Florida Carry is doing lately.
Well, I think the meeting where all the rich people get together is called GRPC. It's in Tampa this year. So come on out.
GRPCs?
The Gun Rights Policy Conference.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. I saw that on that's the GOA sponsored event, or Firearms Policy?
No, that's the Second Amendment Foundation.
Okay. I'm trying to remember who sponsored that. I saw something on that, but I couldn't remember whose website it was on. Because I was trying to join all of those organizations last week.
It was in Phoenix last year.
Right. I remember G-Web's broadcasted that live.
He did. He gave me patches. We tried to put bourbon down his gullet, but he had to run away.
Yeah, G-Web's not much of a drinker.
No, we tried to put bourbon down everyone's gullet there. We had good bourbon.
You know what? I'm not a bourbon drinker, but I probably would have drank some.
So, but that's not until September, though. So, how are things going right now?
Right now, we're in a knife fight in the proverbial phone booth. It's like it is everywhere, except Florida is ground zero of the latest push. So we're dealing with federal legislators, local legislators. All of the national gun groups are descending on Florida. They suddenly have quote-unquote volunteers for the anti-gun groups that we've never heard of, that have suddenly come up and been like, oh yeah, I've been a volunteer forever for this, for the Brady campaign. Really? We've never heard of you.
Really?
Yeah, no, I'm a volunteer. Oh, yeah, what do you do for a living? I work at a think tank that remotely that's in D.C.
Yeah.
Right, you're a volunteer.
So, have you guys? And this is a question that's just been bugging me because I've wondered about it. Have the guys in Florida carry? Have they seen any? Have they seen any indication that the LGBT community, whatever that community is, have come and talked about concealed carry because of the, obvious threat to them?
The organizations know. The people, absolutely.
Oh, right on. That's the start.
We've had a large increase in our membership of people who are actually reaching out after they join and saying, hey, I'm a I'm gay, I'm lesbian, I'm queer, I'm whatever, and telling us I just joined because you guys are standing up for my right to defend myself.
Yeah, well, there's no checkbox. There's no special checkbox if you want to.
We do not have the if you're not heterosexual checkbox on our membership form, but people have literally been sending us extra emails and saying, hey, I just joined. I just wanted to thank you for because we came out against a police chief that tried to tell people if you have a concealed carry permit, don't come to the Pride parade this weekend. And we after that we had the city of Sarasota try and pass a referendum, an anti-gun referendum. We went after that and took care of that. We had a housing authority try and impose rules on anyone going into the housing authority, and including the tenants, the homeowners that live in this housing authority, and trying to impose gun rules on them, and well, we went after them, and actually one of the commissioners resigned the other day because of that.
Right on.
So we're fighting like hell down here, and we're winning, but right now it's on political fronts we're winning because we're right, but right now the real front is in public information and getting some common sense and logic and some real facts out to the public.
Oh yeah.
Hawaii's going straight to hell. I can tell you, the governor just signed all 3 new gun control laws today, and I was just so glad when I got back home and my Florida carry card was in the mailbox waiting for me. It was like a ray of sunshine. It's a nice looking card.
Oh well, what took you so long getting it?
Because he's on an island in the middle of the goddamn ocean.
No, I had to have a bypass operation, so I was on Oahu instead of the Big Island, so I wasn't getting run away.
Leave that damn island, even though it's a death trap.
Well, glad to hear that the ticker's still ticking.
Yeah, it's still ticking, and I'm doing good. It was a trial, but I'm just glad to be back and try and help G-Webs and everybody else in America fight for their rights. So somehow, You know,
Yeah, we
however, in
appreciate
whatever small way I can. You know, like I said, I joined Gun Owners of America last week when I saw that they had something on the website. You know, that quote from Harry Reid. It says, you know, the NRA is bad, really bad, but the Gun Owners of America is worse than bad. So that's when I joined up. Gun Owners of America.
You know, and I spent a good bit of this evening talking to the leaders of a bunch of other state gun rights organizations. A lot of them are very angry with the NRA right now over this compromise proposal that was fortunately voted down today. But it's by no means completely dead. And yeah, it's got some problems. And yeah, we need to work with the legislators in Congress, and we need to work with the NRA to craft a better proposal to make sure that people's due process rights are respected.
Yeah, did you see Trey Gowdy? Lambast that at some kind of congressional hearing, the Department of Homeland Security chick. You just asked her, you name any other constitutional right that the government can just chill and then
yeah, and that was a few months ago. It's been making the rounds on social media again, but that wasn't anything all that recent.
But it was good. It was really good.
Oh yeah. Well, look, Trey Gowdy's he's a pretty sharp dude. Think we'll keep him.
Yeah, and the girl was completely just a deer in the spotlight.
Well, yeah, and look, they sent some staffer. They sent some mid-level staffer up there to go brief Congress.
She was like roadkill.
And she was wholly unprepared for what she was stepping into, and her bosses definitely did her a disservice.
Yeah, roadkill. Yeah, but there is no other right that they can just cancel out but putting you on a secret list, and then you have to go ask the government for your rights back.
Well, and I was explaining to someone earlier, there have always been secret government lists. If you're suspected of a crime, especially if you're suspected of terrorism or treason, we're not going to come up to you and say, hey, we're investigating you for treason, so act differently while we investigate you. No. There have always been, quote-unquote, secret list of people that we suspect of terrorism and treason. And those lists should be secret during an investigation. But we do not take rights from people without due process. And you cannot ban someone from buying a firearm unless you have enough evidence to charge them with the crime.
Yeah, and what really pisses me off about lists is that the governor signed some legislation that, says you have to, in Hawaii, you have to pay if you want to buy a gun now, you have to pay $75 to be put on some federal wrap-back watch list, criminal list, which is directly against the 1986 Firearms Owners Protection Act, federal law. And so I'll be damned if I'm going to pay $75 to be put on some illegal list.
Okay, what do you mean on a list? $75 to be on what list? What
a wrap-back list. Basically, they make a list. They want to make a list that the FBI checks all the states, constantly, every day, to see if your name pops up in connection with a crime. Anything criminal pops up. I mean, not just when you buy the gun, but
are you sure this is the FBI checking this list, or is it the Hawaiian government?
It's the FBI. It's the state list, and it's called a wrap-back list. And basically, it's an illegal federal list because they're not allowed to keep lists of gun owners just because they're registered gun owners.
Is this a list maintained by the federal government, or is this a list that's maintained by the state of Hawaii?
Both. I mean, if you want to buy a gun, you have to pay $75.
I have a feeling you're going to find out that this is something that the state of Hawaii is doing, and this is actually done with most of the concealed carry licenses. They don't check them daily, but they do every year when you, on your anniversary date of your license, they will go out and run basically a local statewide check and an NCIC check.
Yeah, but they don't
on
run
a
a
concealed
next
carry
check
license,
every day
and
on
this is common in
everybody.
most states.
Yeah, but they
that
don't run
have
a
concealed carry licenses.
But they don't run a NICS checks every day on everybody on the list.
No,
I mean,
no. That's much more. They're doing a lot more diligence to make sure that criminals don't have guns there.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm not paying $75 to be on some illegal list. You know.
Well, again, if you have a concealed carry license, you're paying money to be on a list where they check you at least once a year. To make sure that you haven't become a criminal.
They've never issued a concealed carry license in the state of Hawaii. At least
I'm just saying, your Hawaiian thing is just a step above what even supposedly gun-friendly Florida does.
Well, they're not very gun-friendly here, so. And our range is, once again, not being approved. You know, they've been trying for 40 years to get a range open on the Big Island. And the DLNR just will not approve it, so.
So are you telling me, like, you live in Hawaii, in America, you can't get a carry permit?
Yep.
And really?
And they won't open a range on the island anywhere. They won't approve a range anywhere.
So what are you supposed to do with your guns? I guess, can you still shoot up private land?
On private land, yes. You know, if there's not a road nearby, if there's no houses, and if you have a berm, and you know, if it's far enough, you know, in the middle of nowhere that nobody will call and complain.
Yeah. Holy crap! You guys are worse than Canada.
So where do you go shooting at?
Their state land, but you know, I'm not allowed to. With their new hunting regs, you're not allowed to shoot non-hunting caliber weapons. You know, so it has to either be for handguns, 44 Magnum, or you know, for rifles, you can't shoot a 22. It's got to have a certain, I guess.
Oh wait, you can only carry a 44 Magnum in Hawaii. That's awesome.
What? I don't. I only have a 357.
I'm
dude.
sorry, I'm required by state law to carry a 44 Magnum. When you put it that way, it sounds kind of cool.
Well, maybe a S&W 500 would qualify too, you know, but I don't think anybody goes hunting with those.
Hawaii need that.
People go hog hunting with those guns all the fucking time.
Okay.
S&W 500.
Hawaiian pigs, not like real pigs in Texas or.
Well, Smith & Wesson missed the boat when they were doing their marketing because they should have called it the S&W 500 Magnum. Because when you say Magnum, it sounds cooler.
Oh yeah. Right. Yeah.
500 Magnum and
sold so many trucks, right?
Could blow your head clean off if just with the recoil.
Yeah.
This is my 50 caliber Magnum pistol. That's how they should have done
it.
Yeah. With extra cheese. Which I'm also not allowed to eat anymore.
Really? Because what did you have with your heart? Like, I had stents put in mine, but they never said anything about eating cheese.
They never gave you a cardiac healthy diet?
Yeah, but I just ignored it.
They didn't mention cholesterol?
They didn't give you a Lipitor?
I quit eating bacon every day.
Quit eating bacon every day, yeah. That bacon, can't eat bacon, can't eat cheese, can't eat egg yolks. You have to have egg
cheese is like right barely below bacon when it comes. I mean, cheese is made of cholesterol, kind of like bacon. Everything good's made of cholesterol, unfortunately.
But I like
everything.
I buy a block of cheese every couple of weeks.
I used to do that too.
Yeah, it's for me and the dog. He likes cheese a lot too, so.
I'm sure.
think Saturday I'm gonna go pick up a bacon cheeseburger, eat it in your honor, and then go in for my bypass that I'll probably need.
Well, I have to have a quadruple bypass, dude. So
Yeah.
my advice is don't eat that. Don't,
Well,
go
I
get a
didn't
salad.
have
Go buy a salad or something.
Yeah, I didn't have to have that. I had to have stents put in. It took a couple of days, and I was out of the hospital and felt like I was 10 years younger.
Yeah, they tried to do that to me, you know, and basically I was on the table. They stick a wire in my wrist and ran the wire with the camera up my arm, you know, and you know the cardiologist was looking through the camera, took one look at my heart and said, just tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Steve, you need a quadruple bypass." So it's not like I was going to argue with them sitting on the table there.
Hey, did you find when they the weirdest part wasn't when they put the wire in, it was when they pulled it out?
The weirdest part was the next month after my whole left arm turned purple, and it was like dead weight.
See, I didn't have a problem with bruising on my arm and shit. But it felt so weird when he pulled it out. You could feel it come out. It felt almost cold, and it was like zip.
Well, Steve thought it was weird when they pulled out the wire and a strip of bacon was actually attached to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was like, best thing that ever happened to me was like.
Yeah. So no more Jack in the Box, no more, you know, mixed plate, you know, a Hawaiian thing that's like, you know, 2 scoops of rice and mac cheese and something with high cholesterol as a main dish, you know. So you know, it's like I haven't had any of that fast food, no Jack in the Box since I've been back. And the hardest part has been I have 3 cardiac healthy eating cookbooks from the American Heart Association. The hardest part is making a grocery list, buying all the ingredients I need to cook the recipes in there, you know. And it's just a lot of work. Fast food is so much easier, you know, and that's why you fall into those cycles.
So you're living off of fish and pineapple, right?
Well, I have Raisin Bran for breakfast sometimes with a few organic flax seeds sprinkled on it, and
no milk.
I've been using that Silk soy milk, but I'm going to try almond milk next time.
I've tried almond milk and soy. Try the almond milk. It's actually not that bad.
Yeah,
goat milk, man. Go goat milk. It's way better, and it doesn't have any of that unhealthy shit in it.
Well, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah,
but basically, I'm doing whatever they tell me to do in the book. You know, it's like the cardiac recovery diet. I mean, I've got 3 books, and I read them all thoroughly, and you know, but also I can make, you know, I get those Horizon organic egg whites because it's really easy. It's like a little box of half and half, except it's egg whites. So, and then I just throw in some spinach, some a little bit of salsa, and I cut up some sweet peppers, and it's really good with a cup of coffee in the morning. And you know, it's a spinach omelet, and I don't have to throw on any cheese. And after a couple months of not eating cheese, you can live without it. You get used to it.
Yeah.
And then, or either that, or you jump off of a cliff, start craving mad.
Oh, I don't worry about it. I mean, I look at it this way: is when I talked to my cardiologist, he said, "Yep, they're opened right back up." I said, "So I guess I got to quit smoking and doing all that shit." He says, "Well, it depends on how healthy you want to be, you know. But your heart's basically working back up to like 90% now, so."
Yeah, well, basically, when I told my cardiologist, he asked me what my diet used to be like, and I said, well, for dinner, I used to have ice cream bars and ice cream bars and Doritos, you know, cheese Doritos.
That's bad. He just real meals. I just ate a lot of butter and stuff.
And I'd wash it all down with beer.
Yeah, wash it all down. Well, yeah, but beer is good for you.
Well, I guess, but
small amounts.
You know, bachelor living kind of stuff. You know, sometimes I'd make margaritas. You know, like a pitcher or 2. But you know, hey, I want to be around until we win this Second Amendment battle permanently. You know, so I don't know if that's going to happen in our lifetimes.
You better be planning on putting your brain in a robot.
Well,
we're never going to win. ever.
No one's putting anyone's brains in robots.
You're never going to win it, but we're always going to be winning. That's the big thing, eh? I mean, you got to remember, people who are into firearms have tiger blood, and they're just always going to be winners.
You've been watching too much Charlie Sheen.
Hey, I just watched a special on Charlie Sheen. What can I say?
Yeah, I figured.
I mean, I'm going to disagree with that. There is no too much Charlie Sheen. That man is the hero we deserve, not the one we need.
All right. Well, I don't want to take that point anymore. I'm going to say, oh no, Charlie Sheen sucks, and yeah, we should really outlaw.
I don't have any problems with Charlie Sheen. It's just what were we talking about before?
You know, yeah. Okay, let's talk about how good the Browning High Power is. Look at this,
Jesus
right?
Christ.
I always said it was the best gun ever, and now Yankee Marshall, you know, Mr. Glock, blah, 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 Chiappa Rhino, now he's like, oh my God, I just rediscovered the greatest gun in the world, and he's in love with it.
If you're inviting me to diss Yankee Marshall, you know.
Yeah, but it's not even shiny and silver. Imagine how good a gun has to be to not be all like shiny for Yankee to like it. Because he usually only likes guns that are shiny and he can polish them and do all that stuff.
I think anybody should buy whatever.
So what trigger guard should I get for my AR-15 that I am currently building? I want something that looks spiffy.
Just get whatever puts the biggest smile on your face when you want to buy a new gun. You know, that's all. You know, whatever puts the biggest smile on your face, that's what you get. If it's a S&W 500, fine. If it's a Browning High Power, you know.
Well, I'm just saying that it just goes to prove once again that I was right, and anyone who shoots the Browning High Power will go, I have to own one. That's the greatest gun in the world. Now that might not last forever because people are kind of flighty, right? And in a couple of months or something, you know, I'm sure other people will, you know, who buy the Browning High Power will go, oh, that's shiny, you know, because they're all squirrels, right?
Do people actually buy guns because Yankee Marshall bought a gun or something? I don't know.
God, I hope not.
The internet's a little strange, so.
I mean, I feel like that's completely accurate. I feel like the internet buys guns based off of what Yankee buys.
Well, I know Flippy has, right?
I don't think I own a single gun that Yankee has.
Oh, you probably have a whole safe full you just don't want to tell anyone about because unlike the, you know, being a furry, you're embarrassed about your Yankee.
Well, I'm not sure. Does Yankee have a pink LCP?
I'm not embarrassed about anything, ever.
Oh, come on, Flippy. I bet I could find out something embarrassing about you.
I mean, you could try.
Yeah, well, maybe he's a secret Canadian.
Oh, man, wouldn't that just be hilarious? Turns out Flippy's a fucking Canadian, lives in Quebec, just practices his accent.
Flippy once pissed himself at school, and he walked around school the rest of the day claiming that he was just marking his territory.
Oh, no, I heard that one, and I actually heard it was that he walked around school claiming the water fountain malfunctioned.
I mean, neither one of those things are true. However, I would not be embarrassed over Dead Horse's idea.
Okay.
The point is, you don't get embarrassed. You just own whatever the fuck it is and be like, whatever. I'm just fucking cool.
You kind of have to when you're you, right? I mean, it's not like you're a regular
Hey, Sean, did you see that, what Pink linked on the Maui Watch there?
No.
Hawaii
Flippy
becomes
didn't
first.
put it up, so I'm probably safe to click it.
Yeah.
No, for the first and last time today, I clicked something that Flippy put up. That's just.
And never click Flippy's links. Yeah, those are just.
Maui Watch. Hawaii becomes first state nation authorized enrollment firearms owner centralized information system.
Oh, good God, that's worse than us.
I mean, there's no way I'm paying. If they want to put me on a list, let them pay for it. I know the government's broke, and I know Hawaii is worse than broke. So, you know, Hawaii could be the next Puerto Rico. You know, if Britain goes down,
dollars flowing in.
what do you think, Sean?
I think you're right. I think this is a problem, and I hope the Hawaii guys show up to GRPC so that they can sit down with my lawyers and we can help them out with getting a case going.
Yeah, it's so depressing, you know. It's
The,
like they
the
have
problem is right now we are all hesitant to file any cases in
I'm
federal
hesitant
court right now since
I'm
Scalia died.
Yeah.
Until the election, when
Yeah,
we
everybody's-
find out who's going to be in the Supreme Court, because
You don't wanna-
Scalia dying has changed a lot of legal plans amongst all of our organizations.
Yeah. But I'm afraid to go to, like, the governor has an open hall meeting, like, you know, like a couple miles away from my condo, and I'm afraid to go, you know, talk to him about it. You know, especially after all the gun laws he just passed. If I tell him what I think of him, you know, he'll probably just have him seize my guns, you know. So.
Now,
You know,
that would be an awesome case. You'd even win that case in Hawaii.
Well, I don't want to be the guinea pig for that one, dude.
I mean, someone has to do it. Might as well be you.
Maybe you can get Z to go, Island to go down and get, you know, give the governor what for. But you know, it's you know, when the Second Amendment goes, the First Amendment goes right after it or along with it, you know. So, but
Yeah, I need to find a trigger guard. I kind of want one that'll be metal. Like, I really like the Spikes Enhanced trigger guard.
I'm going to California in August for my dad's birthday. I think I'm gonna try and hook up with Heavy B and go do some shooting. But I don't know if I'm going to be going to Texas or Arizona or Florida.
I don't know. By August, I don't think any guns are going to be legal in California anymore. See all the stuff they've been passing?
Oh, Knights Armament makes a fucking trigger
Yeah.
guard? Sold.
I have a picture of my dad. He went shooting yesterday, and he was having some health problems. It really made him feel good to go shooting because he hadn't been able to go shooting for a while. Let me find a picture of him. Take down the picture of the dog.
The real question is, does it have the little, like, Knights Armament logo on it? Oh yeah, Sean, I got denied for my Form 1.
Why for?
Because they said there was a serial number issue.
A serial number issue?
Yeah, apparently on my Spikes lower, the part that says, like, serial in abbreviation is a part of the serial number according to the ATF. And because I did not have that on my form, it got denied.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yep.
There's a picture of my dad with his targets from when he went shooting.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I can't. Is he happy?
My dad?
Yeah, he looks like he's frowning, like super hardcore.
He's just posing for a photograph, you know.
No, he's smiling. That's his smile.
I have other pictures of him, but you know, he doesn't look. He looks like he's smiling to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy that trigger guard. That's it.
Let me see if I can find one.
Don't buy the one that I linked, though.
From eCops? Nah, fuck them. They like to charge a shit ton of money for like nothing. Like the price they have advertised.
Listen, you want the Gen 2 Knights Armament trigger guard. The one in that picture is the Gen 1, but you want the Gen 2.
What the fuck does the Gen 2 look like?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have the Gen 4.
Right down there, look in the side chat. That shows you the difference between the Gen 1 and Gen 2. And you'll see the Gen 2 fills the gap in between the grip and the trigger guard. The Gen 1 doesn't.
Okay, he's smiling more in this one.
Now he just looks like he's farting.
Don't make fun of my dad, dude. Are you mad at him because he has a Glock hat on or something?
No, I'm just messing with you.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sean hates Glock for reasons.
What are you talking about? There's a Glock right next to me.
Yeah, doesn't mean you're fucking happy about it.
I don't carry the damn thing, but I know it'll go off when I pull the trigger.
Yes,
well,
it
most
will.
of the time.
Most all.
The only Glock I ever really had trouble with was the 36, which is odd since I have the 30S. So it's basically a 36 with a bigger magazine, but this one hasn't given me any trouble.
Hey, see you guys. I gotta bail now. Take her easy. Talk to y'all later.
See you, Bob.
All right, later.
Have a good evening, man.
Y'all be cool. Well, looks like to me like his groups are pretty tight, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't piss him off.
Yeah, that looks neat. I need to go down to my local shop and buy one.
What, a dad that can shoot?
Hmm? Oh, no, I don't need one of those. I do, however, need this Knight's Armament trigger guard. Or I should call Noveski and pester them and be like, hey, what trigger guard do I throw on this shit?
Well, I'll have to call my dad tomorrow and tell him I made him famous on the internet.
What the fuck is that?
Dano is roboting.
Dano's roboting? Dano, you are a robot. Terminators took over his... Nope, he's gone. He dropped out. Probably...
Damo Origato, Mr. Roboto Dano.
Gold spikes so hard when Brexit float passed. It's like amazing. Anyway.
How about now?
You're good. You got it.
Better.
I also need to hunt down an OD Green LMT stock.
Now, did you not see the OD Green site link that I posted last night?
I did. There were no OD Green LMT
Website.
or B5 stocks on it.
We had OD Green everything.
But
I would really like a link to that site.
Stocks, handguards, pistol groups.
But
What?
it didn't have LMT or B5 enhanced.
I would really like a link to that site, Dano.
I'll
Also,
just a second. Yeah, I'll post it here and
this grip angle on this like Tango down pistol grip is weird.
Is it like more vertical or is it more angled?
It's like more angled.
More angled than a regular A2?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's weird. It's weird.
It must be like for those Europeans, like with girly hands and arms.
I mean, I believe, and I feel like I'll be corrected if I was wrong, but I believe G-Webs has like one of those things on like all of his guns.
Yeah, the reason I bookmarked that link is I hadn't decided. I was thinking about maybe doing an OD green AR instead of just black all the time.
Have what? What do I have?
You have a Tango Down pistol grip on your AR, don't you?
Oh yeah, I only use Tango Downs. I like them.
Yeah, on this site there is no OD Green LMT or B5 Enhanced stocks.
I didn't say they had everything. I just say they have a lot of OD green variations of things.
Okie doke.
If you're into OD green, I mean, they do other things in OD green, but
Well, like you see, I accidentally bought this pistol grip in OD Green, or I bought this OD Green pistol grip because I didn't read because I'm dumb. And the picture looked kind of black, so I'm like, oh, that's cool. It's like $5. It's a fucking Tango Down black pistol grip. I'll just replace it on my. I'll throw away that Myad grip and use that for my Mark 18 build.
so what's wrong with it?
It's OD Green. My Mark 18 build's all black, so I'm like, well, I now need to build an OD Green gun for this pistol grip.
I was going to say, why don't you just get a black pistol grip and be done with it?
Because it was $5.
Well, I'm sure you can find a black one for a lot less money than replacing all your furniture to make it match the grip.
Oh, I'm not. I bought a new lower. I'm just going to build the new gun for that pistol grip.
Hey Flippy, I'll trade you a black A2 grip with laser engraved with whatever logo you want on it for that OD green grip.
I don't like the A2.
This is a point where I would normally make fun of Flippy, but I have built ARs because I had an extra screw.
Yeah.
I'll laser engrave your little panda guy there, like right onto the side of the A2 grip on each side.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm perfectly
how cool
okay
would that
not
be?
doing that.
Like, how cool would that be to have like a panda on your grip, dude? Like, you know, the Panda Express panda. Like,
Nah, I'm super chill not having that. Like, this is the other issue I always end up running into when I'm like, I'm just going to buy a lower and then do a build on it, like over the year or so. Like, I plan on buying parts like slowly and methodically. But then after like the first month or so, I'm like, fuck the slow methodical, and I just go out and buy the rest of it.
You're the guy that needs it delivered that night.
I do. I told countless stores to fuck off because they told me it'd take 2 days for me to get my
I don't see
lower.
you ever in your life being slow and methodical.
I mean, I try sometimes, and I just give up on that notion entirely.
He is slow and methodical. I mean, he tries to watch every porn movie on the internet.
At half speed?
And backwards.
No, I'm just a normal man. I am not a god. I can't do that.
Backwards? That's just not natural.
Wait, so you're saying like the spadoodle will pop off the girl's face and go back into the dude?
See, I built this one because I had a few extra parts and a barrel that showed up.
That looks like a Radical Firearms handguard. Is that what handguard that is? Or is that a Midwest?
That's the Midwest.
Yeah, I think Radical Firearms kind of copied their design, except they don't have anti-rotate tabs. Is like the difference.
Yeah. See, that Midwest handguard was originally on one of my rifles. Then I changed it out for an M-Lock one.
Yeah, I actually had
another Midwest because they're really light.
Have you bent or snapped any of the anti-rotate tabs off of any of your Midwest handguards yet?
No, but I do have the version that has the ones that are prone to breaking, I'm told.
Yeah, that's what I had. I had one of those, and they broke. Well, one side broke on me, so that's why I've never bought Midwest again.
Mm. Well, they changed their design rapidly after that. I mean, pretty much they came out with it, and within a year, they replaced that entire design with their new anti-torque plate one, which I have not installed yet. But I'm not in a hurry to replace the one that I have, or that one. This and that one. But that handguard on that Franken gun was actually replaced with an Apex Arms Gator grip. So that whole most of that gun's been upgraded now. There's only a couple of things I still want to do to it. Really, the only thing that gun needs is a new trigger.
Hey, Sean, you have a lot of ARs. What grip would you recommend for an AR pistol? I'm looking for a grip that's a lot more vertical and not angled. Because when I took a pistol more, like, quote unquote, like cheek weld it, regular A2 grip's just too angled that close to my shoulder.
A lot of people use the Magpul. I think it's the K series grips.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Someone I think told me that it was either like Hogue or was it Hogue or Ergo? Like someone else makes one that's pretty vertical also.
I use the Hogue grips.
Okay. It's what the fuck is it called? Umbrella Weapons Corporation? That's like the one thing they actually do fucking sell because they're too fucking buggered or whatever to make it lower.
Yeah, I don't know about all those, but
Okay, wait, I missed that.
I personally use the Hogue grips on actually most of my rifles and my pistol.
Are the Hogue grips more vertical than a standard A2?
Just marginally.
Have you used any of the grips that are adjustable for the grip angle? It'll have like a 17, a 25, and like a 33 different degree grip angles.
Yeah, I've seen these. I know that God, who is it that makes that damn thing? I know that CCA made one, and
there you go.
The other one.
Is that what you're looking for, Dan?
That I messed with, but I wasn't really all that impressed with those things. To me, it's just one more thing to break. I really try and limit things to break on the gun if I can.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought about those, because it has those notches down, and they're like a two-piece grip, and it has those notches to adjust the grip angle. And I thought, man, like if I like really drop this or hit this on something, like I wonder if that would shear, that plastic would just shear off, and then you'd have like a wobbly grip and shit. So I've always wondered about how strong those adjustable grips really are.
Yeah, I mean, if you really feel like you need a more vertical grip, much as it pains me to say, I'd go with the Magpul.
I'm looking at this Umbrella Corporation grip Flippy posted, and that thing looks really vertical. I like that. Like, that's what I'm looking for, is something very vertical like that.
I believe they're actually B5s that were rebranded for Umbrella Corp.
Yeah, that's the Magpul K grip. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Personally, I want one of their lower and upper sets.
I'm clicking a Flippy link, so I'm scared.
you want to be held, John?
That basically looks like, well, maybe, if it's cold. I think it looks a whole lot like the Magpul, except with less texturing and a beaver tail.
Yeah, I kind of like the beaver tail too. The Magpul K grip doesn't have a beaver tail?
No, I don't think I've seen one that had one. They might have one that does, but I'm not aware of it.
Okay, on Magpul's site, I'm looking at it right now, it has the K2 grip. Is that the one, or is it the K grip? Or are they the same? Or?
The K grip is the one I'm familiar with. The K, let me see, what is this K2?
Oh, okay, I see. The K2 has the beaver tail and the K doesn't. I see the K now. So they look, maybe they look like it's the same grip angle. It's hard to tell from the pics, but they kind of look like it has the same angle, just that the K2 has the beaver tail.
Yeah, it does. There's the K, the SL, the K2, and the K2 Plus. Now that is the other one that I have seen, the SL, and that's basically a K grip with a beaver tail. The K2 and the K2 Plus have the little trapdoor thing at the bottom. You know, those little interchangeable things that some of the Magpul ones have, so you can, you know, keep a bolt in the bottom for some reason. All my years in the Army, I didn't carry around an extra bolt, but, you know, whatever floats your boat.
Oh, Umbrella Corporation is sold out of that grip in black, it says.
Oh, well then they'll never get it back. So go to B5. Go look at B5. They should have it. Like, that company makes cool shit. They just never fucking stock it for some goddamn reason. That pisses me off.
What was it like, supply and demand? Like, as soon as they get it, they're already back?
No, they just don't make it. Like, ever. Like, I've been on one of their fucking wait lists for a year and a half now.
What?
A lower and upper set.
Took me about 5 months to get the new 2016 Loophole scope that I wanted. 5 months on the wait list on Davidson's.
I'm about to get on the list for one of those new Vortex AMG.
But yeah, Dad, do you need it to say umbrella on the side of your grip?
Oh no, I don't care what it says.
All right,
I'm,
there you
I'm
go.
not a big
19
billboard.
$19, black, from AIM. So it'll take like a year to get to you, but it's $19, no shipping, no tax.
Oh, $19 with shipping?
No, $19 with no shipping. They don't. AIM doesn't charge shipping or tax.
Well, on certain products they don't charge shipping, like Magpul and stuff, but on other
This
products
is free. This is also free shipping.
Okay. And I'm sold. Yeah, $19. I'm sold. I'm gonna order that right now, I think.
I just have to wait for AIM to get off their fucking lazy ass and ship me my parts kit. I can talk shit about AIM. They will not send me a box with the fucking wizard on the side of it.
Okay, Flippy, what if I engraved like a wizard on the side of an A2 grip? Like on each side?
No, I really don't like A2 grips. Like, I have to have the ability of putting shit in my grip for me to justify having a grip.
There we go. That's the newest acquisition.
Is that one of those Desert Tech chassis?
No, it's this is a Mossberg MVP light chassis. It's the MDT LSS chassis with a Mossberg action.
Oh my god, someone actually bought a Mossberg Patriot or whatever the fuck it's called, MVP?
I did. I bought that Mossberg it's the MVP style, so it loads off an AR style magazine. 308 AR type magazine.
Dude, that's fucking crazy. You're a crazy person.
We will see what I can get out of that thing. But, it's small, it's light, and that's what I needed in the 308 right now, because I've got my really long range, 1,200 yard plus 308, which, yes, you can shoot the 308 1,200 yards with a big old long barrel. I've got my 308 AR, but I didn't just really have a really lightweight hunting setup. So that's what this one's for.
Yeah, I'm curious. Did you jump onto the fucking Creedmoor bandwagon yet?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
Recently,
if I'm going to get something other than a 308, I'm going straight to 338 Lapua.
One of my buddies just bought a 338 Lapua. It was cool. It was like only $1,200.
I'm not going to, take down large game with the 6.5 Creedmoor. A 300 Win mag only gives me a little bit more distance than my 308 does. So that's not really worth it. And beyond that, you're into the problem with the 338s. The damn things for match ammo are chambered in $7 bills.
I've never even seen 338 in the local gun shop.
That it's really because it's only people that are shooting long range
Yeah, and
Usually,
we don't.
long-range competitive shooting or messing with those things.
Yeah, it's like fucking $2 a bullet.
Yeah, basically
No,
that's
more
why.
like $7 a bullet.
That's why I settled on my CZ 527 and 7.62 by 39 because it shoots the same ammo as my AK, so I didn't have to buy a bunch of new ammo. And I got my Leupold Varminter scope got in a few days ago finally after a 5-month wait, and I can't wait to go out shooting with the bolt action. So I'm really looking forward to it. But I don't think I'll pick the day that the governor's here to do it. Just too paranoid to go shooting on the 4th of July almost.
You see, here in Florida, we go shooting with the governor.
Yeah, well, we ain't in Florida anymore. But I'm really looking forward to it. But I think having the cheap ammo that I've already got cases of, is a big advantage, Just that I have to stock up on soft points now because you're only allowed to fire soft points in the hunting areas. If you have full metal jacket, they can seize your gun. So.
Jeez.
If you aren't wearing Blaze Orange, they could seize your guns. All kinds of stuff like that.
I mean, why don't you just give them your guns?
Why don't you give them your guns?
Because I live in a state that isn't backwards crazy.
Well, just because they want my guns doesn't mean I have to give them to them.
Yeah. So that's my deer rifle.
I try and comply with all their unconstitutional, messed up rules. All I can do is try. Have your hunting license on you, wear Blaze Orange, and use soft points. I can do that. Yeah, but as far as buying a Lapua, geez, I thought about it for a while, but when they passed all those new gun laws, I was like, no, I'm not. I'm just gonna get better with all the guns I already have.
I got to. Well, after we shot stuff, I got to play around with a Ruger Precision 308. That was a fun rifle. I kind of want to own one.
Those are nice rifles.
And then my buddy went out and after that bought a Savage 110 FCB, the 338 Lapua one. And I have yet to play with that. That seems neat.
See, when you live in a good state, you can have things like this.
Looks fun.
You're just rubbing it in.
I'm happy with my Tavor,
At some point, the fucking ATF will buckle and let me have my toy.
So, Flippy, what did you forget to fill in?
It's not that I forgot to fill in anything. You see on Sean's AR that he just had, where it had LW
That one?
on the serial number. On mine, there was an SER, or whatever the abbreviation for serial number is, and then the number. I didn't put the SER in front of the number because I didn't think that was part of the serial.
Oh.
Apparently it was. And the ATF was like, nope, you didn't fill it out correctly. There is supposed to be a serial number. Or that bit is supposed to be on there for a serial number.
And how long did it take you to get that clarification?
It took. I set up my original thing April 11th, and it came to me on Monday. Denial.
Okay, so it was fairly quick.
What, the denial? The first time me registering was on April 11th. and then Monday of this week.
This week. Okay.
Yeah, the 20th of June, they gave me a denial
Okay,
saying
so it
that
took a month to get at least the form looked at.
it took almost 2 months.
Okay. Yeah.
It was April, May, and then June 20th.
Okay. Now, do you have to resubmit another $200?
Well, they refunded my 200. Well, in theory, they refunded my 200. It hasn't hit my account yet, but yeah, I had to resubmit. And then I read some things telling me that, oh, once you resubmit, just hit the Ask the Experts button, explain what happened, and you should be approved within a day. I don't know if that's correct, because after I resubmitted and hit the Experts button, their website has been went down and was down for like 2 days. So I have no idea what's going on. I'm just hoping I get something out of it. Honestly, if I get denied a second time, I'm probably just gonna be
Wait,
fuck it.
so you crashed, Flippy? You crashed the ATF website?
Probably.
So, I know you mentioned earlier that you were on your way to go pick up your lower today. So was that satisfactory?
Oh yeah, no, that was super great.
Okay. What's ironic is I heard that, and then I was on my way out to work, and I saw that somehow I had missed a call from my FFL telling me that my lower had come in, and of course they were already closed. It's just an 8 to 5 sort of thing.
Yeah, I feel like there's a different finish on this than the other lowers I've had, because it's shinier and it feels different.
Well, what color did you get?
It's just a black Noveski lower.
Okay.
I don't know what they do, but they did something to it, and it's different. So I'm gonna buy. I need to buy a Noveski upper. I also need to buy a Noveski shirt, but unfortunately they're sold out of those.
Well, I threw on this morning. I threw on the main page, and I threw it up there again tonight. A list of some tools that I'm going to be looking to buy here in a few days. Because I was curious if there was anybody on gun channels that's also currently here and looking at the main page that might either have an extra that they want to sell, or they've built what they want to build and don't really have any interest in holding on to some tools and maybe get a break on some costs on that. Rather than, I mean, I can go out and buy the new stuff and be done with it. But I figure I'd give somebody the opportunity to get a little bit of money, and then I get a tool.
Fucking Midwest USA just sent me a message being like, "We noticed you still have this tub spring on your in your cart. You want to come buy it?"
Now, I do have another question. Is I got the parts kit actually 2 days ago, the lower parts kit. Those super tiny springs, do they ever give you a spare, or they just give you the exact number?
You get the exact number of everything in it.
Okay.
And you will. Are you talking about the springs that go in for your roll pin holder thingy-mabob?
Well, yeah. For like the real like the ones that go in the
pivot pins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, those will fly out, and you will lose it forever. You'll never find them.
I mean, because on commercial stuff I've bought with it, they always they'll give you like 2 extra screws or an extra washer. Or...
Nope, they don't fuck around.
Because you can just get those springs at your local Ace Hardware.
I just go to my local gun shop and be like, "Hey, I need to buy 5 of those springs." Every time I do a new build.
Yeah, my place doesn't do parts like it sounds like yours does. It just sells stuff complete.
Is that your dog, Sean? There. He looks very polite.
Yeah, that's one of them.
There is a shop next to me called Runner Guns.
That would be Samuel Adams. We call him Sammy.
and that's all they do is sell like AR-15 parts and AR-15 lowers and uppers and barrels, and pretty much only do anything with AR-15.
I mean, I don't have any stores without what I'll call deal in black guns or black guns and parts. You're lucky to find anything outside the U.S. in regards to an AK and AR. That they may have a handful, and that's it.
The Second Amendment dog pound there.
Aren't you right next to Palmetto State Armory?
I'm not in Georgia.
Isn't Palmetto State Armory in South Carolina? The Palmetto State?
You're thinking of Night Strike.
Oh, you both
PSA's in like 3 different states.
Yeah, I had heard that that leaving the UK was the final decision about an hour ago. Sky News had made their prediction, or their whatever they call it. It doesn't become official till like 8 in the morning their time.
It says pound drops to lowest level since 1985. It's 17.4 million votes to 16.1 million votes. So.
Yeah, tomorrow especially, but this next week will be a week of changes reflecting all the Brexit stuff.
We'll see.
Oh yeah,
that is really cool.
Well.
Oh no,
Well, the good news, more importantly than that, is G-Web's got his dog back. So
Well, yeah, I mean that goes without saying. That's why I was asking some questions in the side, because I didn't know what was going on, and I didn't want to make it on air unless you wanted to.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a good and happy ending. So.
Yes.
And that social media that did that, posting it on the Facebook for the local sheriff, basically. They have a lost and found, and then the lady found him and went to the local Doberman rescue, and they monitor the lost and found. So when they were able to match it up, they called me and verified who I was, and then I went and got him.
So when you first saw him, was he just like laying on the sidewalk someplace, or?
No, a little lady found him and then brought him home, and then contacted the Doberman rescue place, and then the Doberman rescue place monitors the Facebook for my county lost and found dog place. So they were like, "Where are you?" Well, we just saw lost and found go up. So then they contacted me and said, "Send us a picture, basically, of your dog, and then we'll send it to that lady, and if it's the same dog, you go get him." So I didn't ever find him. He was walking around away from here, and then that lady found him. So I just went over and got him from that lady.
I mean, was she? How old would you say the lady was?
She's pretty old. She was like 40.
Well, that's that's not old, because you're not that. You're right around there.
Well, I'm way older than that.
She's
a baby. No, I'm just kidding. She was some hot lady. I don't know. I don't know. I was worried about getting her dog back. She was some blob, pink, holding my dog.
Just women in general are not very are always seem to be, at least in my experience, seem to be a little scared of big.
Have you ever seen that Pitbull rescue show on
This is a Doberman rescue lady though, so she's not afraid of Doberman at all.
Yeah.
She was willing to stop and pick up my Doberman from wandering around.
Those are great organizations.
Hell yeah, I know where I'm giving some money this year since I can get some money.
That was just sexist, and you should wash your mouth out with a chainsaw.
What was?
I don't think I have a single picture of my dog.
Jesus.
All right, well, here you go. If you don't have that chip already, get that chip, or else you're a bad dog owner, because those chips will make a difference. And then just having the chip is the sucker bet. You got to pay them $20 a year to stay on their list, so that when they zap the dog and find out there's a chip, it actually relates to your phone number. So do that today before your dog is missing, because I just found that out this morning that I'm not.
But even if you don't pay, they still give your phone number to the place. It's just
we hope. But mine was put in by a vet that's no longer his vet. Anyway, all I'm saying is it's worth the $20 to be current, so that no matter what shelter, because like for me, my example, rescue found him, not the pound, which I'm happy about because they're way more nicer to the dogs, I'm sure. Not that the pound is mean or anything, but people that are crazy about dogs are the best people to find your dog, right?
They were about to. The pound charges you if they find your dog.
I had already done the Facebook thing, so they already knew who I was or whatever. So anyway, do that chip and then get some recent pictures of your dog, because that's a good idea. I mean, at least every couple of months or so. One of the things that I saw, and I didn't do it very well, but I've seen on the internets before I had my dog and I plan to do it, is you take your dog and you set him down next to like a part of your house or with your kids or something, and you take a picture like every couple of weeks when he's a puppy, and then every so often when he gets older, and then it's just cool to see that progression, like sitting in the same spot as the dog gets older. But anyway, if you get in the habit of taking a picture of your dog every once in a while, it's a great idea, because for this, you know, I happen to have a dog who's like a pure breed, I guess, and they wanted to make sure I wasn't just some jerk picking up random dogs or whatever. So they wanted to have a current picture, or, you know, a picture, so that I could show that it was my dog or whatever. So that's a good idea. Plus, I was thinking about putting up the lost dog pictures, you know. So I would say, whenever you can, take a picture of your dog against the sky or like a white background, just to have that like lost
Tomorrow,
dog.
the name of gun channels is changing to dog channels.
No, but it's a good opportunity, since obviously,
I know.
freaking man,
I'm just happy for you. I really am.
And then the other thing, I guess, is get all of its stuff together. Get your dog's stuff together, because I get it together whenever I travel with him. I have like all this shit in a booklet, but I guess what the hell happened? I took him to get something done, and I had taken his booklet apart basically, and I hadn't put it back together. So of course, under the stress of like, where the hell is my dog at? Everybody's running around, and you get pretty. I mean, it was pretty stressful. So it was pretty stress-inducing. I definitely went from gloves to mittens. So I wasn't working the phone well, not finding the stupid-ass fucking number for the fucking lost and found thing, you know, because I'm thinking call the pound immediately. If my dog's barking at somebody and they're coming out with a taser or a gun, I want them to know my dog is a real dog, not just some wandering Doberman, right? So I'm trying to call them while I'm driving, which is a bad idea. So I basically had the other people looking for him, you know, find the number so that they could, you know, so we can make the phone call. So anyway, have that number here ahead of time. Put it in your phone even. Maybe that's a little bit too much, depending on how many phone numbers you can store. But have your dog's like vet stuff around and your chip stuff around. And I guess you can alert your chip place. So there's a couple of different companies that make them chips. Just alert that chip place that your dog's lost, and then definitely support your local humane society and animal shelter. I posted it on the one, and before I could even do it, the Humane Society was helping me make that contact with the people that found them. So, I mean, I've had it on my radar before, but holy moly, they do some terrific work for sure. I mean, think about that. There's people out there constantly monitoring just to help people out like myself. I can't even imagine if I had a bunch of kids here that lost their dog. Holy shit. So, and this isn't a dog that runs off. It's just an old ass dog who probably forgot how to get home after he started wandering or whatever. So it's not like you have to have a bad dog to, at least I don't think it's one bad. Anyway, that was my.
Hey,
public-
dogs could
service
just want to get out. They're dogs. They want to get out.
Yeah. Yeah, they got no reason to stay in, I suppose.
I feel like if my dog ran away, I'd just be okay with it and just go get a new one.
Oh, that explains the core of who you are and what you're about.
Well, I mean, my dog, she's old. She's kind of sickly. I don't know how much longer she has, so if she runs away, I'm just going to assume she's dead.
Like I
I
said.
think my dad would shoot you for saying that, but
Yeah. And if I could reach through the internet.
when my dad was a kid, well, I guess his father was like Flippy, because he had a dog, and I guess my grandfather figured he couldn't afford to pay for the food or something, so because my dad was poor when he grew up, so he basically, my grandfather left the dog at a park and got in the car and just drove away. And my dad, that it was a little black dog, and my dad just remembers looking through the rear view window at the dog chasing after the car. And ever since then, you know, he's wanted to get a little black dog, so we finally got a little black Schnauzer. And
Yeah, it would definitely hurt somebody for doing that.
Yeah, my dad's father was kind of an idiot, but you know, he had its moments, I guess. But that was the one life experience my dad remembered as far as dogs, and now he has a little black dog, and You know, I swear to God, the dog has like 100 toys, and he spoils them so bad. It's funny.
Well, it's probably his inside the house, his best friend.
Outside the house, yeah. The dog's a star. You know,
inside the house is what I meant.
The dog's a star on the street that my dad lives. When I visit him, they'll let me walk the dog down the street, and it's like people will just walk up to him and go, "Hi, Rocky. Hi, Rocky." You know, they don't talk to you, the owner, or if I'm walking the dog, they'll just say hello to the dog because everybody on the street knows him. He's like a rock star.
Yeah, we were my wife and I we're walking down the beach, and we've got both the dogs here, both of them on the leash, and there was this little girl. She's talking to these 3 other girls, and she's kind of holding court talking to them. And we're walking by, and Sammy, the one on the left, as he walks by, reaches up, puts his nose right in her crotch, and licks her in her thigh. She, of course, jumps out of her freaking skin. Everyone's laughing. Luckily, she was a good sport about it, and she's laughing. And Sammy here was just looking at her, wagging his tail like, "Hi, you're my new friend."
You smell delicious.
He did. He walked right up, put his nose between her legs, and gave her a lick right on the thigh. She went, "Wow!" It was hilarious. And these are both pound dogs, man. Vino I got as a pup. On the one on the right, got him as a pup. Found him at the pound. Sammy actually found him online at one of the pounds, and he had been there for a long time. He'd been there for almost a year. It's just, and he's a great dog. Just, a lot of people, if they look like a pet or whatever, don't want to take him. And so when I found him, I sent. Here, let me see if I can get this over here. When I found him, I sent this to my wife.
This is Rocky. He's cute as a button.
But once I sent this to my wife, it was all over.
Oh, he's so cute.
That was the end of it.
First dog I got from a breeder, and that was the last dog I got from a breeder. And I've gotten pound dogs ever since. Pound dog, as well as a retired, which isn't technically a breeder, but a retired greyhound. And if retired greyhounds, if they don't get adopted, they get put down.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you get a purebred, but it's really a variation of a pound.
Well, purebreds usually have more problems, health problems, because they're inbred a lot.
Well, greyhounds, because they're already usually several years old, those things are known, and either the dog would have been put down if it was too expensive, or it's been treated if it's a successful dog. The issue you really have with retired greyhounds is they've never been shown nor taught or had the opportunity to learn how to be a pet. So things like walking on grass, walking on carpet.
Yeah, animal rescue is such a wonderful thing.
I got mine directly from the track.
Wow.
So do they run them around all the time? Like, is the dog always wanting to run around, or do they just run fast and they just do when they're supposed to? Like, do they have to practice them, or do they just run fast and that they just leave it at that?
Well, the dogs that are racing do get exercised for the race, yeah. It's like any athlete. You have to practice, you have to have a cool down. I mean, it's just on a smaller scale than an expensive horse would be.
So then was the animal, used to exercising quite a bit and was always active then?
Well, yes. but it will take time. But it will become what I'll call, the laziness gene will get the best of it, which also helps as far as it being a better pet. You don't need something that's constantly moving around and will never sit down.
Well, my parents have some neighbors that have dogs, and one of them has like 2 whippets. And those things are fast.
Oh yeah, incredibly fast. I mean, the dog that I got was a loser, but he was incredibly fast. He just wasn't the fastest of the greyhounds, but faster than any other dog.
Yeah, when this guy was in his prime, he could haul ass.
Yep. Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah, but anyway, there's a picture of my dad and his dog. So now he's got a little black dog, and that's like, the dog that he remembers running away, trying to catch up to the car when my grandfather drove off and left him.
My my aunt had a little dog like that. Whatever your grandma's sister is, I think. She had a little dog
Great
like that.
aunt.
Little dog. I don't know.
Your
Grandma's
siblings
sister.
of your grandparents would be your great whatever.
Okay. Well, then that lady. It was a cool little dog.
Anyway, all right. Well, I showed my dad with his targets that he shot, and I showed my dad with his dog. So.
All right, gentlemen. Well, it is really late, and I'm headed for bed. So y'all
Hey,
have a
Sean,
good
before you
evening.
take off then, did you see I'm doing, taking your advice, I'm taking the Every Second Matters to the next level. I got it all pretty much set up. I'm going to get with you here in a couple of days via email, and we can go over whatever you guys are looking for. I've talked to the guys at AZCDL, and then, from, I want to build it to whatever kind of specs you guys think you might need. And then we can take it to Virginia and Georgia and whoever else, maybe FPC and some of the others. And then, anyway, take a look at it. It's just at everysecondmatters.com. I just rebuilt it right there.
Okay, awesome. Cool. Yeah, and I registered that other website. We'll link that all over. And when you're ready, I'll transfer that to you. And yeah, let's go for it, man.
Cool. Thanks for the idea.
Do me a favor, shoot me an email.
Yeah.
So I remember, and I can look at it this weekend.
Cool. Talk to you later. Thanks for jumping in.
Thanks, guys.
Aloha. Take it easy.
Toodles.
Hasta la vista.
So my phone stopped working correctly yesterday, so I had to go get a new one today.
Did you get a new Knights Armament phone?
No, I got a new iPhone.
That reminds me that was like from the episode of I forgot what show it was, but that's
Futurama?
Hashtag yeah, give me your money. Shut up and take my money.
Yeah. Well, the issue is I don't have my new phone yet. I just have to deal with my phone being broken. Like I went in today, was like, my phone doesn't work. The fucking lady looked it over and was like, "Yep, your phone doesn't work. Do you want it? Do you want us to replace it for $5, or do you want to like buy the newest one that just came out?" I like looked at her. I'm like, "How many people actually say they want to like just replace their phone?" And she's like, "More than you would think." I'm like, "Well, I'm not one of them. Fucking give me the newest one." The lady was then like, "Well, because
I might have one left, but it'll cost you $500. You have no choice of plans, and
basically, the lady's like, "Well,
the reception sucks, and the battery only lasts for 5 minutes." So.
because my current phone has like 128 gigs of like data on it or whatever." Like,
and if you drop it, it'll shatter.
So the lady's like, "For you to upgrade, you have to get another 128 gig one." I'm like, "I'm chill with that." She's like, "Well, unfortunately, the only ones we have are the silver ones. What color do you want?" I'm like, "Well, my phone has to be gold." The lady's like, "Well, unfortunately, we're out of gold." I'm like, "Well, you're going to find gold. So I have to now wait till July to get a new phone." 'Cause I have to have my gold iPhone.
Can't get it Cerakoted?
Nope. Well, like the thing is, the fucking speaker on it like died. So every conversation on my phone, I have to have with my phone being on speaker mode. It just feels like I'm in a reality TV show everywhere I go now, and while I'm talking to people in public.
Well, do you keep your old your previous? You still have your previous phone?
Well, I mean, I have the phone until the new one comes in. Then when the new one comes in, I ship the old one back to T-Mobile, and they give me my money back.
Just don't answer the phone when you're in public.
I mean, I will. I just don't care. No shame. It was really, really awkward, though, when I was, like, talking about this one hot girl today, 5 feet from her, to one of my buddies.
Yeah, well.
This really hot girl is breastfeeding. She's like right behind me in this restaurant. I think she heard me tell you about I'm watching her breastfeed. It's awkward now.
At least he didn't go up and lick her between the legs. Like.
Now we're making eye contact, and it's just getting more awkward.
So I went out and got some breakfast to eat because I was all stressed out looking for this fucking dog all day. And then they gave you a bunch of sour cream for some reason. So I bring home the sour cream to give to this dog, even though he's bad. And he just like slopped it all over the side of his body. So he's fucking covered in sour cream. I gotta wash him off.
Can he digest dairy?
Probably not, but he almost died today, so I figure I'll give him some sour cream.
Well, I just say that because if dogs, a lot of dogs can't necessarily handle, what they'll do is they'll puke it up, and that's the last thing you want is puke in your place.
No, this dog would not choose that. He would choose the nastier, stankier option, I'm sure. So it would be the other end. But no, I don't know. I don't give him sour cream.
I mean, you could just throw some chives on the side of them and a sack of potato chips.
I could wrap him in tinfoil because that's exactly what it looks like. Somehow it's obvious that he doesn't get sour cream very often because instead of eating it, he more like scooped it out of the little dish it was in and smashed it all over the side of himself, where it's like where his neck doesn't even move enough to get it, so he just smeared it all over himself.
Maybe he's wearing some lotion or something.
Nah, he's just sitting there being like, fuck you, now you have to bathe me.
He's like literally both so old and tired that he couldn't even get up right.
Well, I thought he was like 8 years old. Is that right?
Oh, how long do foxes live?
I have no idea.
Don't know.
Because my wife saw the video of like the fucking domesticated foxes from Russia, and she kind of wants one now, and they're like $900, but I don't know if that's worth the investment.
It's probably a bad idea.
Because like
getting wild animals and domesticating them, it's not necessarily.
I mean, the Russians already did it. They already domesticated it. They're just selling the domesticated ones.
Yeah, well, they could sell you some tiger cubs too. When it grows up into a 400-pound tiger, you'll have a problem.
I mean, it's a fucking fox. It's not going to grow up to be a 400-pound fox. It's going to grow up to be like a slightly taller fox.
It'll be a wild animal, though.
Yeah, well, why would I care? I don't have chickens.
Maybe your neighbors do.
You know what the best kind of fox is? You know what the best kind of fox is?
Megan?
Samantha Fox.
Oi! 20th century fox. Used to be, not anymore though.
Fox's lifespan is approximately 5 years.
Oh. 5 years for $900 is a fucking ripoff. That's not worth it at all.
Is anybody going to see the new Independence Day?
I probably will.
Nope. I can't remember the last movie I actually saw at a theater.
I'm just waiting for them to remake. Oh, I saw that. I was disappointed. I'm waiting for them to remake The Dirty Dozen. That's what I really want.
Well, they're remaking The Magnificent Seven, so I'm going to see that one. But I know everybody here is going to hate it. But
I'll probably love it
anyway. For Warcraft, I really like the ogre's yell, the war cry when he's fighting Gil'dan. that was just the best dialogue line.
There were no ogres in that movie.
Durotan.
He was an orc. He wasn't an ogre.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Are you talking about Shrek?
No, Warcraft. Yeah, basically you didn't need to understand all the lore or anything.
I mean, you didn't need to understand the lore because the lore wasn't fucking there. It was all fucking horrifyingly
there was all
wrong.
kinds of. Well,
Is Warcraft the same as StarCraft with different
No.
dolls?
No, StarCraft
it's
is
all-
in the future and in space and like with ships and shit.
But it's the same game. Like instead of like being bus listers, it's like rocket factories. Anyway.
well,
kind
it's
of.
the same company. It's
split
all run by
between them.
Blizzard, but and owned by Activision, but they're different.
Oh, it's not
games.
owned by Activision anymore. Blizzard
Oh.
bought itself back from Activision.
Yeah, well, what for? They're running the franchise into the ground.
Well, Activision was running the franchise into the fucking ground. That's why they bought it back.
But I know, but they're still running it into the ground.
Well, they're fucking dumb. I don't know what. I just kind of thrown my hands up at Blizzard when it comes to like WoW.
Yep, me too. And I killed 2 million horde.
Yeah, I was a gladiator at one point. I had a gladiator warrior.
Yeah. I had hunters, rogues, restored druids.
Although I'll probably be coming back to the new expansion because I want a demon hunter. I've been wanting a demon hunter since like the game came out.
They couldn't pay me to go back. I mean, the PvP's dead. If you can't fight if you can't fight the people, there's no point in Warcraft. It's like,
I mean, you can absolutely fight the people. They've been nerfing everyone since like the fucking beginning.
everybody has invisibility. Everybody can heal, self-heal. Everybody. I mean, it's just they've been dumbing it down so much, and gold doesn't matter. Crafts don't matter. Garrisons just destroyed everything, and Apexis crystals. Fuck that.
Oh, yeah, they're well aware that garrisons and Apexis crystals killed everything. That's why they're getting rid of those.
Well, but they put the same thing in. They still have that damn Facebook thing in there.
Yeah.
And it's like, no way. They didn't do anything for PvP, and this is just like, that's the only part I liked was fighting other people. I mean, I had a rogue. That's how I got into knives, because I just like sneaking up behind people and just wailing on them. I mean, there's nothing that pisses anybody off more than some rogue just wailing on them and stun locking them for like 2 minutes straight, and then they die. That just really annoys people.
I mean, not as much as spinning to winning if you're a warrior, because that's like the absolute best when that happens.
Well, yeah. I had a hunter, and my hunter, I just like using explosive traps and blowing horde off of the cliffs or off of the bridge in Alterac Valley. But yeah, my rogue was just really the fun character to PvP with.
Yeah, that's why I had a shaman, was to do the same thing, because that was always endlessly fun. It would run down the middle of, what the fuck was it, Storm whatever, where the flag was, and you just fucking like smack everyone off in all directions.
Yeah, well, you're talking about that one with the flag in the middle and the endless either side. Yeah, that was really great for explosive traps. You throw an explosive trap, and if the horde start to win the flag, then somebody grabs the flag and you just blow them all off into the abyss.
Yeah, the best was being a warrior though, because then you would just pop your spell reflect, and then you would just see the fucking shaman like just jettison off into space.
Yeah,
all Team Rocket style.
I remember I used to play Balanced Druid back in vanilla, and I had one of those helmets with the gems that could the meta gems that would reflect spells. And one time I was in Alterac Valley, and some like mage threw like some fireball at me with like 200,000 damage, and the meta gem kicked in and reflected it right back at him. You know, but I had to switch my druid to just restore in PvP after I mean, not even not I think in Kata, even in Kata, didn't
Oh,
do
so
enough
you
damage.
weren't a part of the boomy like butt fuck that happened?
Well, yeah. I mean, I used to sit up in Astronar, and I ran a guild, and we would wait for the horde to attack. We'd just all be stealth, and I'd have my boomkin sitting on top of the flagpole in Astronar, and then I'd just summon trees, you know. And when somebody was near the flagpole, some horde, and the trees would just kick the shit out of them, and then just blast them with starfire until they died, and they couldn't even get to me or see me or didn't know where I was, you know.
I can't remember what the move was called, but like more so recently, Druid or Boomkins were given this move that basically was a big laser explosion from the sky that came down and did crazy sums of damage.
I must have left the game before they did that, or after they did. Before they did that.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
was a fairly new thing, at least in this expansion. But the thing to do would be like to have a Death Knight, like Death Grip, mass Death Grip everyone into the middle of like 5 boomies all popping off this like boomy super explosion, and there's literally nothing you can do to stop it. You just got pulled in and dropped dead.
Yeah, well, I think
More weird and lame, whatever you guys are talking about.
Oh,
What's
what?
that?
What the hell are you even talking about?
World of Warcraft.
Warcraft.
World of Weird.
It's combat. It's just, you know, you're fighting other people's characters who don't want to die.
There's
So, and you
fucking
just
guns
kill
in
them.
it too.
Yeah, there's guns in there. I had a hunter named Tavor with a gun that went around shooting people all the time.
I'm gonna use my water druid and his sword of twinkles to attack your
Hunter, good luck. Hunters are hard to take down if they could see you coming. They've got tracking.
even a water druid with a sword of twinkles.
There's no such thing as a water druid. I mean, there's water forms, but there's no water druid.
I mean, you try to attack someone with the water form, it'd be really funny.
Yeah, there's like 1 damage or something.
You're getting an ass whooping, but it'd be a funny ass whooping.
Yeah, but Bruce Lee said be like water, remember?
Yeah, well, he never played a druid.
Bruce Lee played a shaman. No, Bruce Lee would have played a monk.
Yeah, they have monks now, but the monks were just... I never play. That's one character I never rolled.
Dude, the monks were so fucking broken. Like, they never got that shit fixed.
Well, I know, but they had that spinning thing, and they would just wail on everybody for, you know...
They would stun you, get all their health back, stun you again, and then just, like, fucking beat your ass.
Yeah.
Like, you would disarm them, and they would do double damage. You would, like, stun them.
You can't disarm them.
Well, you could, but, like, when they
Did
first
have
came
that
out.
thing where you can't disarm them, or if you did, it didn't do any good, you know?
Well, no, the thing was, if you disarmed them, they did double damage. It gave them a buff.
Yeah, I know. It's something stupid.
It was so fucking dumb.
I mean, I had all my characters were elves. I had a rogue, a druid, which I turned to restore because whenever I would go into like a big, 40 players versus 40 players battleground, the restore druids had, massive area of effect healing, and you could just, heal everybody really fast, if you didn't get stun locked by some rogue. And then let's see, so I had the restore druid, the rogue, my hunter.
Yeah, I had all my stuff was human.
I had a mage but I was never any good at PvPing with a mage. I mean, there's some mages who are really good at PvPing, but it was just the spells seemed to take too long, and I was so used to PvPing with just really fast keystrokes in between I was just better with melee. I had a warrior, but I think I just played him, always played him arms or protection. And I think at some point Fury was pretty good, but I never set up that spec. So.
Oh, Fury was so fucking fun. Like, I main played a warrior. But, like, all my characters were human. I had a warrior, death knight, paladin, and then I had, like, a dwarf shaman.
You know, I started a Death Knight character, but I just used it as a storage thing for character because it just, the whole storyline for, you know, having a Death Knight is the first thing you have to do is kill your best friend or something. You know?
Yeah, it was fucking awesome. I was, like, super stoked about it.
Well, considering how you want to let your dog run off and die, you know.
I didn't say I'll let it run off and die. I'm just saying if the dog finagles its way from my house.
Shut up, Flippy. You aren't going to make it any better. I
It's
mean, I had a
earned its
hunter.
freedom.
I had a hunter with a dog, so you know. Well, I think I had the dog. I had the turtle because the turtle could tank.
The turtles were fucking awesome.
And the turtle could keep aggro. You know,
Like
my hunter, marksman hunter, wailed on it. So.
my favorite thing to do though would be like dual hunters, and then just fucking kill their pet and not even fight them. And that was like back when pets had that like friendly bar or whatever, and every time they died, like they became less friendly towards the hunter. And at one point, if you got them to like, you could get them to fucking hate their like hunter master, and they'll just fucking like toot it and boot, and they'll just leave.
Well,
that was always really fun. Because like the hunters would get super fucking pissed off by you doing that.
The best part about my hunter was the explosive traps. You could just blow the horde off of bridges, mountainsides, you know, blow them out of towers.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys talk about that pistol grip and then let them chat about the wizard zap?
Well, if you don't want us to talk, you know, I'll go watch, you know,
I'm not saying that.
Price of Gold or something, you know.
In the chat are asking what we're talking about, and you guys are side chatting about things.
Yeah, Dano, you don't want that grip. You don't want those grips. Not unless you have like huge hands. Like, do you wear like an extra large glove?
Like Donald Trump hands?
Well, I wear extra large gloves, yeah.
Well, then it might be okay with you.
I mean, I was just looking at as far as I could cut down the shipping costs because I'm already getting something else at that same website.
Well, everything there's free shipping. Everything there's free shipping.
Okay, and I also saw that tang on the grip, and I don't.
Why don't you just buy a Tango down grip? They're like the best.
But honestly, Dano, I think there's a lot better grips out there for really just a couple dollars more. Because I've actually bought one of those and then I turned around and sold it off because I wear a size large gloves and that grip was just way too big for me. Like,
what's the appeal of the finger grooves on it?
Oh, there is no appeal. I was just at the same website and I didn't know they had free shipping. And since I'm buying something else there, I thought, well, I could, because I want an OD green grip.
I ended up having to beat my grip for what it's worth because I didn't want to wait around for one. And it doesn't hold up all that long because you're constantly holding it. But it holds up enough that when you look at it from the side, it's still kind of green. But I don't like finger grooves at all on a rifle ever.
Yeah, I'm not particularly fond of it. I was having second thoughts already. It's that extra tang. I don't remember my grip having that tang up at the top like that.
I don't know why people insist on putting that shit there. Like, the AR isn't huge enough already. Anyway, I don't know if they just do it because they can or something, or because they don't feel like sizing it to the receiver or some reason, but sometimes they're removable. It looks like that one's just stuck on there.
Yeah, because what's the purpose of that extra tang there?
Everybody's interface to the gun is going to be different. Everybody's hand is a little bit different. So if you're the type that has, I guess, a big-ass thumb or something, or big-ass, whatever you call the distance between your hand and your finger, tip of your finger, maybe an AR is too small for you, but I've got a normal size hand, I think, and AR grips are not about normal, and they're not small.
Standard, grips for me, I've just become accustomed to them, but I've gotten used to them. But I was just going to get an OD green one is all I was looking for. I mean, I don't need a special grip.
Yeah, you can get you mean the standard kind of dumb A2 style. You can find those in green every once in a while.
Okay.
I don't like those. Boring. There are two.
I agree with you. Where'd be a good place to check it out? Any place in particular, or just start searching?
For the green kind?
Yeah, like an A2 in green.
To get one cheap, you would have to go to like a gun show or a bargain bin at a gun shop or something. I don't know if anybody's going to bother to post those unless they had dozens and dozens. You know what I mean? It's not effective to post something that's costs less than $10 usually.
Right. Have some Tang.
But I would get a Tango down. They're awesome. Have you ever grabbed a gun with one on there?
No.
Go down to GAT. They have a pretty good selection of ARs.
Yeah, it's about a little hour, 15 minutes away, I guess.
Ain't it worth it though? Is there a better shop nearby or closer?
No, that's probably the only store. And I mean, the next thing closer is probably going to, some of the specialty shops, custom shops, in the Chicago area.
There's like AR shops down there.
Dano, there you go. Offer that guy like $5-10, it's yours.
Oh, there you go.
Isn't that what you got yours from that guy for, Flippy? Was $5?
Yeah, I literally offered him $5 as like a joke, and he fucking took it. I'm like,
But it says price $24.99. So how do you offer him $5?
Those are the unpackaged wholesale ones that we got a while back, and they cost like $5 wholesale.
Like,
so we got them for like close to nothing.
Oh.
Okay,
under the buy option, there's make an offer, and I made the offer for $5.
If you can get two of them for $5, I'll trade you something for the other one. Because like I say, mine's black and I painted it green. If that one's green, good to go. I'd trade something for it.
All right, I'll see if I can.
Oh, gee, if that was the case, if I knew that, I would have just sent you my black one or my green one for your black one.
Say $10 for two of them. That's $5 each, right?
Yeah, my black one is painted green though, so it's like half-ass green now.
Wow.
So you like these because why?
The Tango down?
Yeah.
They're narrow at the top and they bell out like wide at the bottom. So for everything I've ever used an AR for, from like prones, like the various kind of prones you have to do with an AR where you're on your side because of the magwell and the operation of that thing, I can use just my finger. I'm going to try to say my trigger finger, the finger right below it on the grip with my thumb. So is that your ring finger, the fuck you finger, and your thumb can grab the thing real easy, and then because of it's wider at the bottom, the gun can't slip away. So I just like it for the amount of pivot I can get off of it, and then when I'm just shooting it normal, it's a little easier to deal with than just the very narrow, straight one. So it gives you a little bit of ergonomics when you're at a bench, like trying to shoot accurately, and then for one hand retention and one hand like manipulation, I find it super whatever, the angles are good so that you can get some pretty decent grip strength without having to actually use your strength so much as just holding your two fingers together.
Okay, that makes sense.
That is a weird like grip angle.
I tried a couple of the rubbers because I want to like Hogue and Ergo. Right? I like that rubber overmold shit. I want to like it more than I ever do, but anytime I actually do anything with a gun, like put it on and take it somewhere where I'm constantly using the sling to like secure it to my side during briefings or like in between picking up brass or, I don't know, taping targets and shit, where you're just actually using your gun and whatever, and then coming back and then maybe dropping it to go, whenever you're actually just doing it with like little tasks like that, fucking rubber grabs on everything, it hits in the fucking oven. So the Tango Downs are, the only thing better would be like an AK grip. It has literally no sharp edges at all. It's just, a little candy bar sticking out, curved candy bar shipping, or beveled candy bar, whatever you want to say. Like the Tango Downs have so many smooth edges that it doesn't really get tangled on anything. And then I guess it's nice that you can cram shit up in it. I think you can carry... I can carry a thing of oil up in there. I think you can carry a bolt if you really wanted to.
Oh, this version only has like 2 holes for like batteries, basically.
No, you can still shove, well, maybe not a whole bolt clip in that one then, but you can shove a little thing of, is it, I think we had to rebottle it, but you can get some little bottle of slip up in there, which is nice because ARs suck if they're not wet.
Well, I mean, like, it's cut so that there's like 2 holes.
I know, you get these little bottles from Flip that are like the size of a CR123.
I never saw those. Yeah, I guess you can do it then.
You don't operate.
I don't.
Do people really store stuff in the grips? I mean,
Yes.
it just seems like there'd be a lot of easier places to store that stuff, than in a grip. I mean,
For austere situations, or just to be handy. But they're just dead air spaces anyway, so you might as well.
yeah. Well, the original Tavor didn't let you do that without fucking everything up. So, but yeah, I suppose you have to jump out of a helicopter, like in Lone Survivor or something, and without your pack or anything.
Well, like I say, I don't mind having some lube in there just in case you need it. Never know. And then sometimes they'll put 8-point batteries up in there because those are like basically watch batteries. They're little. Like say, some of the grips will hold some of the verts, and some of the pistol grips I think can hold a spare firing or bolt, right?
It doesn't rattle. The stuff doesn't rattle around in there and make noise.
No, if anything, they're super hard to get in. So they're not like cheesy or nothing. They're just literally spares. But again, since it's a dead air space, he's trying to make it effective, just in case kind of thing.
All right.
Okay, well, I submitted my offer of $5 each for 10 total for 2 of them, the Tango Downs.
Good luck. You should get it.
And then shipping, or he's gonna ship into them for $5?
Shipping's like $6 or $7, but I'm sure you'll pair the 2 together, so you'll pay shipping once.
Yeah. I mean, it's one order, so I would expect it to come in one box. So, and what I didn't even realize is of course, with the parts kit I ordered comes the A2 black one. Plus, I have 3 others already that were just given to me over years of time of when the guy I knew had a gun store, who's now out of business.
So, is there any other gun news today that we haven't discussed, or like the national bill went down to defeat, or whatever?
The sit-in?
Yeah.
Sounded like that ended the way they expected, without anyone coming back from their 4th of July holiday to vote on a bill that no one asked them to vote on. You see all the pictures of the buffet they were eating, or the like catered food they were eating?
I didn't see the buffet pictures. No.
It's quite a bit. I mean, they had like multiple pizzas, and then some kind of like maybe egg rolls, or maybe burrito things, or whatever you call a fried burrito, and then some kind of like Chinese food looking stuff, and then maybe some food.
Chickamanga.
I was like, I don't know, something, some kind of fried thing.
Chimichangas?
Chimichangas, yeah.
I don't know. Is that just a fried burrito? I'm used to eating.
It's a fried wrapped tortilla filled with meat.
No, it isn't. It's a fried burrito, and I've only ever eaten with sauce on it. But anyway, I'm just saying, they had like a massive variety, and like, that's just kind of weak considering they were acting like they were doing something grassroots or whatever. I just thought it was funny.
Oh, also, I went to go buy my I went to the website of Amazon to buy my KNS anti-rotational pins to find out that Amazon no longer sells those.
Did Amazon drop gun parts or something?
Well, I don't know if they dropped that gun part, but it's just not there anymore.
Big corporations they can really piss me off sometimes with the stupid things they do.
By the way, thanks, Dead Horse, for your info on the stock. And G-Web's help on the grip.
So if I had that stock, since I have the Magpul one that's basically just like it, I thread some shock cord through it, and then I cram a cat tourniquet on there.
You can fit the tourniquet in it?
So thread some shock cord, some elastic 550 through the holes of the stock, and then I attach the shock.
Gotcha.
The tourniquet to the one side, and then since it's shock cord, it's still got some play to it. I usually take the sling and kind of using the, what do I do on my AR? I go forward if you have an A2 front sight. Anyway, I go around that with my sling and then back and tuck it all into the bungee on the other side. So it's just sitting there all ready to go, but the sling is kind of tethered with the bungee on one side, and the tourniquet pretty much stays there through thick and thin until you need it.
You know, I know you're not into doing videos the way you used to, but that's the sort of thing that I think, to me, it's reasonably unique because you don't see a lot of people telling you how to do stuff differently or showing you options.
I only have a few AR videos because I only have one AR.
Well, that's all it takes.
Yeah, I would like to see a video on how you did that, G-Webs. Personally, I'd be interested in that.
It's spelled tourniquet.
It's one of those words that's hard for me to spell.
Yeah, if I can find it.
The first letter is a T.
Yeah. And then a couple letters and then a Q.
This might have
I'd like to buy a vowel, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, taking a walk through this AR-15. We did
this is when I had my bayonet thing on it.
Mid-length.
So you see how the sling is?
It's just got the standard. Let's start out with the bear.
So I got the. Oh, I guess I'm thinking of my AK, so I don't have to fuck with the front sight. So I got my sling up here where the normal sling thing is on a normal AR, underneath the front sight post, right? And then it just comes back, and then I double it up a bunch of times back and forth underneath of that shock cord right there. So that way when it's sitting in the safe or whatever, even when I'm shooting it, I can shoot the shit out of it. I can still get to the bolt catch if I need to. And then if I need it, I just yank on it, and it unfolds from this bungee cord stuff down here. And then I have it. So when I don't need it, it just kind of stays there. When I need it, I yank on it. And then on the other side, I got this tourniquet on the.
Run through it. Like I showed you, I stowed the sling on this side, and on this side I've got a cat tourniquet.
So it's just. So see how the bungee is just kind of going through the stock a couple of places, and they just jam the tourniquet in there, and it's never fallen out or anything.
Okay, yeah, with just a shock cord.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's pretty sweet.
I'm assuming the holes are pretty close to what you got, and there's my Tango down with its like black paint coming off.
Yep.
Magpul, MOE stock, and OD. I've got a bunch of shock cord run through it. Like I showed you, I stowed the sling on this side, and on this side I've got a cat tourniquet.
See how it's really nice and thin right here, just like a regular grip, but just that it flares out down here. So I think you get a little control.
I think that's about it. Pretty modified.
See this flippy though? I mounted my bayonet on the handguard right there.
I think most of the stuff is.
Yeah, I actually watched the video where you built that thingy.
You can't see because it's multi-cam, but now there's bayonet mounts on the front. I took it out. It was going to be illegal in California.
I think everything is going to be illegal in California.
So, which of the dozen bills actually is going to the governor's desk? Does anybody in here have a short version of that short list?
I'm too pissed about the Hawaii governor's list to follow the California list. He just signed 3 gun bills today.
Wasn't it all of them?
Well, I thought they had there was a lot of them, I thought. Like 7 or 8?
There were 11, I think, together, and only like 6 or something went through.
Okay.
There's me tying it up at the end here. I don't know if you can see it. It's laying on the corner there. Can you see it? I basically just fold it a few times and then feed it through. And then it pretty much stays there, unless you need it. That's what it looks like in my trigger guard.
Well, I think I'm going to take down the screen share of the Tang.
Yeah, I've got videos up here for 6 years that have less views than Yankee gets in one day now.
You know, something that was really weird that happened while I was out was like, for some reason, my 338 Lapua video that I made like 2 years ago when they released the IWI Lapua rifle at Euro Satori show in Paris, France, all of a sudden it went from like 500 views to like 49,000 views. Like, in a month. Like, I don't know why it went viral or anything, but it was just, I don't know, somebody, all of a sudden people was interested in Lapua or something. You know, didn't make any sense to me.
Well, sometimes when something starts to catch on, it'll get put into people's suggested feed. And whether they like it or not, that's how they end up being driven to it.
Yeah, but I mean, I went from like 500 views to like 49,000, you know, in a month or something, you know.
Right.
So it was just weird, especially since I wasn't active at all, you know, when I was in the hospital. So, you know, just strange. Hey, but I'm not looking to give Taurus in the mouth. I mean, Google sent me $103 yesterday, or 2 days ago, I think. Whatever.
Hey, for being off that long, that's pretty darn good. I figure a lot of it probably came from that video.
Probably. I mean, you know, it's just weird. One of those internet things. I'm like, what's the interest in this rifle? Because it hasn't been released yet. They kept, first they said it was going to be out like at SHOT Show in 2015, then they said no, it's going to be released in SHOT Show 2016, and now it's like October. It's going to be released. It's like, I mean, they're selling it to the military, I heard, in Scotland, but or in the UK or something, but as far as available to civilians, not yet. So I'm just wondering, well, how come that video got so many views? It's like, because we were talking, you guys were talking about Lapua earlier. So I was like, why did it take off all of a sudden? Just some product literature I put out because they showed it off at the Paris, France Arms Bazaar. And, you know, it wasn't anything special. And it's weird. It's a nice looking rifle, but it's not available yet. Anyway, even if I did have the money, sitting around doing nothing, I could trade some gold and silver bars for one. I don't think I want to go through all the rigmarole the Hawaii guns make you go through, considering there's no range here where you could shoot anything 2 miles away.
Speaking of gold and silver, the fact that it went up depending on the time that you looked at it, somewhere between $85 and over $100 an ounce.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah. Well, I think what happens is the shorts just instead of covering, they just piling on, and they're gonna wait, hoping it drops again, and then they'll wait to cover. You know, it's strong money. The banks that go short on metals, it's really strong money. They can afford to wait and pile on. You know, unless you know, shit goes crazy. You know, Scotland leaves UK and then joins the EU, and then other countries vote to leave the EU after Britain. You know, or if Spain invades the Rock of Gibraltar, you know, it just, who knows, you know.
So what, like, even brought this on in the first place?
What brought up them wanting to take apart this European Union?
Yeah, like,
All
why is this now a vote?
countries that aren't paying their way and just sucking off the countries that make money?
Just people being.
In short, two things. England gives more money than it gets from the European Union. That's one, economic. The other is control over your own
legal system.
What's the word?
Sovereignty.
Immigration.
Border.
Immigration policy. It's the EU's
That's
immigration
sovereignty.
policy, not the immigration policy of England.
Oh, so all those migrant riots and shit aren't necessarily those countries individually, but the European Union telling them they have to?
Part of what it was is that England beat Germany twice in 2 world wars, and they didn't want to have the German chancellor telling them what to do anymore.
Right. Because the EU, I
mean, this is
in
Europe.
addition to currency, which Britain has maintained its own currency, but still, when that was very smart of them.
You need to understand that Europe is not like America. I mean, even just like when the Concorde crashed in France, you know, I worked with a French girl on doing dubs, and she said, well, you know, everybody said they just would just whisper, don't worry, it was just a bunch of Germans on the plane. You know, it's they haven't forgotten World War II. You know, I mean, not that you could forget it or should forget it, but you know, it's just there's a level of, I mean, these are different countries. You know, I mean, I think the EU was founded so that they wouldn't ever, with the idea that these countries should work together and never, ever, ever go to war with each other again.
Yeah, and the cultural belief in the way to resolve all future wars is one world government.
Yeah, and there's this whole concept of the European, you know, hegemony and European army, and you know, and basically, you know, it's just like, you know, people are just fed up. You know, it's the same thing that how Trump cut on. People are just fed up, and they're sick of the system. They don't like the EU system. They don't like the UK system. They don't like the EU system worse. You know, and they don't like, you know, they specifically wanted to tell their politicians to go to hell. You know, so David Cameron was, you know, for staying, and you know, I mean, he had, I think what really pissed some people off is he got one of the companies that had a lot of employees, and he had the president of some auto manufacturer or whatever it was send out letters, like, you know, 80,000 letters to all of his employees saying they should vote to stay in. You know, and everybody that got that letter voted the other way. So, you know, even though the president of their company sent them all a letter telling them to stay. It just, you know, I think people were fed up with the system. You know, that's all. And of course, you know, it's hard. And then, you know, they had that minister of parliament murdered. You know. Shot 3 times and stabbed, and they couldn't blame America for, oh, what do you think this is, America or something? You know, why do we have gun violence here? All their gun control laws, somebody built their own gun. But you know, for all we know, it could have been one side or the other. You know, because if he shot the minister of parliament and said Britain first, which was like, I don't know, the slogan for the Leave people. I mean, they could have been staged by someone from the Remain committee who figured that if they shot him and Claire, you know, screamed out the slogan for the Leave, then that would create sympathy for the Remain. You know, who knows? It was a cold-blooded murder of a woman. You know, either way, you know, for political reasons. You know, from what I could tell, but. You know, this campaign had everything, and you know, and it's like if Scotland leaves the UK because they want to stay in the EU, then Cameron will be the prime minister who oversaw the breakup of the United Kingdom. You know, which will make him like put him right up there with Oliver Cromwell. So. And what's worse is they want him to stay in office after to negotiate the you know, renegotiate, you know, trade deals with everybody that's in the EU. You know, so it'll be Cromwell, David Cameron, you know, and I don't know what other characters are, you know, that nefarious in British. You know, Jack the Ripper. I mean, the top 3 English villains, except Cromwell and Cameron are more political than just Jack the Ripper, I guess. You know, and then if Spain goes to war with Britain over the Rock of Gibraltar, or who knows what other countries are going to want to leave the EU next, you know. And who knows what's going to happen to the sovereign bond market? Are we going to have, you know, if Britain defaults and Puerto Rico defaults, then who knows will default next? The cascading bond defaults and, you know, a catastrophic derivative unwinds. And, you know, it could be massive economic storm that no one can predict.
I'm just looking at the Asian markets. They're all in negative territory. The Nikkei 225 is down over 1,200.
So I like to use the analogy of a mountainous road, with or without a guardrail. There's always an uncountable number, and you know, a large number of wrong turns you can make, and a relatively few number of short turns you can take to navigate the road successfully. So my question would be, of all the negative scenarios you come up with, have you ever taken a look at all the history of negative scenarios and, I guess, deadlines that have come up over the years when we were supposed to be nearing the brink or the tipping point or whatever you want to consider it? And then how do you account for, I'm assuming there's been multiple times when we were reaching the end or could have taken the wrong step, but we're still here. So how do you take into account all those times when we were at the precipice, but then somehow managed to get through it?
You have to separate 2 different things. One is a prediction of a future event, and the other is what's actually happening right now. Right now is not about predictions.
At what point does all of these predictions of dire circumstances and the preparation for them prove that the extreme doesn't happen enough to warrant the amount of attention when you could simply be prepared for bad, knowing that ultimate bad is difficult to prepare for? Or?
Well, yeah, I mean, nuclear war, there's no preparing for that.
That's a good example, exactly, like taking it out to the extreme, exactly. So then where do you draw the line is, I guess, what I'm saying, to be worried about every possibility where we could go astray, or to just be generally prepared for a bad turn and then spend your time looking ahead instead of constantly looking off to the side of where we could have gone wrong or where we might go wrong.
Well, the problem is the person steering the bus is a fucking idiot.
Well, again, if that's the case, then have there ever not been an idiot driving the bus? It's not as though this is a new situation, and all I'm saying is, at what point do you start to trust the idiot driving the bus? Because they've been idiots driving the bus pretty much forever, no?
This is a new idiotic situation. I mean, the world economy is, the debt bubble is so big. When it pops, there's, you know, going to be catastrophic derivative unwinds, and cascading bond defaults. One country, it's going to be like a series of dominoes, but I don't have a crystal
My
ball.
question is, how many times are you going to go through the process of it's gonna, before, again, you don't get
Well, if
concerned
you don't study history, you will be condemned to repeat it. The Weimar Republic,
But if you only study history, then you'll never have a future.
Well, you have to look at both. I mean, you look at the current events in the economy, you look at trends, but you look backwards as well as present, and then once you've done both of those, then and only then can you attempt to make guesses, and that's as best as they ever are, as educated guesses as to what might be. And some of those things, like I mentioned before, you cannot prepare for, so there's no point.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can't prepare for a nuclear war.
Well, I mean, the volcano that's underneath, it's a national park. Yellowstone, example. I can't prepare for that.
Yeah, 5-year
if it blows,
volcanic winter. 5 years of no ultraviolet radiation on the planet Earth.
Another 1850-something sun flare. I can't prepare for that. Well, I can to a degree, but still.
Get some sunscreen lotion. But yeah, I mean, I'm just making
Nature
fun
is the hardest thing to prepare against.
And war is very hard.
And now that man is playing with the building blocks of the universe.
Yeah, and the Clinton Foundation is selling, the right to. They basically proved authorizing uranium ore to Russia. Putin's uranium won, because they got donations to the Clinton Foundation funneled through Canadian charities who don't have to report who the donors are. And so now, Russia could send that ore to Iran, or North Korea if they want.
But what I find ironic about that is, since Russia, and we know this because of what happened in the late 80s, early 90s, when the Soviet Union broke down, has by far numerically the largest amount of nuclear weapons, so that they obviously have the largest amount of stockpiles of uranium. In weapons grade.
Had when they made them, but what about now? Yeah, I mean, the entire, system over there completely collapsed. I mean, maybe they had a lot of uranium, but do they still have uranium mines that work?
No, I'm talking about
in Russia,
uranium, weapons grade uranium in warheads.
Well, I know they know how to make them. If they have the
I'm
raw
saying
material.
they still have them.
I know, but the point is that they could sell them to Iran, who doesn't. I mean, the ore.
Right. Right. They could just sell the uranium core, not the package that it's in, just the uranium.
Yeah. Well, the North Koreans or Iran will be the ones most likely. Actually, North Korea would be the ones most likely to be motivated to use a nuclear weapon, and they could hit their missile eventually. Will be able to hit the West Coast. I mean, not yet, but.
And if they have one that and I don't know how they tested their last one. I'm assuming it was underground.
The weapon? I don't know.
Only for secrecy.
You can't secretly test a nuclear weapon.
Well, no, I mean as far as visual spies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's seismic monitoring and nuclear monitoring.
No, I think there's an actual treaty that bans them testing or certain countries testing nuclear weapons.
But they're not part
North
of that.
Korea.
They're not part of that.
Korea is like.
Yeah.
They don't honor treaty. They don't honor
only
treaty.
first world, for the most part, only first world countries ever signed that treaty, which is why France doesn't test anymore, Britain doesn't test, we don't test, and I don't know if the Russians just complied with it or they signed it, but they don't test above ground anymore either.
Well, nobody tests above ground anymore.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's bad for your own country because you're wasting resources.
Well, and you're radiating your people who won't be happy. Not that some countries would care, but they live there too. So, most people love their countries and don't want to see it become a radioactive, wasteland. But
But yeah, I didn't mean underground isn't hiding it, because with today's technology, that's not possible.
Yeah, but what we aren't really talking about any of that. We're just talking about the consequences of an economic collapse now happening on account of the Brexit. I mean, if Spain and England, even if they do go to war over Gibraltar, nobody's going to use nuclear weapons.
Well, it's also, because economically you can say, well, look now, we now have 3 countries, one of which just happened, I believe it was a week ago, that's Germany, with negative interest rates.
Japan has negative interest rates too.
In Europe, there's 3. Yet you have Germany, which just happened last week, then there's France, then there's Italy, and I'm not sure if Spain does or not.
What about Portugal? They're in big trouble too.
Well, oh yeah, I'm just talking about negative interest rates only. But yeah, there's lots of different ways to look at it. But
I don't have a crystal ball, and I'm not knowledgeable enough to predict the future. All I'm doing is buying a little gold and silver, and figuring it'll go up eventually when everything else goes down.
And then what should be a big deal, but compared to some things is a smaller deal, is you have places or institutions like Deutsche Bank that was caught, admitted, and is now turning states' evidence in their own country over manipulating the gold and silver market.
Yeah. UBS, Deutsche Bank, the London market, the bullion exchange, it's all they're driving down the cost.
And Deutsche Bank was the first to go with negative interest rates. And so you have that one bank that's one of the biggest in Europe that has 2 major problems.
Yeah, they have more than 2 problems.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that we know of.
Yeah, but all the countries, when they can't afford to pay the interest on their sovereign debt,
that's why Greece wants to leave. That's their way of trying to get out from the debt. It's just default and F you to the rest of Europe, and thanks for the free money while it was flowing. And
come visit us if you want to vacation in the Aegean Islands.
Yeah, but with their social programs and their unions, they have to hold on to the bitter end, which may be whenever that is.
I don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah, but, either do I.
And it's like people always ask, well, when is all these terrible things going to happen? I don't know. But
if people look at it from the point of view as, let's say, personally declaring bankruptcy, how if you keep adding another credit card to the mix, you can extend it by adding another credit card, paying the minimum bills, but at some point there'll be a tipping point. Now, when exactly is that? Well, it depends. Will you get that next credit card on time? Will there be enough to make another 1-month minimum payment of bills?
My credit card companies must hate me because I never miss a payment, and I get 5% back on my Discover card. So, yeah. And I always pay like the day before it's due, and I pay in full, and pretty good credit rating because of that. But it's nice, but to have a good credit rating.
I have a very good credit rating, and it's not because of the money I make. It's because I always pay my bills off. I always pay them off intentionally a couple days early.
Yeah, but the country carries the debt now.
Oh yeah. Oh, I understand that. I just mean as an individual.
Yeah, well, it's different when you're dealing with sovereign debt than individual debt, and the whole country defaults, and multiple countries default, So
Oh yeah.
it's like with the whole thing. It's like with Britain leaving the EU, what's the next domino? Who's going to leave next? And then who will default next on sovereign debt? And then who will default after that? And then what will the derivative unwinds be? And it's just walking down a dark, dangerous alley that you don't want to walk down.
Well, I can't blame. I remember when the EU was talking about being formed, and I didn't understand why the Europeans were so hot and heavy for giving away various aspects of their sovereignty.
Well, the power of one big trading bloc is enormous, and it's been very good for them.
Oh, I understand that, but it has a limit, and its limit is it's kind of like a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, except that chain has multiple weak links.
Well, I think I would probably need to talk to somebody who lives in the EU to explain it better than I could.
Maybe it's just a difference of mindset as far as you don't give away the freedom that you have, whether it's as an individual or whether it's as a country. I would never let some appointed representative who's not from my country dictate policy for my country. Yet that's exactly what happened. Whether immigration,
they're going to have a lot of legal issues that need to unwind too, because they just won't know how to deal with some of them.
Yeah. And even then, it still has to go to Parliament to get voted on.
What does? They're leaving. I mean.
No. This is a vote to leave, but it's actually a recommendation from the people to Parliament.
Yeah, well, they're not going to ignore the vote. I mean.
Again,
no,
but who knows?
They aren't going.
They didn't think this would pass.
Well, it was Cameron's idea to have this vote, so he's stuck with it now.
Mm-hmm. And but I just don't want people thinking, oh, it's an absolute done deal. It's kind of like California. No, it's not. There's still one more step.
The deal of renegotiating with the EU countries individually or as a bloc, but they're leaving. They're going to pull Chapter 50 or whatever it is in the EU Charter,
right. But they have a 2-year grace period to negotiate the leaving.
Yeah, well, you can't negotiate something as huge as that, in a day or something.
Well, that's why they have a 2-year period to do it. And you have ambassadors in every country you trade with, so that ambassador is now in charge of negotiating a trade deal.
No, there's going to be a meeting where Cameron's going to go to Brussels, and they're going to hash it out. I mean, yeah,
as far as dealing with the balance of the EU, yes, but as far as any other countries that they used to rely on the EU to do its bargaining for them, they will now have to bargain on their own.
Yeah, so they'll have to cut deals with Asia and every country in Asia that made a deal with the EU and every country.
And they have ambassadors in all of those countries to begin the negotiations.
They're going to be real busy.
Yep. Oh, definitely. But I'm saying they have people there that can get the job done, and it will not be an easy job, but it can get done.
Yeah, I saw all the British companies being, any company that was in Britain was just trashed in the Asian markets. It was such and such.
Oh yeah.
Anchor, whatever they are, they're all just getting trashed in the markets.
And it doesn't have to do with the reality of what's going to happen 2 to 5 years from now. It has to do with uncertainty. No market likes uncertainty.
Well, the futures market seems to like it. But,
that's a different.
The VIX has gone up, pretty high. The volatility index is,
Well, yeah, you expect it to be. That should be expected with a yes to leave vote.
Yeah. So it'll be fun to watch the unwinds as long as it doesn't hurt anybody you know. But it's just impossible to predict how bad it could be. So,
Well, but it's not impossible to predict some of the benefits, like being able to control what your country will look like in the future. You have that ability to decide that, not someone else. You share all the congratulations as well as you share all the blame.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about freedom is, you get to make your own choices. And that's the good thing and the bad thing about freedom. Because if it doesn't
Exactly.
go well, you got nobody to blame but yourself.
Yep.
But they'll blame their politicians. But that's
much like here.
Yeah. Well, I didn't vote for Obama, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna head to bed. All right, we'll catch you guys later. Have a good one.
Yeah.
See ya.
Oh, I got one quick question for you, G Webs, before I leave. When you your daily show, do you typically upload those like the day after you do the show, or what routine do you usually do them on?
There's no routine. It just depends on what other projects I got going on that day. I just did
okay.
Right now.
I mean, do they usually get done at least once a week, or not even necessarily that?
Oh, no, more than that. I usually do it the day of, just sometime when we're
okay.
or something.
Yeah, because
tasks I do it depends on if other tasks have piled up. The most I've ever gone is like 3 days, and then I post them all.
Okay, and I was only asking because that's one of the podcasts that I listen to when I'm out doing my thing. But
right on.
Also, speaking of ratings on podcast, is if you use any other service other than iTunes, there is no way to rate the show.
Well, on Stitcher you can, but yeah, I realize that when it's on a feed, other people just take that feed and stream it wherever, which is fine.
Right.
But there might be some platforms that have their own rating system. That's why I just say, and I actually am saying it now. I don't know how long I'm going to do it, because right now Yankee's getting most of the bandwidth, I'm sure, because he has just a much bigger audience at this point, and it's costing money. So I don't know, and we're getting like 500 views where Yankee gets thousands of views. So I just don't think. On the YouTube side. So I'm just assuming that that's got to be similar over there. But like I said, the problem is there's no way to know who's watching what or who's listening to what.
But I thought you got to see how many downloads of it you were getting.
Not really. I get to see how much bandwidth the server charges, but that's just a number. So like, X amount of gigabytes or whatever. So when it comes down to how many get distributed out, sometimes it can kind of tell me, but it depends on what I ask. But iTunes doesn't. iTunes doesn't have any. If it does keep track, which it probably does, it doesn't tell us for whatever reason. But to be honest, like I say, we get almost no feedback at all from iTunes, so it can only take so much of my attention, really. It was sort of a test anyway, and it's a convenience, I suppose, but since there's absolutely no feedback, which I guess might be inherent to, like you say, people are listening to it while they're doing something else or whatever. It's not like you got a computer right there. So all of us, all the urging we do, you could have all the good intent to want to do it and then just get caught up in day-to-day and not worry about some podcast you heard earlier. You know what I mean? So unless somebody's thinking about it while they're downloading or something and then think, oh, I better thumb this up while I'm downloading, which never done. We only, ever since I've been asking about it, we got like 3 thumbs up, maybe 2, I forget. But, literally 2 after how many 78 shows.
But I think, the thumbs up thing is only using the iTunes app.
I don't know. I've given my channels thumbs up before, so I think I did by just being logged into iTunes on the website.
Well, see, like as example, I use an app. Like there was a guy who had a question to you in your show, or maybe it was in a chat, and he was using an app to go to iTunes to get the podcast. And I use a different app, but it does the same thing. It goes then, signs in as itself to iTunes.
Oh, I
and
see.
then retrieves the podcast and brings it to me.
Well, it's a shame that they're going to go all that work and then not let you give it a rating after all that.
Right.
Because you would think they would just give you a proxy rating since they're giving you a proxy account.
Right. So.
But anyway, good to hear. Yeah, I mean, if I quit doing it completely, I'll just show you the software I use, and you can just go up to any video and click on it, or if you want, just a.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can try to dig out some download, stuff and do it that way, I suppose.
It's when you go to Chrome and you go to how they have apps in Chrome or whatever they're called, plugins or apps or something, and then you type in audio downloader, type in MP3 downloader, because you're going to want to turn a video into an MP3 basically. Look for the one that looks kind of like a red duck. It looks like Daffy Duck, except that it was red, kind of. And then it's another button on your browser. And when you want to have the audio of whatever video you're watching, you just click the button and it puts it on your machine. No ads or anything. It's just kind of cool.
So it's all within Chrome?
Yeah, it's just a Chrome thing. And then you can even go in there and at first I was just letting it do it by default. And that created a large size file, so I can go in there and tune it down to a smaller size file because I don't need the quality or anything. Not like a high fidelity DVD or whatever the hell would be high quality. So I can turn it down to very small file size. They're like 50K now for an hour show. They used to be like 130 for an hour show.
You said download MP3?
Something like that. I didn't do very much. I mean, we spent more time talking about it right now than whenever I went to look for it. I mean, I just typed it into their apps and found one and tried it. And it didn't work, and I tried the second one. It didn't work, and I just used it all the time.
Huh.
Every once in a while it breaks, like when they do an update, it'll take a minute for them to come along and fix it. And that's usually when there's like some issue with the podcast being uploaded, because I'll get out of the routine. It'll be broke for a while until the guy gets around to fixing it. And then I have to download the new one, and then, the update or whatever. And then I can do it again. So sometimes when there's gaps, that's when the thing is busted for a while, and I just forget about it and I don't do it.
Okay.
That happens actually quite a bit, maybe once every couple of months, because Google's always fucking with their shit, of course. So these app guys have to keep up with it, and I don't know if they do that for a living or if they're just doing it because their hobby or what. But there's got to be 6 options for you. They're all just subtly different.
Yeah.
I never even use Google Chrome.
It's handy. I mean, especially when you're doing YouTube and shit, it's all their stuff, so it makes it a little easier. But it's also very intrusive, so it's not perfect or anything.
Yeah, that's
Right.
why I never did it, because I heard about the intrusive and, personal
But then
information.
use that on audiobooks. Just type into YouTube in the like if you're searching on YouTube, type in audiobook unabridged full audiobook unabridged or something like that. With those words, and it'll start finding all over the place, like science fiction to romance to action to drama or whatever hell else kind of books are out there. And once you find a book you kind of like, it'll recommend other books. And there's a ton of them for like deaf people. There's a ton of them. And they're nothing. They're designed so you listen to them, so you can just download the audio and listen to it. A whole giant audio book, like a 12-hour audio book, will be like not a very big file. So you can put a whole bunch of them on your phone.
Cool. All right, thanks.
You bet. Yeah, I like those things because that lets you do, work around the house or whatever, or computer work. Not have to be checking a monitor or screen to see what action's happening.
Yeah,
Sometimes it can get you kind of wrapped up, though. If you're
Well,
written.
when you do these chats, you're always looking in the internal. You're always clicking to look in the external. You're always, clicking on people's links and looking up stuff. So it's like you can't just be walking outside with a leaf blower.
Yeah, exactly.
but you're the pro at this stuff, so I mean, I'm such a rank amateur at social media. I suck. I'm surprised I could get my laptop to do anything at all sometimes.
Well, it is getting easier and easier.
Yeah.
And it's still pretty simple to do stuff. It's just, I guess, more involved if you want to be as efficient as possible, or whatever you want to say.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying. I don't know if I could just vamp here. What to talk about next? Could babble about gold to the end of the world, or
No. What about after having gone through what you went through? Did you at least consider, like, fuck it, I'm buying this gun already? Like, was there a gun you were like, well, I've always thought this would be a nice gun. Then you were like, fuck it, life don't last forever, I'm buying that gun already.
No, it was the gun law. When they passed those 3 gun laws, you know, I mean, although the governor hadn't signed them yet, knowing Ige, I know he would, and it was like, I'm not paying to be on a federal, that list. I'm not going to give them $75 to be on some illegal federal
Hold on.
list.
That's what Z was talking about earlier, so you're saying that...
Yeah, it was the Maui Watch article that they linked in the internal.
So they're going to do that thing where you have to be on some sort of fucking list in order to own a firearm in Hawaii then?
You have to pay $75 to be on that list.
Oh,
you know?
man.
And
And
I'm
then
not
if
giving
you
them my
don't-
money. I let them pay for it. The government of Hawaii is broke. If they want to put me on a list, that's up to them, but I'm not paying for it. You know, and if that means I'm not buying any more guns in the state of Hawaii. If I wanted to buy a gun, I would fly to Arizona and buy a gun, you know, at this point. And I'll have to walk into the gun shop of a really nice gun shop owner and tell him I'm not paying $75 to be on some damn list, so I'm not buying any more guns. But I'll come in and buy ammo. I'll come in and buy optics. I want to support my local gun shop, you know, and I like the guy that runs, you know, the local Kona Guns shop. Very helpful, you know, I mean, and it's just, I hate the state's gun laws so bad, you know, whatever I wanted, you know, it was, you know, basically the main thing for me is, you know, I'm going to go visit my dad for his birthday. He's having his 81st birthday. And you know, the last thing before I went under the knife in the surgery is, you know, they put the release form for the surgery in front of you, you know, and so you know you just have to sign that. Yeah, I understand I can die during this operation, and so I just thought, yeah, well, gee, it'd be really sad if I don't get to talk to my dad anymore. And then, you know, I said the ship, you know, a prayer to God, and then, you know, I woke up in the ICU. So I had no fear of the operation. I had no fear of dying. It was just sad if I couldn't be able to talk to my dad again. And even if our conversations were terrible and we argued, I'd rather argue with my dad than talk to anybody else on the planet, you know? You know, and that included ex-girlfriends, you know.
Sure.
And, you know, so I never even knew I felt that way about my dad. You know, till they put that form in front of me. So, but you know, and so I want to, you know, do what I can to keep everybody's rights, because, you know, America is a great country with all these wonderful rights that don't exist anywhere else on the planet, and, you know, so you know, that it's worth fighting for them, you know. So I don't know how much of help I can be, you know. I don't have that. I'm not Yankee Marshall. I only have like 600 subscribers on my insignificant YouTube channel. But
Well, see, I'll stop there right there and suggest that Yankee can do anything he wants all day long, and he'll reach a lot of people, but alone isn't going to do it, because no one thing is large enough. FPS Russia or what's his face could shout till they're blue in the mouth, or blue in the face.
Iraq veteran.
No, the bigger one, Hickok.
Oh,
So
Hickok 45.
those guys could, urge people all day and night, but it's only going to do so much, right? So I am convinced that it's the individuals that are out there doing their thing for real that are getting out there and really spreading it, because you can have a big thing on the internet and that can go battle head to head with the other big things on the internet, but there's more than one strategy for the internet. There's more than one way that they use those numbers that are created constantly on the internet, and the number of instances and the variety of locations of those instances are all calculated in the grand scheme of things. So in other words, Hickok and FPS Russia could be as big as possible with the best possible on-point message, clearly stated and with the broadest reach, and it just wouldn't be the same as a whole bunch of people doing the best they can, times whatever number it actually is. But it's a much larger footprint, I guess. So anyway, definitely worth everybody's time. And the way the internet is, the nature of it is it's all there. It's all happening. It's like a landfill. It's all being created and whatever. So it just leads you to believe, I can't imagine why, because they're already doing this for other reasons, but eventually the internet will have things like Skynet that comb it for everything, and you're adding to the overall knowledge of everything, because it's going to be able to take that info and incorporate it into the grand scheme of things. So it's very democratic. I think it's definitely worth it to do it. So I like to always encourage people that are out there doing it. Maybe I'm crazy, but I really think that's the way it's going, and in the long run, I think people will appreciate all the individual work that was done out there.
Well, it's like there's no roadmap, there's no instruction book that tells you what to do next.
No, that's for sure. I mean, I'm trying to think of what's a good analogy for that. Maybe food or something. It's not like anybody sat down and said, in the year 2016, let's make sure that there's Chinese restaurants everywhere and that pizza delivery is a kind of a common thing throughout the United States, and whatever the hell we've came to, like fast food and all that shit. That just stuff sort of happened. Nobody masterminded it or anything, and McDonald's certainly couldn't sit down. It was never powerful enough. It's still not powerful enough. None of the massive food conglomerates is powerful enough to sit down and change the way people eat or how they purchase.
It's an economy of scale.
Well, I'm just saying, you can't force. You can definitely make it attractive and appealing, but you can't force. And what you can do, though, is over time. So what will happen over time is everybody's tastes change.
Well,
and that happens from somebody like, cooking in their house.
I think what happens is, like, when the Kaiser Foundation got big, it was because they filled a need that everybody needed. Like, especially in Southern California, people needed health care, and that's how they got big, is because everybody needed it. And as a matter of fact, they got so big it became like a cattle chute. When I used to be in Southern California, and I was born in a Kaiser hospital, but and so I think the thing I'm thinking is, what need does smaller YouTube channels fill? Just other than I think if I had to describe the need, is like people like to feel connected to whatever is important to them, with other people that have the same things that are important to them. So,
well, I'm thinking if you think of it as like everything that the individual on YouTube does contributes to that column of stuff that's going to be shown over to the right, that's called like related or whatever it's called, like you might like this also kind of column. And when that's full of like bullshit crap, that's one experience. But then when you're watching something or making something and what shows up over on the right is a bunch of individuals doing their thing, that's a whole nother situation. That's a whole nother encounter, a whole nother experience with the YouTube. And it's not a bunch of shit that's being sold to you. It's not a bunch of fancy shit that's beyond anybody's doing it in their house or in their garage or whatever, and it's all with some intent to make money or whatever. When it's just a bunch of people, like it used to be, YouTube was not a big money generator. It was just a bunch of people collaborating on the internet, but with this video that was now all of a sudden practical and pretty simple to do. So that part of it, I think, is what creates that creativity.
Well, I think the creativity.
You're part of a group, right? You get that your juices get flowing because there's somebody out there to watch. There's a reason to do it, and people will appreciate it.
It's like the creativity is actually of the people that are watching, because people that are watching get to pick what they want to watch, and what they pick,
to some extent, sure. That's only if everybody follows what the trends are. I mean, I've never really followed any trends, so I know I'm doing that. Some people are just doing what they like to do.
It's like I have a bunch of subscriptions of channels that I subscribe to. Sometimes just I subscribe them back because they subscribe me or whatever. But I go through the subscriptions, link that, and I click on what I like, So and so that's a choice I make on what to watch, So I think that the people choosing what they want to watch is like the need that YouTube is fulfilling, basically. Anyway, yeah. I guess I'll just keep having fun making my silly YouTube videos, and that's about it. Do the best I can. I'll sign up for all the gun organizations I can, the Second Amendment right organizations I can find, but who are better at all that legal stuff, than I am. But Hawaii is almost like a lost state, as far as gun rights go. I mean, maybe it's not as bad as California, but it's getting there. And we don't, it's like we don't really have as strong as an advocacy group over here. Because everybody just laid back. I think it's just an island attitude.
I'm just now adding the Hawaii Rifle Association to Every Second Matters.
Well,
but I can't find their physical address anywhere.
Well, their physical address?
Yeah. I got everybody's phone number. They do their contact page by like phone number. Oh, maybe I can check their Facebook. I never went to their Facebook anywhere. What's up with that? There we go. Nope. I'll have to share it first.
I think I just put down the Hawaii Rifle Association as another one of those ineffective organizations that never actually got anything done. And I mean, of course, the worst part is when the one case that got won was, it said go see Peruta. Was the Ninth Circuit Court sent it back down to the district court, and now Peruta was overturned. So, by the 11th judge panel. So, one step ahead, two steps back. Can't, even when you win, you just can't. They don't let you win.
What the fuck is what the fuck? I'm gonna go all the way down to Sarita first.
Wait, Cerritos for the Hawaii? How can the Hawaii?
This I'm trying to arrange a shooting trip. The guy wants to go up north to go shooting, but he wants me to meet him. I think where he lives, down the fuck south. I ain't gonna go all the way south to go north, but I'm gonna meet him up north. You know what I mean? I need to fucking drive in the highway with him or something. Anyway, just talking out loud, sorry.
I think I gave up on all the Hawaii organizations. Because nothing in Hawaii is organized, at least for Second Amendment stuff, that I've seen. Even the gun shops, they're just into what they're into. So, but it's wait a minute. Here it is. Hawaii Rifle Association.
I found it. We're on Hawaii, Honolulu, Hawaii.
HawaiiRifleAssociation.org.
Yeah, but it's not on their website. It's on their Facebook though.
Okay. I mean, I just got something in the email yesterday about the Hawaii Republican Party. So Rance Priebus's, I guess, assistant basically told the chair lady of the Republican Party in Hawaii to go fuck herself. She tried to ban the Hawaii I'll go look at the email. The Hawaii Republican Assembly. Yeah, I'm gonna screen share this. Yeah, it's on a video. I'm just gonna read this. Smackdown. Crooked Rhino National Committee woman Miriam Hellreich lied, cheated, stole, probably cost Hawaii GOP thousands or even more thanks to her longtime hatred of conservatives and her willingness to break the rules. Yeah. In her second public spanking by the top attorney at the Republican National Committee in a few short months, longtime Rhino leader of the Hawaii GOP, Miriam Hellreich, got smacked down and good. The RNC's general counsel, John Ryder, who answers directly to RNC Chairman Rance Priebus, intervened in the latest scandal at the dysfunctional state GOP. And they had a video of this, by the way, just the audio, and they they threw out, basically they wanted to deny or ban the Hawaii conservative Republican Assembly leaders from attending the Republican convention this year in Ohio because he trashed them, on his website. Trashes them all the time. Let's see. But as intervened in the latest scandal at the dysfunctional state GOP with a calmly worded letter telling power-hungry Hellreich and her puppet du jour, Nathan the Prophet Pakai. And that guy's crazy, by the way. He's like he's like a TV preacher. That they're hostile and obviously improper actions to deny HIRA President Eric Ryan a guest pass to the 2016 Republican National Convention in Cleveland next month were totally invalid under RNC rules, and that their self-righteous opinions about who can or cannot attend the convention mean absolutely nothing. There's actually a letter. In addition to being slapped for concocting phony procedures for trying to prevent conservative Ryan from attending the national conventions, basically they used the Robert's Rules of Order to banish Ryan and simply pretend the National Party rules don't exist. Let me see if this is going to link the actual letter that they sent her. Yeah, here it is. I'm going to screen share this letter. 1 second. This is how bad things are in the Republican Party in Hawaii. Start screen share. Dear Hawaii delegation, we received the attached inquiry from Willis Lee dated June 9th. The inquiry correctly states the language of Rule 28C, which provides each delegate and alternate delegate shall receive one guest pass for each session of the convention. There's no restrictions on the persons to whom the delegate or alternate delegate may give the guest pass. Guest passes generally are not subject to control by the state delegation. The guest passes awarded under Rule 28C are controlled by the individual delegate or alternate. The guest passes awarded under Rule 28 are subject to the control of state party chair, national committeemen, and national committeewomen. I hope this clarifies the situation. So basically they wanted to ban the conservative, guys who were trashing the party for never supporting conservative candidate or cause. I mean, we have such an ineffective party here. It's like ridiculous. But anyway. Now that I've bored everyone to death with Hawaii stuff.
There even anybody out there anymore?
I don't know. God.
I guess it was a little later than I thought. And that really threw me for a loop today. I didn't realize it while it was happening, but coming down after all that excitement.
Yeah, well, losing and finding your best friend on the planet.
Yeah, seriously. Pretty freaking scary. Scary stuff.
Well, it all ended great. So, get some sleep and wake up in the morning and give your dog a biscuit and keep the door closed next time.
Yeah, definitely. It was a little bit rainy today. I was like, well, I'll cool the house down a little bit. That won't happen again anytime soon.
So it's because of the heat. Okay.
Yeah, just to be a little bit more comfortable.
What part of Arizona are you in? About?
Tucson, so it's pretty south. About 100 miles, about an hour north of the border.
Okay.
But the thing is, we're about 2,500 feet, so we're up pretty high in the air. Phoenix is farther north from us, but they're right down at sea level, so they actually are about 10 degrees hotter all the time. It's more like a desert down there. We're more like, it's still desert, but like I say, we're a little bit cooler. And then we got mountains. Well, they have mountains too, but you get up a mountain and it's pleasant. You can get down to the 80s up on top of a mountain.
Yeah. I know it's like, Hawaii probably, like Arizona has a lot of microclimates, so it just depends where you live.
Yeah, exactly. Even in town, if you live up in the foothills of town, it's quite a bit more pleasant than, well, I guess kind of where I live at, just in the middle.
Wow. Yeah, I'm really glad it turned out that way for you. What's your dog's name?
ORO.
Oro.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think I will jump out and then take you up on that. Probably a good time to get some rest here. Rub a dog belly for a little while.
Okay. Take it easy. I'm going to bail too. I guess we'll just leave the chat running.
Yep, hopefully somebody will jump in. I'll throw the link out there again in case anybody jumps in late. Talk to you later.
Good night.